of the DNA has also confirmed that this is indeed Umar. The mother and brother's DNA was taken earlier from Jammu and Kashmir, and now we are picking up details on this investigation. Could you tell us how Umar is being studied and investigated now that he's no more, but certainly he is key to this entire investigation? Tell us more.
Absolutely, Aditya. If you see, the entire investigation will basically revolve around Umar, because he was the central figure. He was the kingpin of this entire module, because he had got connections with Dr. Adil, who was there in Saharanpur. And apart from that, he has also got links with Dr. Muzammil as well. And apart from that, if you see, Umar has got a very shaky kind of character, because he has been dodging police team, not only the Faridabad police team, but the Delhi police team as well. Because there are two reasons behind it. One, he has got two cars. One car he got registered in the name of his friend Amir, and second car he has got registered in his name only, but there was a different address. If you just go by the registration of because we have accessed the RTO details, and in that what we have seen that that car has been registered from a Rajouri Garden address, but the another address which he has given to some of his friends was of Northeast District in Selampur area. So there were two different addresses, one which was found in the Rajouri Garden and second address which was found in the Northeast District Selampur area. So why there was two different addresses? Apart from the second evidence that the security forces have got regarding that residences, because if you see, one person, three accommodations, but still he is not placing his car at one of his accommodations. If you see the Sport car, sorry. The Eco Sport car that has been recovered by the crime unit has been recovered from a village of his friend. What exactly that car was doing at that point in time. So despite having several accommodations, he has not placed that car to his location. So what was the reason behind it? So these questions are still answered. So the NIA will be working on those angles as well, that why he chose different cars for commutation purpose, and apart from that, why he chose different locations, and how many basically places were the hideouts basically created by Dr. Umar. So that is going to be a very interesting part in the investigation. So NIA is also looking at the different hideouts regarding that investigation part, because if you see right now, Aditya, I have arrived in the this is the Mewat region of where I have arrived. We are still trying to basically, the NDTV SIT team is trying to basically locate the exact location, the hideouts of Umar in the Nuh region. From where what we have also got to know that in this very locality, the accused, the kingpin, the mastermind of this case, Dr. Umar has basically hidden basically some of the explosive materials. So this is what we have got the information from our police sources, but where exactly those locations are. So we have arrived, the SIT team of the NDTV has arrived in the new locations, and we are trying to figure out that what was the location from where he has basically hidden those consignments basically assigned by the Jash terror module.
All right, Akhil bringing us the latest developments, even as NDTV reporters are keeping a very close watch on the investigation from Al Falah University in Faridabad, Haryana to Nuh in Mewat, where the ammonium nitrate was procured, and there could be a possibility of more explosive material in that area. There is a possibility of raids also. Ishtiaq, who was a local Maulvi, in his house 2,900 kgs of ammonium nitrate was found, was taken to Srinagar yesterday, and now there's a possibility of his arrest as well. And now, in this particular case, briefly, 30 seconds, I want to come to Akhil. Akhil, could you tell us, what was the role of Ishtiaq, the Maulvi in his house? So much material was found, explosive material. Just briefly, you could explain to us his role. And he was originally from Mewat, but was at the Falah Mosque in Faridabad.
See, so far what we have been seeing that the Maulvi, the cleric, has denied, Ishtiaq has denied any role. He has just said that he just knew him and he was in contact with him. Apart from that, he hasn't said anything regarding that module. He has no idea about it. So far during the interrogation, he hasn't said, he is pretty tight-lipped about that part. So that is still part of the investigation. The NIA team is trying to delve deeper into that investigation to get more details on that part, Aditya.
All right, the NIA continues to investigate. Ishtiaq says that he had no role to play, but in his house, 2,900 kgs of explosive material and ammonium nitrate was found that could have led to an havoc, a major tragedy and massive terror attacks in India's national capital. Of course, on NDTV, we bring you rolling coverage from Red Fort here in the national capital and from various other locations from Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir and Uttar Pradesh, where the investigation continues. As of now, we are slipping into a short break, but the rolling coverage continues here on NDTV, and NDTV keeping you ahead on the Delhi blast investigation. Across the country,
he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The battle for Bihar is over.
There is a big twist in the tale.
Results ka time aa gail ba.
Two completely different elections were executed on the ground.
NDTV's results countdown begins. November 14th with Rahul Kaval from 6 a.m.
22% gap amongst the women. That's the election right there.
Top team, fastest, first and factual. Blazing fast trends, winners and losers.
There is an exciting counting day that you need to watch. Friday morning, drop what you are doing, sit back, watch NDTV. There will be a contest.
November 14th, results with NDTV.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
we unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones to fighter jet cockpits.
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV's Breakfast Bulletin. I am Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's begin with the top stories you need to know. NDTV accesses Umar's latest CCTV footage. Umar is seen outside a mosque on the day of the attack. He has been confirmed as the car bomber as his DNA has matched. He travelled across Delhi before parking his car near the Red Fort parking lot. The latest revelation, Shaheen received funds from Jaish and was going to set up a woman's wing. It is said that she was in touch with terrorist Masood's sister. NDTV has also accessed details regarding Jaish's multi-phase plot. There's a Babri Masjid linked to the 10/11 conspiracy, and the module had planned the attack on the 6th of December. We also decode what conspired at the Al Falah campus. 26 lakh rupees in cash has been collected and handed over to Umar. The Al Falah faculty arranged chemicals from the lab, and the bomb blasts were apparently planned in room number 13. Politics speaks over the Delhi blast as senior Congress leader Chidambaram says Indian citizens, even educated people, are turning into terrorists. That has drawn a strong response from the BJP. And the countdown to Bihar's verdict day, most exit polls predict a clean NDA sweep. We begin the 10 a.m. bulletin with breaking news. Room number 13, building number 17. Now, on the surface, this sounds like just another classroom block at the Al Falah University, but what unfolded inside that room wasn't academic, as per the latest details that our top sources have disclosed. According to our top sources, it was here that the blueprint of Delhi's deadly blast was quietly sketched, from operational planning to movement mapping as well. But what exactly went on in room number 13? Who all were present? And what have agencies now recovered from this room? Anushka's been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us from the Al Falah University at the moment. Anushka, take us through all the latest.
That's right, we're outside the Al Falah University where yesterday a marathon investigation had in fact happened where several different teams had reached here to investigate this university, which is right now in question under the scanner because two of the people who have been detained, that is Shaheen and Muzammil Shakil, were here in the university from the past 3.5 years. We'll quickly show you the visuals also to get a sense of what the university looks like. It is outside the, inside a village in Faridabad. The village's name is Fatehpur Taga, that comes under Dhauj police station. Now, in this particular university, there is room number 13 in building number 17, which was where the conspiracy to carry out bomb blasts at several locations across Delhi and UP was hatched. The room number 13 belonged to Muzammil from Pulwama, and he used to hold meetings here with other terrorist doctors. It was decided in this room how certain chemicals from university labs would be taken out of the university and brought to Muzammil's room that he had taken on rent here. The police have sealed the room and recovered various devices and pen drives from here. Two faculty doctors at this campus, Umarun Nabi and Shahid, arranged chemicals from the college lab and transported them to Dhauj and Taga villages in Faridabad. Forensic teams have recovered some chemical substances and digital data from room 13 of building 17 and from the lab. Also, what we are getting to know is that 2 diaries of Umar have been in fact seized from here. In that diary, he used to mention all about the plan, and he had used the word operation multiple times in that particular diary, which has been seized and right now is in police custody as we are speaking. This is the very place where all that conspiracy was being hatched. We did see that yesterday the university had broke their silence on this particular incident that had in fact taken place. They had said that they were deeply anguished by the incident that took place at Chandni Chowk, but they have in fact also distanced themselves from this investigation. They had categorically denied that any kind of chemicals had been found. But what we are getting to know from our sources is that there was indeed a deep plan that was in fact going on inside room number 13. This is the very place where a joint operation was in fact done by Jammu Kashmir Police and Haryana Police after detaining both the resident doctors here. This building, which was in fact here for academic purpose, was in fact root of all the terror planning that was happening between the 3 people. We do know by now that Shaheen was responsible for gathering and trying to in fact make a whole this structure of terror plan, and all of them are said to have strong connections with Faiz-e-Ilahi, which is the banned terror outfit. This all began when Adil Rathar had started pasting posters of Jais Ansar, who is the leader of this whole group, and he has in fact multiple times in his preachings have said that he will be taking revenge for the Babri Masjid demolition. The plan revolves around December 6th, which is the day when the Babri Masjid was demolished, and that is where this planning began. And all these people were planning to hatch a deeper conspiracy where they were planning to orchestrate blast at different key locations all around North India. Over to you.
Anushka, just delving a little deeper into all the details you're reporting about. Who had access to this room? Are we aware? And for how long was it under the radar before the raids? Is there any system of any access logs or security footage from this building?
Well, what we are getting to know that all of the activities that were happening here were taking place in diaries. They were not using many technological devices because if they had used it, it would have been traced back easily. Now we are seeing that police have detained 2 diaries of Umar that they were using, and in that diary they were mentioning every detail of the operation that they were planning here. We do know that they were in fact trying to take the fertilizers from here, and they were trying to transport it to different parts of Fatehpur Taga and Dhauj. We will show you the visuals also quickly. This is the very university inside which there is room number 13 in the building number 17 where this whole plan was being hatched. According to Delhi police officials, the accused in the Red Fort blast, Muzammil, Adil, Umar and Shaheen together collected about 2 lakh rupees in cash, which was handed over to Umar. Later they brought more than 20 quintals of NPK fertilizers for 3 lakh rupees to prepare IEDs in Noor, like Umar's I-20 car. 3 other cars were to be prepared with explosives explosives. Haryana police sources have said that these doctors hiding behind the medical professions were running a large-scale bomb blast conspiracy, not only in Delhi but Ayodhya, Prayagraj and several other places that were being targeted. 8 terrorists were organized into 2 groups and they were in fact also using second-hand old cars that were arranged for blast at every site. Besides Umar, I-20 and Red EcoSport, 2 more cars were to be converted into explosive-laden vehicle. If the Jammu Kashmir police had not exposed this university and the doctors' conspiracy, simultaneous blasts across different parts of country had been planned. The code word for explosives was shipment and packages. They were also using code words for different other stuff. Sources have said that the terrorists communicated with foreign handlers via encrypted routes and also received orders from them. Not just that, they were also planning to orchestrate a blast in not just Delhi but also Haryana, Faridabad. We do know that Adil Rathore was arrested from Saharanpur, and in Saharanpur and also Hapur was the places where Shahina was trying to make a whole regiment of the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. But we do know that they were also in touch with their foreign handlers. This is now a trans-border operation that was in fact hatched, that was in fact also tracked down by the Faridabad police and also Jammu Kashmir police in the joint operation. We'll also show you the visuals of this whole area, the Fatehpur Taga village, and what this village looks like so that the viewers can get a sense of how this university was exactly being used, because this is a very low-key place at the outskirts of Faridabad inside a village that is Fatehpur Taga village. This comes under Dhauj police station, and you can clearly see in the visuals that this is a very secluded place, surrounded by agricultural lands and farms around in acres. This is a place from a few kilometers from here where Muzammil Shakil had taken the rented accommodation, and he had given a rent of 2,400 rupees. He had said that his 3 Kashmiri friends will be there to collect the belongings that he had kept there. And after a few days, the police officials came there and seized explosives for 2,900 kilograms. Such massive packages of suspected ammonium nitrates, also 20 timers and several contrabands were found at that particular place, the room that Muzammil had taken on rent. This is the Al-Falah University. We did see that yesterday the university broke silence on this incident. They have accepted that 2 of their faculty members have been detained, that is Shaheen and also Muzammil Shakil. They have distanced themselves from this whole incident. They have said that they had no idea that this was happening, and the university's assets were not being used to plan any kind of terror activity. But what we are getting to know from agencies is that there was indeed a room where Muzammil Shakil had the access. That room belonged to Muzammil Shakil. The access was for Umar and also Shaheen, who were trying to transport all those fertilizers in different parts of Nuh, and also in Faridabad and Fatehpur Taga village. Barely meters from here are 2 different places that they had taken the rented accommodation where they were keeping explosives. And also after listening to all of this, after piecing together all the information that we are getting, it seems like there was a plan B that was kept in place, that if any of the accomplices will be caught, they will be orchestrating the attack. And we did see that after hearing that his 2 accomplices have been detained, Omar ran from here and then he took different hideout locations. He went to a dhaba, and after that he took the rented I-20 car and did a recce of several key areas in Delhi, including Mayur Vihar, including Connaught Place and Sunehri Masjid, after which he came to Chandni Chowk. He parked his car for 3 hours there. He did not get out of the car within the 3 hours that the car was in fact parked inside the parking lot. And after that, around 6 a.m., which is the peak traffic time at Chandni Chowk, remember this is a season of weddings and many people are at Chandni Chowk right now to buy stuffs, to buy all of that stuff from the market, because Chandni Chowk is a big market where not just domestic but also international people come here to visit the iconic heritage site. Now at 6 p.m. in the evening, 6:19 is the exact time when the blast happened. We have access of the visuals of the blast. We have the CCTV footage that clearly shows the impact of the blast. Today we are also getting to know that 1 piece of arm has been seen at the Chandni Chowk area blast where the blast took place, and 9 people have lost their lives and more than 20 people are injured in this incident so far. Over to you.
Anushka, as always, thank you so much for joining us with all the latest details emerging out of the campus at the Al-Falah University. Investigators are looking at what this reveals about Jaish's attempt to embed within civilian institutions more deeply. But the Al-Falah Medical College in Faridabad is now under intense scrutiny, as you can tell, after investigators have described it as a refuge for terror-linked individuals operating under professional cover. As per our sources, the sinister 10-11 plan was hatched at the Al-Falah premises. Additionally, our sources have informed us that the accused doctors pooled in 26 lakh rupees in cash, collected it and handed it over to Umar. The investigation further uncovers the purchase of 26 quintals of NPK fertilizer that was purchased for 3 lakh rupees, sparking concerns of a larger conspiracy. Authorities are probing the frequent gatherings in room number 13 at that building number 17 at the Al-Falah University campus, as Anushka is reporting. Meanwhile, alarming details suggest the planning of attacks in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Faculty members allegedly acquired chemicals from the lab. They transported it to Dhoj and Taga. It's crucial to understand at this stage that the police has sealed this room number 13. Digital devices, pen drives, chemical residue have also been seized from this room. From Dr. Shaheen Shahid, the Jaish recruiter who taught at Al-Falah, to Dr. Muzammil Sheikh, from whose home 2,900 kilograms of explosives were found and who lived inside the campus. Another key name, Dr. Umar, a resident doctor at the same university, who is now accused of executing the Red Fort blast. The man connecting these dots is someone called Jamil, the university's recruiter, known to have hired multiple doctors from Jammu and Kashmir. Investigators are looking at all these details very closely. We are, of course, waiting for official details to pour in. Meanwhile, NDTV has decoded key details regarding what happened at the Al-Falah University campus. Investigators indicate that this was a coordinated conspiracy that moved money, materials, and chemicals from a university campus into an alleged blast plot. But let's just break down what the investigators are reporting and what remains under probe as we speak, beginning with part 1, the funds. Investigators say 4 accused, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil, Umar, and Shaheen, pooled in 26 lakh rupees in cash. That entire sum, the probe records show, was handed to a person named Umar for safekeeping. From this money, the group purchased about 26 quintals of NPK fertilizer, purchases that cost roughly 3 lakh rupees. And where exactly was this NPK fertilizer purchased from? From markets in Gurugram and Nuh and nearby towns in Haryana. Authorities treat these fertilizer purchases as part of the alleged blast conspiracy. Moving on to part 2, the meetings and planning. As I mentioned, building number 17 of the Al-Falah University, investigators say became a meeting hub, and room number 13, which is now sealed, reportedly belonging to Dr. Muzammil, is described in the FIR as the location where plans were discussed to carry out blasts in Delhi as well as parts of Uttar Pradesh. Police have now seized that room and recovered multiple electronic devices and data drives for forensic examination. Which brings us to part 3, chemicals from the lab. NDTV is reporting, according to investigators, that 2 faculty members, Dr. Umar and Dr. Shaheen, arranged chemicals from the university lab that were later moved to villages in Faridabad for further use. Forensic teams have seized chemical residues and digital material both from room number 13 and the lab, and investigators allege the chemicals were mixed in small amounts with fertilizer to create explosive material. This is an investigatory claim, you must note, that is now being examined by forensic experts. This is exactly what investigators are saying as we speak. Meanwhile, new details have emerged regarding the chilling trail of the man who went from healing patients to plotting terror attacks. Dr. Umar, a practicing doctor turned prime accused in the Red Fort blast, is now confirmed through a 100% DNA match to be the one who drove that I-20 car near the Red Fort. That match was made with samples from his own mother and brother, ending all speculation about the bomber's identity. But security agencies and police have traced another route undertaken by the Jaish terrorist Umar. Fresh CCTV footage from nearly 50 different locations paints a disturbing picture of his final movements, like the one you can see on your screens at the moment. His final movements have been traced in different CCTV footage from Mewat to Firozpur Jhirka, from dhabas on the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, right up to a mosque near Turkman Gate in the heart of Delhi. Aditya joins us live currently with the latest as far as this blast probe is concerned. Aditya, take us through the latest details that have emerged from investigators as we speak.
Well, yes, the investigations continue. The NIA is the lead agency that has taken over the investigation and, of course, are looking at the larger conspiracy of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, not just restricted to the Delhi blast that happened, and Umar had a key role. He was the person driving that vehicle which led to the blast, but also several other characters who were part of the larger Jaish-e-Mohammed syndicate, or the doctors module as it is being called now. There was a Maulvi in Shopian who had recruited both Muzammil and Adil, and he was part of the Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. And then while he wanted to recruit them only for Ansar Ghazwatul Hind linked with Al-Qaeda, but these doctors had something else in mind. And finally they made a new group that was active over the last 2 to 3 years. They had visited Turkey also to meet Pakistani handlers and collected 26 lakhs that was given to Umar to procure ammonium nitrate as well as other explosive devices. But in the meanwhile, there was a rift between Muzammil and Umar that erupted. Umar was one of the most radical elements in this, and he was motivated to do something as soon as possible. But there was a rift on the money that had exchanged hands, and Muzammil had asked Umar to in fact immediately return the money or return the ammonium nitrate that was purchased. So the ammonium nitrate was then returned, and it was kept at the residence, a rented accommodation of a Maulvi inside a village in Faridabad of Haryana. That's where the 2900 kgs of explosives were recovered. But not just that, apart from the I-20 which led to the explosion where I'm standing right now at the Subhash Chowk outside the Red Fort and outside the Gauri Shankar temple, but also there are other locations that were recce'd, and there was another eco-sport, a red-colored eco-sport that was missing but was recovered last evening by the Haryana police in a village in Faridabad. So this red eco-sport is being investigated since last evening. There are sophisticated bomb disposal teams of the NSG, the NIA, the local Haryana Police Special Cell and other agencies who are involved in investigating, because there are sniffer dogs who suspect that there could be a possibility of more explosive material and ammonium nitrate in that particular area. Now this is about the Haryana chapter of the investigation. Apart from that, here right behind me, the NIA is trying to investigate what kind of material and explosive and chemical was used in this blast, and trying to chain together the CCTV footage from Faridabad to Mayur Vihar to Connaught Place to the Turkman Gate, and finally this particular parking near the Red Fort, where for 3 hours this particular person Omar was waiting before he exited and the blast occurred there. So this is the New Delhi chapter. And the third important key to the investigation is Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, J&K police for the first time 30 days ago had got the tip off about posters being pasted. Jaish-e-Mohammed posters for recruitment and threats were pasted in Naugam area. There was a CCTV that was procured. The person was identified as Adil, and he was later arrested from Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. Adil's interrogation led the police to Muzammil in Faridabad, Haryana. And finally, right now, there are raids that are being conducted even today, since early morning 4 a.m. in all the districts of the Kashmir Valley. In 13 districts of the Kashmir Valley, there are raids happening right now, even as we speak, in connection with the Delhi bomb blast and the larger conspiracy of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. But the biggest of all revelations has been the role of the Al-Falah University, which is the epicenter of the Delhi bombing and the Faridabad doctor module of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Because in building number 17, room number 13, secret meetings used to happen, and also Al-Falah University was one of those areas where ammunition was kept. Both Adil, Muzammil and Umar were part of the Al-Falah University and were repeatedly going there and using that as a conspiracy center. There are 2 diaries that have been recovered that are being investigated also as NIA investigations continue in this massive Delhi bombing case and the Jaish conspiracy case.
As always, Aditya, thank you so much for joining us with the latest details. Meanwhile, let's take you through Umar's movements that have been revealed. It actually reveals a chilling journey across half of Delhi just before the blast. From Faridabad through Mewat and then Firozpur Jhirka, then back via the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, crossing through Badarpur border and deep into the heart of Delhi. Every step meticulously captured through CCTV footage as well. Umar travelled halfway through Delhi before the blast. As you can see through this graphic, he went to Faridabad via Mewat, Firozpur Jhirka via the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Then he returned to Delhi via the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway and then went on to Faridabad via the Badarpur border. Big questions at this point. What was Umar doing during this extensive route? And how did these movements aid the terror plot? Investigators are looking at everything with a fine-tooth comb. We are, of course, waiting for official details to come in from the NIA. Meanwhile, more details have emerged on Dr. Shaheen, the woman doctor arrested from Kanpur, who is allegedly tasked with setting up the terror outfit's women's wing in India. Now, as per our sources, Dr. Shaheen was receiving funds from Jaish and she was actually in constant touch with the Jaish chief, Masood Azhar's sister. This is what our sources have informed us. Masood Azhar, remember, is one of the key masterminds of the 26/11 attacks. Sources have added that Dr. Shaheen was involved in opening a recruitment center for the women wing at various locations in western Uttar Pradesh, like areas like Saharanpur. Investigative agencies suspect she was using funds to purchase explosives and to conduct a recce. Anushka joins us with further clarity on all that has emerged regarding Dr. Shaheen, the woman doctor arrested from Kanpur. Anushka, take us through what our sources are saying. Dr. Shaheen was receiving funds from Jaish and that she was in touch with Masood Azhar's sister?
That's right, Parmeshwar. What we are getting to know from investigating agencies is that Shaheen was trying to set up a women's wing for Faiz-e-Mohammad in, Saharanpur and Hapur is what we are getting to know. She was here as a resident doctor. She was also teaching students here who are, in fact, studying inside the university. While she was into academics, she was using her knowledge to, in fact, create the chemicals, the NPK fertilizers also inside the university, and was transporting it to different parts of, the Dhauj district, and also not just Dhauj, but Fatehpur Taga is the village where we are, in fact, right now standing here. We'll try to show you the visuals also of the university. This is the Al-Falah University where all the three suspects were living and were, in fact, two of them were detained here. Umar, when he got to know that two of his accomplices are detained, he hashed a plan B, took a car, second-hand I-20, drove it from Badarpur border, took it to different locations in Delhi, and then, took it to Chandni Chowk where the blast, happened, where 9 people have lost their lives. This is the very university where the, plan was hashed on the building number 17. Room number 13 is the place where all of them used to meet and was, in fact, also involved in conspirating to carry out bomb blasts at several locations across Delhi and UP. This room belonged to Muzammil from Pulwama, and he also used to hold meetings there with other terrorist doctors. What our sources are saying is that they had written a lot of codes in 2 diaries that have been recovered by the police. Police have sealed this room and also recovered various devices and pen drives and computer peripherals from here. 2 faculty doctors were, in fact, arranging chemicals from the college lab and transported them to Dhauj and Taga villages in Faridabad. Forensic teams have also recovered some chemical substances and digital data from room number 13. It is suspected that these small quantities of ammonium nitrate and oxide mixed together were used to prepare explosives. The IEDs that were, in fact, found at the residence, the rented accommodation of Muzammil Shakil, like Umar's I-20 car. 3 other cars were to be prepared with explosives. Right now, as we are speaking, the police have rounded up a red Eco Sport at the location in in Khandavali in Haryana, where the car is right now at, and the investigating agencies are also investigating as to whether or not that car is also, is used to store all those weapons and the explosives that, were found similarly in Shaheen's car and also in the car, the I-20, which was involved in the blast. We'll once again show you the visuals. This is the Al-Falah University. Yesterday, the university authorities had broke silence in this issue, had confirmed and acknowledged the fact that 2 of their faculties have been detained. Not just that, they have also said that they are deeply anguished by the incident and have categorically distanced the university and said that the university had no involvement and none of the university assets were being used. While what we are getting to know is that they were indeed using the rooms and had used the laboratory to prepare the chemicals that they were trying to use for the explosion. Shaheen is also a key conspirator in this case. It was her Swift car where the explosives and arms were in fact recovered, and now we are seeing that a press conference is going to be held at the university campus by the authorities. Over to you.
We'll of course revert you for regular updates regarding that press conference. As always, Anushka, thank you so much for taking us through all the crucial details. Well, Dr. Shaheen, arrested from Uttar Pradesh, has been under investigation in connection with terror activities linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed. Let's just delve deeper into who exactly she is. She studied medicine starting in 1996. She's worked at the Al-Falah University in Faridabad. Divorced since the year 2012, Dr. Shaheen's personal ties have reportedly weakened. Her father, ex-husband and brother state that they had no contact with her for years, with the ex-husband also confirming no contact since their separation in the year 2012. She's considered as part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module. Authorities have discovered ammunition in her car, and she has been tasked with setting up the women's wing of Jaish, reportedly leveraging her knowledge to aid terror attacks. Her brother, meanwhile, Parvez, has also been arrested in connection with this terror case. But since her arrest, Dr. Shaheen has been disowned by her family, we're told, underscoring the deep personal and societal fractures resulting from her alleged involvement. Meanwhile, NDTV has accessed Jaish's multi-phase plot to target the national capital with serial blasts. During the interrogation, members of the Jaish Doctor module have revealed a structured phase-wise plan for executing a terror conspiracy aimed at carrying out serial blasts in India's national capital region. Let's take you through what we know so far, and let's break it down phase by phase for you. Beginning with phase 1. It was about the formation of the Jaish Ansar terror module. Phase 2 was about the procurement of raw material for improvised explosive devices, while phase 3 was about the manufacture of lethal chemicals like IEDs and reconnaissance of potential target locations. Which brings us to phase 4. That was about distribution of assembled bombs among module members. And phase 5 was about execution of coordinated bombings across 6 to 7 locations in Delhi, planned for the month of December. Investigators are saying the original plan was to carry out the attacks in August, but operational delays pushed this conspiracy to a new target date of 6th of December, chosen to coincide with the anniversary of the Babri Masjid demolition. Meanwhile, there are posters of Jaish which were found in Srinagar, which led to exposing this Jaish Doctor terror module. And the posters were pasted on the 16th and 17th of October, we're told, and it led to the arrest of Dr. Adil from Saharanpur on the 27th of October. These posters threatened those who are against terrorism and was a message for overground terrorists, our sources have indicated. Meanwhile, let's just take a quick link at the Turkish link that has emerged so far. There have been reports 3 days after the deadly explosion that the National Investigation Agency has also commented on, as they have stepped in to officially take charge of this probe. In the latest revelation, a new Turkey link seems to have emerged, with reports of the accused traveling to Turkey and being in constant touch with Turkish handlers. The investigative agencies are probing a possible Turkey link to the Red Fort blast. The passports of Dr. Muhammad Umar and Dr. Muzammil Shakil show travel to the country shortly after they joined certain Telegram groups. As per our sources, quoting investigators, Umar as well as Irfan met Jaish handlers in Turkey and were in touch with the handler codenamed Yukasa through an app call session. It is said that it is after the visit to the country that the Faridabad-based terror module became active. We are, of course, waiting for an official statement at this stage. Investigators are probing this case and have traced the origin of the Faridabad terror module involving the arrested doctors to 2 Telegram groups too. All this remains under scrutiny as investigators look at everything with a fine-tooth comb. So an entry at 3:19 p.m., exit at 6:28 p.m., and then a deadly blast. Umar Mohammad, the doctor believed to have triggered the deadly car explosion near Delhi's Red Fort, was at a parking lot for over 3 hours. The ongoing investigation has revealed that during this time, he didn't step out of his car at all and didn't even leave the vehicle unattended. Was he waiting for a go-ahead Was he having second thoughts? There are many unanswered questions at this point that investigators are looking into. But take a look at this detailed report.
November 10th, at about 8 a.m., a white Hyundai i20 quietly begins its journey from Al-Falah University in Faridabad. For 11 hours, it creeps through Delhi's arteries, crossing the Badarpur toll, skirting Mayur Vihar, weaving past Connaught Place. At 3:19 p.m., the car enters a parking lot beside the Red Fort. There, it stays. 3 hours. Inside, the driver, identified as Umar Mohammad, never leaves the vehicle, never steps out. He waits. Then, at 6:28 p.m., he drives out onto Netaji Subhash Marg, a red signal, a crowded junction near the Red Fort Metro. And then, the explosion. 9 dead, over 20 injured. Investigators say the reason for this long wait could have been that the Red Fort was closed on that Monday. It is usually closed every Monday. The original plan was to target the visitor parking lot, busy, symbolic, high impact. Instead, what they got was no crowd. He waited, then panic set in. The device, reportedly hastily detonated, had lesser impact than planned. CCTV footage traces the car's path through over 1,000 cameras. His phone switched off 10 days earlier. No contact. A burner? Was he waiting for instructions? Or did the discovery of security breach force a change? Behind the blast lies a chilling reminder. Even the best laid terror plans falter on a simple calendar error. And for a second of waiting, there can be a lifetime of consequences. In the heart of Delhi, amid history and tourists and everyday chaos, a quiet vehicle sat, ticking time. And when it finally moved, lives were lost in a crash zone of terror. We must remember the waiting, the planning, and the narrow margin between plan and devastation. Sejal Gupta for NDTV.
Breaking news we're tracking at the moment on NDTV. In Faridabad, the crime branch led by ACP Monica is conducting a crucial search operation as we speak. This follows intelligence inputs suggesting the presence of 2 suspicious vehicles linked to the terror case. And police teams from Delhi and Haryana are actively combing areas in Faridabad and nearby Nuh in search of these vehicles. The Faridabad crime branch is hunting for 2 more cars. Anushka is tracking all the latest developments for us. Anushka, what fresh leads have emerged from this operation that has led to the crime branch searching for these 2 cars?
Well, certainly what we are getting to know that these people were involved in buying a lot of second-hand cars from different traders so that they could, arm those cars with explosives and then, navigate those cars to different locations so that they can, in fact, orchestrate the blast there. What we are getting to know is that the Haryana police and Faridabad police are trying to find more such cars at different locations in Jamai colonies. Also, what we are getting to know, several of the teams are right now on alert for a Maruti Brezza that is involved with all these suspects that were there and were in fact also orchestrating this plan that was in fact being held at this university. The people from Al-Falah University, the agencies are hunting for a missing 3rd car linked to suspects. Multiple security agencies are on the lookout for a 3rd car believed to be linked to the Red Fort blast case, police have said. And also while a white Hyundai i20 exploded near Red Fort on Monday evening, killing 9 people, investigators have now, we are seeing that, rounded up the Red Fort EcoSport to Faridabad. However, a 3rd suspect to a Maruti Brezza remains untraced. The missing missing third car is suspected to have been used by the accused for reconnaissance or escape. Multiple teams are looking for the third car. Now, upon piecing these two information together, one thing is clear, that they were in fact also putting a plan B in place, that if they ever got busted, they will be in fact planning these kind of attacks at several different locations in Delhi NCR. How two of the suspects were detained here at Faridabad, that is Muzammil, Shakil and Shaheen. After that, Umar is the one who in fact ran from here, and then he planned all of that blast on his own. He took all those explosives, made them quite prematurely, and then took it to different locations, recce different places. What we do know by now as a fact is that this plan was in the making since January, and after January they were planning to hatch this plan on December 9. That is the day when Babri Masjid was demolished. We do know that these people were linked with Jaish Ansar, who has openly preached that he will be taking revenge for the demolition of Babri Masjid, and that the Ayodhya Mandir, that is in Uttar Pradesh, will be targeted because of how the Babri Masjid was demolished. In Al-Falah University, that is in the outskirts of Faridabad, deep inside a village called Fatehpur Taga, this plan was being made. This is the very university that is linked to all those suspects. 40% of the people who live here
Anushka, do we know whether these vehicles are believed to have been used in the planning or execution of any attacks? The vehicles that the crime branch is currently looking for, the two vehicles?
Well, certainly, Parmeshwar, what the investigating agencies have reasons to believe that these second-hand cars were being used and were in fact a part of plan for escape, and also to arm these cars with weapons and ammunitions, and also take them to the sites that they will be targeting and using it as an explosive. We're also seeing that in the Hyundai i20 case, it was a car that was bought second-hand. The car was brought from Royal Car Zone, and several different car shops that sell second-hand shops. No proper documentation was done. The car exchanged hands multiple times. Multiple people were they had the access of those cars, and after those cars were in fact being given to these suspects, they filled the car with explosives, and then they were planning to in fact take this car to various locations and then also use them for the blast. That was the plan that was in fact in the making. The room number 17, building number 17, which plays a crucial role here. The room number 13 of room number 17, building number 17, that was in fact playing a key role in this whole, in this whole incident, where all of those people used to do a meeting. Muzammil was the person who was who had the access of that room, and now we are seeing that a fresh link of third car has been in fact found. The agencies are hunting for missing third car that is linked to suspects, and multiple security agencies are on the lookout for third car that is believed to be linked to the Red Fort blast case. And we are seeing that the Faridabad police is in fact holding out raids and searches at different locations here in the Jamai Nagar area. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Anushka. As always, your detailed and timely updates are helping us all stay informed with the facts as this investigation unfolds. Following the explosion of that white Hyundai i20, which was found destroyed near the blast site, authorities believe that the suspects used a red EcoSport as a secondary vehicle in this operation. This red EcoSport linked to the bomber, Dr. Umar, was seized by the police, and the car was found abandoned at a farmhouse in Kandavali village in Haryana. The National Investigation Agency managed to track this car with the help of Umar's driver. Now, as per the latest that our sources have disclosed, investigators suspect Umar and his team reportedly used that red EcoSport car to transport and stockpile ammonium nitrate over time. According to investigators, the terror module had conducted multiple recce operations, and sources add the group was planning multiple serial blasts and was waiting final orders from its handler when it was busted. We are tracking the specific intelligence inputs that are being triggered across Faridabad. At the moment, we are keeping a close eye on all the arrests and detentions that are linked to this terror probe so far, and also looking at how Delhi and Haryana police are coordinating this cross-jurisdictional operation. All right, what you're seeing on your screens at the moment is another CCTV footage clip that has emerged. We are told that This is from Connaught Place at 2:05 p.m. the afternoon of the blast. This is from Monday, the clip that you're seeing playing out on your screens at the moment. The timestamp, if we look closely, says it is from 2:05 p.m. from Connaught Place when this I-20 was spotted at Connaught Place that afternoon, the day of the tragic, deadly blast. Umar is seen at Connaught Place. We can see that Hyundai I-20 car that was spotted on the 10th of November. This was spotted at 2:05 p.m. in Connaught Place, as is visible through the CCTV clips that have now emerged. What you're seeing on your screens at the moment is the latest CCTV clip that NDTV has accessed, which clearly shows that white Hyundai I-20 car, allegedly driven by Umar, as his DNA test has also matched now. This car was spotted at Connaught Place the afternoon of the deadly blast. Aditya joins us with further clarity on the visuals that have now appeared. Aditya, this CCTV footage clearly shows that the I-20 white Hyundai car was spotted, allegedly driven by Umar at Connaught Place that same afternoon of the deadly blast at about 2:05 p.m.
Well, yes, this is a new CCTV that has been accessed by NDTV, clearly indicating how close the suicide bomber Umar was with his I-20 near the Indian Parliament and near the center of the Modi government seat. This is a CCTV footage from Connaught Place in the central part of New Delhi, where the I-20 can be seen moving along with Umar, who was the driver of this particular vehicle. There are more than 50 CCTV videos that have been accessed by the Delhi police and various investigative agencies who are studying the pattern, who are studying the chain of events, and also trying to map together what was the intention of Umar and where all he was going. There were reports earlier through the interrogation that around 6 to 7 locations in Delhi were being recce'd, along with Red Fort, India Gate, of course Connaught Place, and other areas including top malls and shopping areas in New Delhi, because the intention was mass casualties of the bombing. This particular bombing might have happened earlier because of the panic after several of the module members were arrested by the J&K police and the Haryana police. And of course, Umar thought that he was isolated, and in desperation, he was moving and transporting some amount of ammonium nitrate and chemicals that were part of his vehicle on the back seat. And then in this new CCTV footage, exclusively accessed by NDTV, you can see how the I-20 car is in fact moving in the Connaught Place area, as I said, very close to several key sensitive installations and several key government buildings in the area. Connaught Place is just adjacent to the Indian Parliament, and of course adjacent to several of the key offices, including North Block and South Block, where several of the key ministries of the Modi government are. So yet another CCTV footage will try to help the investigative agencies, particularly the NI and Delhi police, to piece together the entire chain of events that led to the Delhi bombing, in which at least 12 people were killed and more than 20 people were injured right outside the Red Fort. So before, while Umar, the suicide bomber, left early in the morning at around 7 a.m. from Faridabad and then moved towards Mayur Vihar and of course Connaught Place. This is the new CCTV footage from Connaught Place area that is being studied by the Delhi police and the NIA to piece together the chain of events on that particular day on Monday, before the suicide bombing, before the explosion really happened outside the Red Fort. This is a video that we have accessed here on NDTV of Umar, the key part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed conspiracy, the Jaish-e-Mohammed's doctor module that was conspiring to hit India's national capital. And in this video, we can see the I-20 vehicle driven by the Umar minutes before the suicide bombing in the afternoon, around 3 p.m. at Connaught Place, and around 3:15 or 3:20 he entered the Red Fort parking area at around 3:19, and then for 3 hours he stayed inside the Red Fort before moving out minutes after the explosion took place outside the Red Fort at the Subhash Chowk area, just adjacent to the Gauri Shankar temple and the Jain temple in the old part of the city. And barely around 4 to 5 kilometers away is Connaught Place, where this vehicle was moving around 3 p.m.
This is the CCTV grab, the CCTV video that we have accessed on NDTV, a very big piece of evidence of how the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module member, a very significant member, a mastermind of the terror conspiracy, was moving very freely in this entire area. This also raises questions on the, intelligence apparatus and also, the entire security establishment, but that's for later, because there will be an audit, there will be an internal assessment on where the investigative agencies were wrong, because there was a massive success with the haul of 2,900 kgs of explosives, but yet one piece in this entire investigation, Umar, escaped that area in his I-20 car and was moving very freely in sensitive parts of Delhi, including Mayur Vihar and Connaught Place, where this entire explosion took place at Red Fort. So exclusive visuals of the Connaught Place area where the CCTV shows us Omar, the suicide bomber, moving freely in the afternoon before moving towards Red Fort.
As Aditya is saying, this crucial CCTV evidence helps piece together the movements of the accused on that day. Aditya, take us through the other key locations linked to this vehicle that investigators are currently focusing on.
Well, the investigators are focusing on several key aspects in this investigation. It's, a crime that hasn't been seen in many, many years in New Delhi. As I said, this is first major bomb blast in the national capital in over 14 years. And this has certainly sent in alarm bells in the security establishment. And that's why not just the NIA, but several other agencies, including the J&K police, the Delhi police special cell, the crime branch, the Faridabad police, the Haryana police and the UP police and the UP ATS are involved in this investigation. One key element to this is the mapping of the entire sequence from Faridabad to Delhi, where all Omar went on that particular day on Monday, what was on his mind, because they are also trying to sense if there are many other cars or other explosive materials that are still hidden somewhere, or are there any more module members that are still on the run. And this is a major Jaish-e-Mohammed conspiracy that is being unearthed by the NIA and other investigative agencies. Apart from the CCTVs that have been accessed, and we are putting out exclusive videos from the CCTVs out on NDTV, the investigators are also trying to, raid several locations and try to see whether there are other overground workers or operatives of the Jaish-e-Mohammed who are involved in this conspiracy, because this is a Jaish Ansar Ganzwatul Hind conspiracy that was under works not just from January 2025, but the recruitment had taken place 2 to 3 years ago. We had also reported here on NDTV how Muzammil, a key element in this investigation, had also traveled to Turkey to meet Pakistani handlers some time back. And since January 2025, there was momentum and pace in this entire, operation of Jaish-e-Mohammed from Kashmir to New Delhi to Haryana to UP. It all began in the middle of October when the J&K police noticed that a particular person called Adil was pasting posters in Naugam area of Srinagar, where the poster has been also today accessed exclusively by NDTV. The poster contained threat message to the common people who were against terrorism, and also a message to the overground workers and workers of the Jaish-e-Mohammed to not distract themselves and join the so-called movement of the terror group, the Pakistani terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed. Once the posters were noticed, immediately Adil was tracked down and arrested by NK police from Saharanpur in UP. Right. From Adil, they led to Muzammil, and the entire unearthing of the Jaish-e-Mohammed conspiracy was exposed. And now the investigation at a very crucial stage, because the government at the very top level, from the Prime Minister to the Home Minister to the NSA, are monitoring this very, very closely. They are trying to shape up how Pakistan and Pakistani terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed was directly involved in this, and who were the handlers from Pakistan who were involved in this.
Aditya, thank you so much for joining us with the latest. This crucial CCTV evidence helps piece together the movements of the accused on that day, and it reveals Umar's route, and it's critical in strengthening the investigations and the case against Umar and the terror module. We'll continue to track all the latest developments for you. For now, we're slipping into a very quick break. Back in a moment.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
We are counting down to the verdict day as far as Battleground Bihar is concerned. Nearly all exit polls except one predict an NDA sweep with the Mahagathbandhan as a distant second.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The battle for Bihar is over.
There is a big twist in the tale.
Results ka time aa gail ba.
Two completely different elections were executed on the ground.
NDTV's results countdown begins. November 14th with Rahul Kaval from 6 a.m.
22% gap amongst the women. That's the election right there.
Top team, fastest, first and factual. Blazing fast trends, winners and losers.
There is an exciting counting day that you need to watch. Friday morning, drop what you are doing, sit back, watch NDTV. There will be a contest.
November 14th, results with NDTV.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities. Aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को तीन गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at
NDTV accesses over. This is Dr. Umar's latest CCTV footage. He was seen outside the mosque and Connaught Place on the day of the attack. This is Umar, who confirmed, he has been confirmed as the person behind the wheel, as his DNA has matched with that of his mother and his two brothers. He travelled across Delhi before parking the car near the Red Fort parking lot on the 10th of November. NDTV team at the Al Falah University's building where the terror plot was hatched. This was in building 17 and room number 13 where the terror plot was hatched. This was a terror hub with the Al Falah faculty arranged the chemicals from the lab. The lab that was really used at the time. The bomb blast was planned in that room number 13. And big expose on Shaheen. She received funds from Mohammad and was going to set up a women's wing. She was asking money for helping poor women and for education on that down and using that money, in fact, in order to set up a women's wing. She was in touch with the terrorist Masood's sister. And NDTV accesses Jaish's multi-phase plot. There is a link to the Babri Masjid, and that is why they were planning that attack on the 6th of December. Do remember that a plan for Diwali was, being planned, but that couldn't take place because of organizational delays. Politics speaks over Delhi blast, and it's Congress's P. Chidambaram who says that Indian citizens who are educated people, they're turning into terrorists, and that has got, in fact, the BJP in fact, reacting to that. In fact, this is the BJP there reacting to those comments of P. Chidambaram. Opposition demands Ajit Pawar's resignation over the Pune land deal scam. This after his son has been named in the land scam. He is going on to say that he is using his conscience and will be deciding whether to resign or not. And the countdown to the verdict in Bihar is on. In less than 24 hours from now, we will know who has won the elections in the state. Will it be NDA? Well, according to exit polls, it's going to be a clean sweep for the NDA. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including breaking news coming in as far as the Red Fort blast is concerned. A person named Fahim has been detained at an unknown location. He is said to be the brother-in-law of Dr. Umar. Umar is the person responsible for that blast that took place near Red Fort. Now, it is Umar who was behind the wheel, and that's been confirmed thanks to his DNA. But now his brother-in-law, Fahim, who was also part of that Red Fort blast that took place on Monday, the 10th of November. Fahim had parked a red EcoSport car. This was at Faridabad. Fahim was also along with this is another person, an unidentified lady, when the car was parked at the location. The video that you can see, the CCTV footage, shows Fahim, the brother-in-law of Dr. Umar, who was responsible for the blast that took place outside the Red Fort area on Monday. Akil, my colleague, joining us to get us details of this. Akil, take us through this new person of interest who has been detained. We're talking about the brother-in-law of the man who carried out that suicide bombing.
Well, absolutely. If you see a person named Fahim has also been identified, and right now he's being questioned by the NIA team, because if you see right now what we are getting the information from the NIA sources that he was also part of this entire Nexus plot, because he has got some information. So in that questioning, the things will come out in clear. But right now he has been detained by the NIA, because if you see formally the NIA has already taken over the case, or any arrest could be made in this case will be by the NIA team only. So right now Fahim has formally been detained by the NIA team, and his questioning is still on. And in this case, what we have seen that earlier there were 15 arrests that have been made. Apart from that, 3 others have been detained. And right now, what we are seeing, this is the 4th detention which has been done by the NIA team. So the constant interrogation of the accused, of those suspects, is still going on regarding that, to know the whereabouts and to know about the hideouts. Because if you see what we have been gathering information, that so far 3 hideouts have been recovered in a joint operation by the Jammu and Kashmir police team, Faridabad crime branch team, and the NIA team. Because initially, if you see, from one location 300 kg of explosive materials were recovered, and then 2500 kg of explosive materials were recovered, and in total what we have seen that 2900 kg of explosive materials were recovered. So far the NIA team has been constantly questioning those elements who has got some, or in a one way or another way, some connection with the main suspect, the main kingpin of this entire case, Dr. Umar. And if you see in that hierarchy, what we have been learning from our sources, that if you see Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Adil Ratha, and Dr. Shaheen, these 3 are the key conspirators of this case. So right now their questioning will give us more detail regarding that, what basically transpired between those moments, between the 3 hours, between 3 p.m. till 6:52 p.m. At that point in time, when Dr. Umar, who was there in the parking area of Red Fort near Sunahari Bagh Masjid. So this is going to be very clear,
what else is clear here is that he was definitely the man. Umar, calling him Dr. Umar also is, sort of giving him some sort of respect. What a noble profession there, and this man who turns out to be a terrorist. So Umar, they have established that he was behind the wheel because his DNA sample has matched with that of his mother and his 2 brothers.
Well, absolutely, Divya. If you see, this is the entire plot basically carved out by the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists. And if you see, this is the doctor terror module which has been running, because if you see at the center of it, what we have been seeing that there were 6 doctors that have been basically running this terror outfit network in the garb of being doctors. So that is the credential of since the very beginning. And right now what we have been seeing that 6 persons have been arrested, and those apparently turned out to be doctors. Right now the investigation is currently underway, and you see the plot being planned by the GEM terror group, in which they have basically carved out it so meticulously that it was not easier for the central agency as well, and for the state agency as well. When initially on October 16th that poster was affixed in Nagaon area of Anantnag district, and after that what we have seen that the first arrest was made by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And since then, since October 16th, this investigation began, and then Jammu and Kashmir police deep dive into this investigation, and then they have arrested 7 persons, and then investigation reached across several states. First in UP Saharanpur district, from where Dr. Adil Rathar, who was one of the key conspirators in this entire case, he was the one who basically was seen in a video which was accessed by our colleague Adit Raj Kaul, in which what we have seen that he was seen in that video affixing a poster in that area of Nagaon. So right now, after interrogation of that very person, that very accused terrorist, after that what we have got the information that there are some other elements who have got in touch with Dr. Adil Rathar, and he happens to be Dr. Mozammil. And after that what we have got to know that during the interrogation of the Faridabad police crime branch team, the Faridabad police team basically interrogated Dr. Mozammil, in which they have got some details about Dr. Shaheen as well. And after that Shaheen was arrested. Then later on 3 more persons have been arrested. I was speaking to Faridabad, some of the senior officials, not to be named over here because they are the part of the investigation. They are conducting the investigation right now. They have said that they have questioned more than 50%, to be precise 52 persons were questioned from Al-Falah University. So right now the questioning has been going on, because it's not only an interstate module which has been functional, it's a transnational module, and in which what we have been seeing that they have been getting informations those information
over 50 doctors who have been questioned. But let's talk about Umar, the person responsible for the blow-up, that blast that took place outside the Red Fort area. How many of his family members, because we do know that his mother and his 2 brothers were detained in order to establish that it was Umar behind the wheel, and that they needed the family members for the DNA testing. Take us through. Now we do know that the brother-in-law has also been detained. Who are the other people associated with Umar who have also been taken into custody?
Well, Divya, if you see at this point in time, what we have been seeing that since the very beginning, the family of Umar has been basically constantly denying. They were in the denial mode. They have been constantly saying that we have got nothing to do with Dr. Umar. And if you see, when later on the NIA team has questioned the family members as well, they have found out that during the DNA testing, it was basically established by the forensic department as well that the sample which they have collected from the ground zero, from the various spots, has basically matched the sample of the mother of Umar. So right now the NIA investigating team is basically questioning the family members of Umar as well at this point in time. So right now they are saying that they have no clue about it, that whom he was meeting and whom he was associated. The family has basically distancing itself from Umar. So right now the NIA team is not taking those statements on the face value. They are deep diving into it. And if you see what we have been seeing, that 1 more person has been detained so far, who has been identified as Fahim. His questioning is going to be very critical regarding this, because if you see 1 more person has been detained by the Faridabad police crime branch team, in which what we have seen that a Maulana cleric from Mewat region has been held. He has been identified as Maulana Ishtiyaq. So his interrogation is going to be very crucial in that regard as well, because he was the person who gave his flat on a rented accommodation to Dr. Mozammil. So what exactly was the plan? Because if you see, when Dr. Mozammil rented that accommodation, at that point he gave 2,400 rupees in advance to that Maulana to that cleric Ishtaq. So what was the reason behind it? So these are the part of the investigation that will come out when NIA is going to submit its report very soon after the further investigation.
Right, Akhil, stay with us. Of course, you know, we also have first pictures when it comes to Umar, the doctor responsible for the blast that took place outside the Red Fort area, from the Delhi mosque. So we can see Umar. He was seen near the gate of the mosque. The bomber visited the mosque before the blast, and the CCTV footage captured him at the Delhi mosque. So he had visited half of Delhi before that blast that took place. Now, following the explosion of the white Hyundai i20, which was found destroyed near the blast site, authorities believe that the suspects used another car. They had two cars. There was a red EcoSport, like we have established at the moment. What the authorities are saying is that red EcoSport was used by the kin, that is the brother-in-law of Dr. Umar, as a secondary vehicle that was used in the operation. The red EcoSport linked to the bomber, Dr. Umar, was seized by the police. The car was found abandoned at a farmhouse, and this was in Haryana, in the Khandwali village. The NIA managed to track the car with the help of the driver of Umar. According to sources, investigators suspecting Umar and his team reportedly used the red EcoSport car in order to transport and stockpile ammonium nitrate over time. In a latest, multiple security agencies that are involved as far as a lookout for that third car. There's a third car that was also used by these suspects, and that is suspected to be a Maruti Brezza. That remains untraced. Now, sources are saying that the missing third car is suspected to have been used by the accused, and this was in order to, recce the area, in order to perhaps escape from Delhi and the NCR region. Searches are being carried out in the Delhi NCR region and adjoining states as well in order to locate that missing car, which is believed to be the third car involved in this terror plot. According to investigators, the terror module had conducted multiple recce operations. Sources add that the group was planning multiple these are going to be serial blasts that they were planning, and was awaiting final orders from its handler when it was busted. So they were, from what we are hearing, what we're picking up from our sources, they were plans, and they had narrowed down on 6 locations in the Delhi NCR region, and that this plan was meant to be, this was in fact, when we talk about the plan that was supposed to be executed on the 6th of December. It was Umar and 50 locations of Delhi that he had visited. This is from the southeast district. We are showing you the location starting from the southeast part of the national capital, going all the way to Ring Road, the central district, and then to the north district, which includes Ashok Vihar, northwest district. This is the northern part of Delhi. Then coming to the central district, and of course this is where the Red Fort area is. So this is this is the entire region that was covered. He had covered half of Delhi and visited at least 50 locations in Delhi, and that is through CCTV footage and through authorities, and what sources are telling us that this is the distance that the terrorist Umar had covered before the blast that took place outside Red Fort. More chilling details are emerging as far as the route that has been taken by the key accused in the Delhi bomb blast case. Now, NDTV has accessed this new CCTV visual showing Umar walking towards the mosque. These visuals were from the same day as of the blast, the 10th of November, that's Monday. The police have accessed CCTV footage from nearly 50 different locations, painting a very disturbing picture of the final movements of the terrorists. From Mewat to Firozpur, and then from Dhabas to the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Meanwhile, sources have also confirmed Umar to be a prime accused through that 100% DNA match, that was made with samples of his own mother and his 2 brothers. They were detained after the blast that took place earlier this week, ending all speculations about the identity of the bomber. So it has been established, and there is no ambiguity here, that it was Umar, the doctor, who was behind the wheel at the time of the blast, because they had taken samples of his teeth, his clothes, and they've all matched with the DNA samples of his family members, including his mother and his siblings. The Al-Falah Medical College in Faridabad is now under intense scrutiny after investigators have described it as a refuge of terror-linked individuals operating under professional cover. NDTV has accessed the video from inside the university, which shows the building. This is building number 17, which has housed room number 13, which belongs to the terror-accused Muzammil. It is in this particular room, room number 13, that the accused doctors met and hatched the plot for the blast that finally took place on the 10th of this month. Do remember that the plot was for the blast to take place in Diwali, but there were organizational delays, and which is why they finally decided that they would be carrying out that attack on the 6th of December to coincide with the Babri Masjid attack. But before that could happen, and because the others involved in the plot were arrested, that it was Umar that went ahead and conducted that terror attack that took place outside the Red Fort area. As per the sources, the accused doctors pooled in 26 lakh rupees in cash that was collected and handed over to Umar, the terrorist. Investigation has uncovered there was a purchase of about 26 quintals of NPK fertilizers for the price of 3 lakh rupees, sparking concerns of a larger conspiracy. Alarming details suggest that planning of the attacks in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh, with the faculty members allegedly acquired chemicals from the lab and transported this to Dhauj and Taga. Now, the police have also sealed this particular room that we have been talking about, room number 13 at the Al-Falah University in the building, that's the 17 number. Now, the digital devices as well as pen drives and chemical residues, they have all now been seized by the authorities. Of course, the NIA involved in the investigation. From Dr. Shaheen Shahid and Jaish recruiters who also taught at the Al-Falah to Dr. Muzammil Sheikh, from those who had housed 2,900 kilograms of explosives were found and who lived inside the campus. Another key name, of course, is the terrorist, the man who has now, all DNA testing has established that he was the one who blew up that car, the I-20, outside the Red Fort area in Chandni Chowk. A resident doctor at the same university now accused of executing the Red Fort blast, and the man connecting these dots. Jamil, the university's recruiter known to have hired multiple doctors from J&K, including investigators say that Dr. Nisar ul Hassan, dismissed in 2022 by the J&K administration for posing a threat to the state security, was reportedly employed by the Al-Falah Medical College here in Faridabad in the Delhi NCR region. We have Aditya, my colleague, joining us in order to get us all the details. Aditya, we've established there's another family member who has been detained of Omar. We've established that he was the man behind the wheel. We also now know how this plan was plotted inside the Al-Falah University itself, inside a lab where they were making that bomb, how they'd arranged the money. Take us through all the details that you have.
We are on NDTV. We are breaking each and every aspect of the investigation as it breaks. We are now learning that Fahim, who is a close relative of Omar, was given the task and instructed to park this red EcoSport car in an isolated place. Perhaps Omar did sense that there was something wrong because some members of his module were already arrested, and he was trying to be very cautious in every step that he was doing. Investigators say that Fahim could be also the brother-in-law of Omar. There was one lady and Fahim who had together parked this particular vehicle, the red EcoSport, at the Kanwali village of Faridabad in Haryana. It was only, last evening that the cops were able to, trace this particular vehicle after interrogation of several other key members from the Al-Falah University. Now, even as the investigations continue in this particular case, the new revelations indicate that Al-Falah University was one of the key areas where the terror conspiracy was hatched. In fact, while January 2025 onwards, there were key, takeaways from the terror conspiracy, but it was under work since last 2 to 3 years. A Maulvi in Shopian was also responsible for recruiting Adil, Muzammil and Omar, and then building number 17, room number 13 in the Al-Falah University in Faridabad, Haryana became the key to the terror conspiracy. There are also reports that a professor from the J&K government who was fired for having some kind of links with radicals was also recruited in the Al-Falah University, raising suspicion on the administration of the Al-Falah University. Yesterday, we also had a statement from this particular university where the terror conspiracy was hatched, and they said they had no idea about all these details. But clearly, there is much more that seems to be happening than meets the eye. The investigators, particularly NIA, the Delhi Police Special Cell, and of course the crime branch, apart from the Faridabad and the Haryana Police, will be investigating Al-Falah University threadbare. Each and every member administration, the HR, the owners of this particular university as to why this became an epicenter of the Jaish-e-Mohammed doctor module terror conspiracy. Apart from that, several CCTV footages have been accessed by NDTV that were recovered by the Delhi police and the NIA to piece together to make a sequence of events of what really happened on Monday when Umar left early in the morning from Faridabad, took the Badarpur border, went to Mayur Vihar, then to Connaught Place, finally parking himself inside a parking at the Red Fort. And 3 hours he stayed inside the car, perhaps contemplating what his next steps would be, because he feared imminent arrest. He feared that the investigative agencies were getting closer and he could be arrested very soon. So perhaps he decided to transport the ammonium nitrate that was in his car. Also now investigators are trying to raid 13 locations in Jammu and Kashmir, and we will certainly keep viewers updated about the latest in the investigation.
Right, Aditya, thank you for breaking it down for us as to where was this chemical that they were using. It was this lab that was the hub of that terror plot. Now, according to agency sources, investigation agencies are now saying, with breaking news coming in, that they will be questioning the people who also attended the wedding of Adil. Adil's wedding card has also surfaced. Do remember that he got married in October of this year in Kashmir. He had in fact taken off from Saharanpur. He had said he's going to get married, and which is why he'd taken leave and gone to Kashmir. He used to work at a famous Medicare hospital on the Ambala Road in Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. He had gone to Kashmir on leave for his wedding, and doctors and some staff members from the hospital had also attended that very wedding. All of them are now on the radar as far as investigation agencies are concerned. The agencies are also preparing the list of people from Kashmir who attended the wedding, and the investigation agencies want to find out whether anyone connected to this module had been there at the wedding that took place just last month. Adil was arrested on the 7th of November. He served as that senior resident at a government medical college in Anantnag up until October of last year. This year, he was working in Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh, but he was arrested from J&K because he was there for his wedding. We have Anushka, my colleague, joining us. Anushka, it's Adil who was responsible for pasting those posters of the terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed that had appeared in Srinagar, and which is why the police had got suspicious, and that is what led to nabbing the man and subsequently others.
That's right. We do know by now that it was Adil Rathar who was in fact involved in this terror operation. He was pasting posters of a terrorist inside Jammu Kashmir. We'll show you some visuals of Al-Falah University. The university had broken silence yesterday. Also, what we are getting more information on Adil is that he was in close association with Muzammil and Shaheen, both the doctors who were serving here as senior doctors. And also we'll like to show you the visuals of how Haryana police is right now also entering this location for further investigation. We did see marathon investigations that happened yesterday. Also, what we are getting to know, fresh information from the agency sources, is that Adil's wedding card has also surfaced here. Adil got married on October 4th in Kashmir. Adil used to work at famous Medicare hospital on Ambala Road in Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, from where he was arrested. He was serving there after he was fired from GMC hospital in Anantnag. He had gone to Kashmir on leave for his wedding. Doctors and some staff members from the hospital had also attended the wedding. All of them are now on the radar of investigating agencies. Apart from that, the agencies are also preparing a list of people from Kashmir who had attended. Also, the investigating agencies want to find out whether anyone connected to this module had also attended this wedding. Adil was arrested on November 7th. Soon after his arrest, Muzammil Shakil was also arrested from Faridabad, where he was working in close coordination with his female colleague Shaheen, who was trying to form a women wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed. The investigating agencies are saying that they had close connections and was also in constantly touch with their handlers, and was in fact also using the room number 13 of building number 17 in this particular university. They were sourcing chemicals there. They were in fact also using code words and was mentioning all of them to into diaries so that it could not be traced back to them and so that it could not show in the university records. Also, the university has broken silence. They have said that 2 of them have been detained. 2 of the people who are working here have been detained, and they will be holding a press conference today. The timing has not come out yet, but yes, we are giving you the crucial information regarding the blast that happened, and it has in fact taken lives of many people. Many people are still injured and are in fact going through treatment, but also we are seeing that many of the people are right now at a very crucial stage. We are constantly showing you the visuals from Al-Falah University, which still remains at the center of this investigation. We have seen 40% of the people who work here, who live here, are from Kashmir, and also we are seeing that this was in fact firstly the joint investigation of both the Jammu Kashmir police and the Haryana police when they nabbed Muzammil Shakil from here, and after that they got links to Shaheen. Right now a third vehicle is being traced, that is Maruti Brezza. The police is also in lookout for the Maruti Brezza, and they will in fact also be looking for more intel on this, how this in fact attack took place, and these are the details that are surfacing as of yet.
Anushka, of course, Adil was arrested from Uttar Pradesh's Saharanpur, like you mentioned, on the 7th of November, but we have breaking news coming in. Let's get you more news coming in regard to the death toll that has risen. Another person has come to his injuries. We're talking about 35-year-old Bilal Hassan, who has died during treatment at the LNJP hospital here in the national capital. He had suffered severe injuries to his intestines as well as his lungs, and metal fragments were found in his body. He was on the ventilator in the ICU. So the death toll in the blast near the Red Fort area has risen to 13 after another injured person has come to his injuries. The deceased has been identified as Bilal. As we have been saying, he had been in the ICU. The post-mortem will be conducted, and that is expected to be conducted later in the day, is what the officials are saying. Anushka back with us in order to get us details. Anushka, take us through the details, because we do know that there are many other people who are still, being treated at the LNJP hospital. There were at least 20 people who were injured. The death toll now has risen to 13. A big concern and worry is that death toll could go up even further, considering the kind of damage that was sustained to those people around the Red Fort area at the time of the blast, which took place at 6:52 p.m. to be precise, on Monday evening, the 10th of November. And like my colleague Anushka was mentioning about Dr. Shaheen, the woman doctor arrested from Kanpur, who has allegedly been tasked with, she was being tasked to set up a terror outfit for women, the women's wing in India. As per sources, Dr. Shaheen was receiving funds from Jaish-e-Mohammed and in constant touch with the chief, Masood Azhar's sister. Masood Azhar, remember, is one of the key masterminds of 26/11 attacks, and sources add that Dr. Shaheen was involved in the opening recruitment as far as the Center for Women is concerned, the women's wing at various locations in Western Uttar Pradesh like Saharanpur, and all this of course is something particularly of concern ever since Operation Sindoor particularly. Investigative agencies suspect that she was using funds to purchase explosives and for recce's as well, the recce that was being conducted by Shaheen. Anushka, my colleague, back with us. Anushka, take us through, you were mentioning this earlier as well. Take us through the kind of funding she was getting, and in the name of, helping poor women, helping with education, she was getting all this funding which was being funneled into such activities.
That's right. What we are getting the information from the agency is that she was using her medical cover, and she was in fact also getting money, getting fundings in the name of funding all the weak women and also the poor person who are in fact living here. What we do know by now is that she was trying to set up a women's wing for Jaish-e-Mohammed, which the police are believing is that the closest link to all these people. Now, Jaish-e-Mohammed is a banned terror outfit that has been actively saying and preaching that they will will be taking revenge for the Babri Masjid blast, and we do know that Shaheen was in close connection with those people. She was working with close coordination. The financial records are right now being tracked as we are speaking. Inside the university, we do know that they had collected over 2 lakh rupees and had in fact also used that to buy explosives and buy fertilizers from Nuh district in Haryana, after which they had in fact also gotten into quarrel, after which Muzammil had asked Umar to give all those explosives to him, and then Umar handed him all those explosives, and all of them were tracking and planning to orchestrate this blast that has in fact happened. Now remember, as we are getting the information, we do know that there was a plan B that was kept in place, and Shaheen, who's also a main conspirator in this whole blast case, is in fact right now in custody and is being questioned as we are speaking. Over to you.
Right, thank you for breaking it down for us as to the role that Shaheen has played, and how she was trying to radicalize other women and form that women's wing in India, particularly around the national capital region. Now, Dr. Shaheen, arrested from Lucknow's Uttar Pradesh, has been under investigation in connection with the terror activities linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed. She studied medicine starting in 1996 and has worked at the Al-Falah University in Faridabad ever since she got divorced back in 2012. Dr. Shaheen's personal ties have reportedly weakened, especially with her father, her ex-husband and the brother as well. And that is that they had no contact with her for years, is what the family members have gone on to say. With the ex-husband confirming no contact since their separation, since they got divorced in 2012. Authorities discovered ammunition in her car, and she has been tasked, like we mentioned, she was trying to set up that women's wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed, reportedly leveraging her knowledge as far as her background in medicine and pharmaceuticals is concerned to aid terror acts. Her brother Parvez has also been arrested in connection with the terror case. Since her arrest, Dr. Shaheen has been disowned by her family members, underscoring the deep personal and societal fractures resulting from her alleged involvement. Now, NDTV has accessed, of course, the multi-phase plot as far as the Jaish-e-Mohammed plot is concerned. Of course, there was a larger plot that has been averted thanks to the people who were nabbed in time, except for Umar, who ended up, at that Red Fort area on the 10th of November, resulting in the blast in which now 13 people have died. That death toll has climbed to 13. Another person has come to his injuries, but it is, of course, the role of Dr. Shaheen that is totally under the scanner. She has been arrested. She was arrested from Lucknow. She has been under the scanner and has, been questioned by the authorities. Do remember that it is the family members that have also been questioned, particularly her brother, while the rest of her family members have disowned her. Now, let's just get you, this is in regard to 4 cars that have been linked to the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module. We do know that there is the first car, the I-20, that blew up at the Red Fort area, another, a red EcoSport car, and now the third car was a Maruti Brezza that they are on the lookout for. There is a 4th car. Now, there are 4 cars that are being linked to that, Jaish-e-Mohammed terror module. The hunt is on for one more vehicle as the probe deepens. The Faridabad crime branch is hunting for that car that is still as far as the probe is intensifying. We are talking about that, Maruti Brezza. Let's start with the first car, the Swift Desire, that was of Dr. Shaheen, which was used by Dr. Muzammil. The car was first seized from where those weapons were recovered. The second car was the I-20, which blew up outside the Red Fort area. The third car, the red EcoSport, which was found in Faridabad. And now we're talking about the Maruti Brezza. It is the authorities, the police there looking out. They're on the hunt for one more vehicle as the probe deepens. It's the Faridabad crime branch that is hunting for this particular vehicle. So all in all, there are 4 vehicles. There could be more, but as of now, the authorities are sure of these 4 vehicles that have been involved in the runnings of
this terror module, the Jaish-e terror module, in which multiple doctors have been involved. Do remember, over 50 doctors have been questioned at the Al-Falah University. And the plot, in fact, when we talk about the plot, there have been phases of this plot and how it all started. It all started, the first phase, as NDTV accesses the multiple phase plot in order to target the national capital with those serial blasts. They had plans of multiple locations, 6 locations to be precise, on the 6th of December. It's during the questioning of the members of the Jaish-e Mohammad doctor module that have released and revealed a structured phase-wise plan for executing that terror conspiracy aimed at carrying out serial blasts in the Delhi NCR region. The first phase was about the formation of the group, the terror module. The second phase was about procurement of raw material for the improvised explosive device, the IEDs. The third phase was about manufacturing of lethal chemical IEDs and the recce of the potential target locations, the areas. These were going to be 6 in all. The fourth phase about distribution of those assembled bombs among module members, and the fifth phase was about execution of the coordination as far as the bombings across 6 to 7 locations in Delhi planned for the 6th of December. Akhil, my colleague, joining us in order to get us details. Akhil, we do know from the first car where, there were arms that were found. This was a car that was being driven by Dr. Shaheen right outside the Red Fort area by Dr. Omar, to the third car, the third car, the visuals that we've been playing out of that red Eco Sport, and now the fourth car, the video that's released of this car, the Brezza, the Maruti Brezza that the police are now looking out for. Take us to the details.
Well, absolutely. If you see, at this point in time, there's a startling evidence that has come from the interrogation of some of the suspects in this case. They have said that there was one more car which has been identified as a Brezza car that was used by Dr. Mozammil, and he used to come at some point in time to the very campus, because he used to use 2 cars to come to the very campus. One was as a friend and colleague, and there was some relationship between Dr. Shaheen and Dr. Mozammil as well. So that is yet to be ascertained on the part of the investigators, that they were just colleagues, or was there any more that was brewing up between those 2 people. So at this point in time, the Faridabad Crime Branch team is basically hunting for one more car that has been identified as a Brezza car. So initially, if you just go by the investigation, what we have seen at the day 1 of the investigation, that a Swift Desire car, which was registered in the name of Dr. Shaheen, was used by Dr. Mozammil, and that car was the first car which was seized by the Faridabad Police Crime Branch team and the Jammu and Kashmir Police team in a joint operation, from which the weapons have been recovered, including the pistols have been recovered from that very vehicle. And the second car, which was recovered, was basically blown up in that incident just outside the Red Fort Metro gate number 1. And if you see, the third car was the EcoSport sport car, which was recovered from Faridabad last evening at around 5:30 p.m. So this is the fourth car. The hunt is still on for recovering for the fourth car.
Right, while they look out for the fourth car, they have managed to nab another family member of Omar, the terrorist. His brother-in-law has been taken into custody. Fahim, the brother-in-law of Omar, is now being questioned. Well, thank you, Akhil, for getting us those details. We will keep tracking more as far as NDTV's coverage of the Red Fort blast is concerned. Something that even the United States is saying is a terror attack, and that they are lauding what Delhi is doing in regard to this attack. We'll get you all the details on the other side, slipping into a short break.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The battle for Bihar is over.
There is a big twist in the tale.
Results ka time aa gayal ba.
2 completely different elections were executed on the ground.
NDTV's results countdown begins. November 14th with Rahul Kaval from 6 a.m.
22% gap amongst the women. That's the election right there.
Top team, fastest, first and factual. Blazing fast trends, winners and losers.
There is an exciting counting day that you need to watch. Friday morning, drop what you are doing, sit back, watch NDTV. There will be a contest.
November 14th, results with NDTV.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। काजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The battle for Bihar is over.
There is a big twist in the tale.
Results ka time aa gail ba.
Two completely different elections were executed on the ground.
NDTV's results countdown begins. November 14th with Rahul Kaval from 6 a.m.
22% gap amongst the women. That's
Breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to the Home Minister there chairing another security meeting that's taking place at the residence of Amit Shah. The meeting as far as the intelligence inputs are concerned, and that is a key security meeting taking place at the Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. Do remember that multiple meetings have been held by the Home Minister, particularly at his residence. And to know more on this, Aishwarya, my colleague joining us, Aishwarya Jain, get us the details of, of course, the Home Minister's asked the NIA to submit its report at the earliest. Those are the instructions that are being followed by the NIA. The NIA has managed to establish at least that it is Umar who was behind the wheel. The DNA testing has been, has established that. Take us through how far, we've reached in the investigation, and take us through the, how many meetings have we had so far with the Home Minister?
Well, that's a very crucial meeting which is underway at Home Minister's residence. The top officials from the Intelligence Bureau and the Home Ministry are taking participation under the chairmanship of Home Minister Amit Shah. Remember, it was the Home Minister who directed the NIA to take over the case, and soon after that we saw how the NIA was involved in matching the DNA profiles, and also the Government of India directing that the investigation into the incident should be pursued with the utmost urgency and professionalism, so that the perpetrators and their collaborators and their sponsors are identified, and also they are brought to justice as soon as possible without any delay. And the situation continues to be closely monitored with the highest levels of the government. Certainly, it is after the blast that took place at the Red Fort. Home Minister himself went to the site, and soon after that there was a crucial meeting that he took place the next day when the decisions were taken to hand over the case to the NIA. Later the evening as well, the Home Minister, after holding that particular meeting at the Home Ministry, another round of meeting took place at his residence. And now, after 2 days, we have been told that what update the NIA have gathered so far will be told to Home Minister Amit Shah. Crucial meeting with intelligence officials as well as, the Home Ministry officials are taking place at Home Minister Amit Shah is what we've been told.
Right, thank you so much, Aishwarya. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that crucial meeting taking place at Amit Shah's residence. For now, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Vedika. Stay with us.
Pulling us
other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered, 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. And Vikrant. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को तीन गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहान, कमाल से।
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
Good afternoon, you're watching Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood. We're starting Breaking Ground with a new video of terror suspect Umar Mohammad near the mosque in Old Delhi. CCTV footage dated the 10th of November, the day of the Delhi blast, shows Umar walking near a mosque in Turkman Gate area of Old Delhi. He walks straight, turns his head to the right. This is when the CCTV captures his face and then he walks ahead. There you have it. That's the movement caught on CCTV camera. This video has been accessed by NDTV. We'll bring you that video again. We'll talk about it and the different angles. Our reporters are at different locations, bringing you the latest on the 10/11 blast aftermath, investigations, and what next should we expect in the case. Let's take you through the headlines at this hour. NDTV accesses Umar's latest CCTV footage. Umar seen outside mosque and cannot place on day of attack. Umar confirmed as car bomber as DNA found on spot matches. NDTV accesses Jaish's multi-phase plot to target Delhi. Babri link emerges to the 10/11 conspiracy. Jaish planned attack on the 6th of December, the date of the Babri Masjid demolition. Hunt on now for the fourth car linked to the Delhi terror blast. Cops hunt for a Brezza car linked to the Jaish terror module. A room in the Al Falah premises has emerged as a meeting hub. Dr. Umar and his associates secretly met at building number 17 of the university. Room number 13 in the building belonged to Dr. Muzammil, where the terrorists frequently met. Big expose on Shaheen. Shaheen received funds from Jaish, was going to set up a women's wing, was in touch with terrorist Masood's sister. The other headlines at this hour: opposition demands Ajit Pawar's resignation over Pune land deal scam. This after his son named in the scam. Ajit says, "Will use my conscience and decide on resignation." US President Donald Trump signs bill to end America's longest government shutdown. House passes bill to end the 43-day-long government shutdown. The investigation into the Delhi blast is now in its third day, with the anti-terror agency, the NIA, the National Investigation Agency, leading it. Let's take you through the latest in the probe. I'm going to take this slowly because there have been a lot of developments that you need to be abreast with. First up, investigators are probing the blast near Delhi's iconic Red Fort, have unearthed a chilling plan. The suspected terror module involving doctors allegedly linked to the Jaish-e-Mohammed had planned blasts at 6 locations in the national capital region on the 6th of December. The date is significant, viewers. This was the day when the Babri Masjid in Ayodhya was demolished in 1992. The suspected terrorists arrested in connection with the blast have said the date was chosen because they wanted to quote-unquote avenge the Babri Masjid demolition. Next, NDTV has accessed more CCTV videos of Dr. Umar Mohammad, alias Dr. Umar Nabi, near a mosque in Old Delhi and driving his car at Connaught Place. There is a timestamp that we will bring to you to show you what time he was at Connaught Place and at what time was he near Red Fort. The next update is in terms of detentions. Umar's brother-in-law, Fahim, has been detained. According to sources, Fahim had parked the car along with an unidentified woman at the Kandavali village in Faridabad. A room in the Al-Falah premises has emerged as a meeting hub for the doctors involved in the blast conspiracy. Dr. Umar and his associates secretly met at building number 17 of the university. Room number 13 in the building belonged to Dr. Muzammil, where the terrorists frequently met. It is in this room, viewers, that the police suspect they had planned to carry out the blasts in Delhi and several parts of Uttar Pradesh. Now, a DNA test has confirmed that Dr. Umar drove the I-20 that exploded near the Red Fort. According to sources, his DNA sample matched 100% with the DNA of his mother and brother. Umar's DNA was matched with his bones, teeth, and pieces of clothing that were found in the I-20 following the blast. Investigators are now on the lookout for a fourth car suspected to be linked to the 10/11 blast in Delhi. It's a Maruti Brezza that they're looking for, suspected to have been used by the accused for recce or for escape. Umar was also in contact with a Turkey-based handler codenamed Okasa. This is according to sources. All those are the developments that we have for you, the latest in the case, and bringing you all those angles are our correspondents on the ground. I have Aditya Rajkol, who's been bringing you all the breaking news on the investigations. Anushka, who's outside that university, the controversial university, where most of these doctors were arrested and had connections with. And we have Akil, who is bringing you again the latest on the investigations. I will go to our reporters in a moment from now, but before that, let's bring you those videos once again. The first video is of Dr. Umar Mohammad, who was behind the wheels of the white Hyundai I-20 car that exploded near the Red Fort in Delhi on Monday evening. He visited a mosque before carrying out the explosion, is what sources are telling us. CCTV footage dated 10th November, the day of the Delhi blast, shows Umar walking in Turkman Gate area of Old Delhi. He walks straight, turns his head to the right. That is when you can see his face captured on CCTV camera, and then he walks ahead. We now bring you the second video. This is from Connaught Place, caught on CCTV again, where you see the car, the Hyundai I-20 car that Umar was driving. This was at about 2:05 p.m. on the 10th, where you can see Umar driving through Connaught Place. Now I'm going to bring you a map to show you where the areas Umar went through in Delhi on 10/11. The police have mapped the route of the bomber behind the 10/11 Red Fort blast. Dr. Umar Mohammad, alias Dr. Umar Nabi, had traveled across Delhi before the blast on Monday evening, suggest sources, with CCTV cameras spotting him in dozens of places. The police now have stitched the visuals to map the route he had taken after fleeing Faridabad. Dr. Umar has been caught on CCTV cameras at around 50 locations in Delhi, suggesting he had traveled around the city from till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In Delhi, he was first spotted in the East District. He then traveled to Ring Road in Central District and then to the North District. He stopped at Ashok Vihar in Northwest District, supposedly for a meal. Sources suggest he then visited a mosque in the Central District. Dr. Umar reached the Red Fort parking area in the North District at 3:19 p.m. While he was roaming in Delhi, the vehicle was also spotted in Connaught Place. We brought you that video. And Mayur Vihar before he parked in the Sunheri Masjid parking lot in Chandni Chowk. It remained parked till 6:30, with reports suggesting that Umar did not leave the car for even a second. The blast ripped through slow-moving traffic around 6:52 p.m. near the Red Fort Metro station. All right, now it's time for an update from all our reporters. I'm going to start with Aditya. Aditya, what's the latest in terms of the investigations? I think the biggest takeaway from all that we've been discussing today is December 6th was the target date. 6 locations in the NCR were on the terror. Tell us more about that.
Well, yes, Vedika, the investigations continue in this particular case. Of course, the interrogation of the 15 people who have been arrested till now continues as well. There are more than 24 people who have been detained as well. They are also being investigated and interrogated. Some of the key elements include what NDTV revealed this morning, that it was a 5-phase plan of the Jaish-e-Mohammed doctor module, the syndicate that's been busted by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and now the NIA, the Delhi Police Special Cell, and of course the J&K police and Haryana police taking it forward. The 5-phase plan included recruiting doctors into this new kind of a syndicate and module, because the doctors will not be suspected. Nobody will think that doctors will be involved in any kind of a terror plan of a Jaish-e-Mohammed, that too in a national capital or adjoining areas. Apart from that, trying to collect ammonium nitrate and explosive material, and then collect funding to buy that material, and then doing recce of 6 to 7 locations Constitution Club, and apart from the shopping malls that are flooded with people regularly. So they wanted locations in Delhi that could lead to mass casualties. That was the aim of Jaish-e-Mohammed and the doctor syndicate that they had. The 5-phase plan also included striking in August this year, in 2025, immediately after the Operation Sindoor, but the targets were not met due to some technical reasons. They were not able to collect enough ammunition, etc. And then it was delayed to 6 December. Now 6 December is important and relevant because on 6 December is the anniversary of the Babri demolition, and with the Ayodhya temple now being constructed, of course the Jaish-e-Mohammed wanted to strike, because for years together Jaish-e-Mohammed and Masood Azhar both have been trying to do propaganda, terror propaganda, and pledging that there will be action taken against the Indian government, against India, and particularly against Ayodhya for the Babri demolition revenge. So clearly what we are learning from our sources is that the date was postponed to 6 December, but in Naugam, the posters were revealed. The J&K police came to know about the CCTV footage, and when it was investigated, of course, Adil was arrested. Gradually, Muzammil was also arrested, and finally there was a crackdown, and the complete syndicate was busted completely. But one key link to this syndicate, Umar, tried to escape, and he managed to escape on that fateful day on Monday morning at around 7 a.m. And then Umar started his journey from Faridabad to Mayur Vihar in Delhi, then further to Connaught Place. We have accessed exclusive CCTV footages, more than 50 CCTV footages that are now being studied and investigated by the police here in Delhi and the NIA as well. What we are learning is that they are trying to piece together the entire sequence of events on Monday, what really happened, what was going through the mind of Umar when he reached finally Red Fort and waited for 3 hours before leaving. Perhaps he was trying to transport the remaining ammonium nitrate and chemicals that were in his car. There were some detonators as well, but the moment he came out, he was near the red light at Subhash Chowk right behind me, where I'm standing right now outside the Red Fort, and that's where the explosion took place at 6:51 p.m., leading to 13 people now being killed. The death toll has increased, unfortunately. 13 people have been killed in the Delhi bombing, and more than 20 people are injured. It's one of the first such deadly bombings that have happened in India's national capital for the first time in 14 years. So imagine the magnitude of the worry that is for the security agencies and India's security establishment, because this hasn't happened before in the last 14 years. So as of now, the investigations continue in Jammu Kashmir as well. As we continuously broadcast this live coverage and bring the latest, there are 13 places that are being raided across all districts of the Kashmir Valley. This is being led by the CIK, the counterintelligence of the Kashmir J&K police, and there are some arrests that are being made, some material that has been recovered as well. So the entire strategy remains that NIA leads the entire investigation as the elite counter-terror agency agency, investigative agency, and then J&K Police, the Delhi Police Special Cell, the Intelligence Bureau, and the Haryana Police take it forward in different levels wherever it is required. So it's likely in the next few hours there could be more arrests, Vedika, and more material that could be recovered, because the worry, Vedika, for the agencies is that there could be more explosive material and perhaps more members of the module who could be out in open.
Aditya, do stay with me. There is some breaking news coming in. So we're being told the fourth car, there was a manhunt for that fourth car. We believe that the fourth car didn't disappear. It was parked at the university, Al-Falah University. It was Shaheen's car. The plan was to use this car to carry out the blast. I have Akil with me and Anushka. Akil, what can you share with us on this update?
Well, absolutely, Vedika. If you see, since the beginning, we have been covering this, and there were crucial piece of information that needs to be put together. And first one is that initially, when the arrest was made from Faridabad, then one car was also recovered, and that car was Swift Desire, in which what we have seen that large amount of explosive materials were recovered from that car. Second car, which was recovered by the Faridabad Crime Branch Police team, was from the very nearby region of that Faridabad, in which what we have seen that EcoSport car was also recovered, and the third car was used in the bomb blast, and the fourth car has already been recovered, which has been identified as a Brezza car. So far 4 different cars have been used in this Dr. Terror module. So right now, if you see, the investigators in this case, NIA has been constantly investigating and basically getting the information from the local police team as well, from the crime branch unit as well. Apart from that, the Delhi Police Special Cell team has also given them some information regarding that, because if you see, the MHA has already formally transferred this case to the NIA. So now all the arrests will be made under the jurisdiction of the NIA. So right now, more suspects have been questioned so far in this regard. And this very morning, what we have seen that one more person, who is the brother-in-law of the mastermind in this case, the kingpin in this case, Muhammad Umar, has already been nabbed. So he's also being questioned regarding his relationship with Muzammil as well. So right now, if you see, main key conspirators in this case, Dr. Muzammil, Dr. Shaheen, and Dr. Adil Rathar. These are the 3 key conspirators in this case. On all 3 of them are in the police custody right now, and their questioning is still going on with the NIA senior officials.
Also joins us from outside Al-Falah University. Anushka, the details that we have at this point is that the Brezza was also supposed to carry out a blast. What can you tell us about that perspective that we're breaking here on NDTV?
That's right, Vedika. The Brezza car that the police was looking for, it turns out that it was inside the university this whole time. This was Shaheen's car, and she was in fact giving this car to Muzammil quite often. And many times Muzammil was in fact seen driving that car. We're at the Al-Falah University. I'll ask my camera person Panchanan to pan the camera and show you the visuals as well. This is the very university where the car is parked, and it has been said that this car was also in fact being used so that they could transport chemicals and other explosives to different locations. Shaheen had recently bought this car, and this car is right now parked just outside her building. Remember, it was the Swift car of Shaheen herself where the arms and ammunitions were in fact found. And also we are seeing that the other car, that is the Brezza, that the investigating agencies were looking for, is outside the residence of Shaheen. More details have been coming out about Shaheen, that she used to often change the schedule of her class. Also, a computer operator has been detained by the building, and also he was in fact being questioned by the agencies. Right now, Shaheen had in fact asked for a different schedule, and what we have in fact also talked to students off camera, they had said that she used to be absent quite often, and she was not always in a very good mood, is what the students have in fact told NDTV. Now we are seeing that this investigation has picked up pace, and several revelations have in fact come in front of us. As per the information right now that we are piecing together, it seems that they had a plan B already set in motion, that if any of them will be caught, one of them will be in fact moving to a location with a car full of explosives and orchestrate a blast. That we saw Umar, when he got to know that his colleagues and his accomplices were in fact arrested, he went to Chandni Chowk. He used various locations. He changed his location. He used a dhaba as a hideout place, and after that he went to recce a lot of places. His car went to Mayur Vihar, Connaught Place, and also Sunehri Masjid, and after that he went towards Chandni Chowk. What we are being told is that his target was Jain Mandir, and what some eyewitnesses have in fact also said that the car was moving when the attack happened. So it could very well have been the Jain Masjid, from where an arm of a person who died in this attack has been recovered today. There were several CCTV footages of those as well. This is the Al Falah University. They had given an official statement yesterday. They had said that the university has distanced itself categorically and have denied that none of the university's assets were in fact being used for this kind of terror activities. They have also said that they are deeply anguished, and there is a possibility of a press conference happening here by the authorities of Al Falah University. But yes, this is the very place where Shaheen and Muzammil used to plan about the blast that in fact happened, and when many of them were caught and detained by the police, Umar, who is the suspect in this case, had carried out this blast all by himself. Over to you.
Anushka, do stay with me. I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. But for our viewers, we're talking about cars. There are 4 of them really, following the explosion of a white Hyundai i20, which was found destroyed near the blast site. Authorities believe that the suspects used a red EcoSport as a secondary vehicle in the operation. First, the Swift Desire, which was of Dr. Shaheen, which was used by Dr. Muzammil. Remember, that happened when the Faridabad explosives were recovered. That's the first car that was seized from the weapons recovered in it. Second was the white i20, which was used in the blast. Third was a red EcoSport, which has been found in Faridabad. In the latest is a 4th car that has been found parked inside Al Falah University, owned by Shaheen. The original plan, like we said, was to use a Brezza to carry out the blast. The red EcoSport linked to the bomber, Dr. Umar, was seized by the police. The car was found abandoned at a farmhouse. So those are the 4 cars that we're bringing to you in terms of them being used. They were supposed to be carriers. They were supposed to be modes of exit from any site where there was a raid by the police, and that is the story of the cars. But we will go back to Anushka in a moment from now, because now we're going to turn focus to the Al Falah University. The Al Falah Medical College in Faridabad is now under intense scrutiny. It has been for the last 72 hours. NDTV has accessed the video from inside the university, which shows building number 17, which housed room number 13, which belonged to Muzammil. It is in this room, viewers, that the accused doctors met and hatched the plot for the 10/11 blast. As per sources, the accused doctors pooled in 26 lakh rupees collected and handed over to Umar. Investigation uncovers purchase of 26 quintals of NPK fertilizer for 3 lakh rupees. Alarming details suggest planning of attacks in Delhi and UP. Faculty members allegedly acquired chemicals from the lab, transported it to Dhoj and to Taga. Police have sealed room number 13. Now, from Dr. Shaheen Shahid, a Jaish recruiter who taught at Al Falah University, to Dr. Muzammil Sheikh, from whose home 2,900 kilograms of explosives were found. These are the people involved in hatching that plan. Now, remember, the plan wasn't for 10/11. It was for the 6th of December. That was what they were focusing on. Our sources have told us that Republic Day next year was also on the terror radar, and even Diwali this year, but the plan moved to the 6th of December. Another key name, Dr. Umar, accused of executing the Red Fort blast, and the man connecting these dots, Jamil, the university's recruiter, known to have hired multiple doctors from Jammu and Kashmir. Investigators say that Dr. Nisarul Hassan, dismissed in 2022 by the Jammu and Kashmir administration for posing a threat to the state security, was reportedly employed by the Al Falah College. We've been talking about that white-collar ecosystem, and these are the names that come up. Anushka now joining me live once again. Anushka, the focus is getting more intense on Al Falah University, on that building, on that room number. What are the latest details you can bring for us from Al Falah?
That's right, Vedika. We are seeing that since the raids that had happened, the joint operation of Jammu Kashmir and Haryana Police, Al-Falah University has very much been at the epicenter of this whole blast incident. Also, we are seeing that Haryana Police teams have reached the university premises once again. Yesterday also, rounds of questioning had been done. Before yesterday, we saw 52 people were questioned and 6 of them were detained. Those were later, in fact, relieved from the questioning rounds. We are showing you the visuals. This is the building, and we have also shown you, this is the university premises, and we have shown you the visuals of the building, building number 17, wherein inside room number 13, huge conspiracy was in fact being planned by Muzammil Shakil and his colleagues inside this Al-Falah University. Also, we are seeing that in this particular case, as a part of plan, large quantity of explosives had been purchased with the aim of preparing many vehicles for attack. We are seeing that 3 to 4 vehicles have been in fact nabbed by the police. What we are learning by sources is that the 4th vehicle, that is the Maruti Brezza, has been inside the university premises outside the residence of Shaheen, where she is living. Umar, Muzammil was seen quite often driving Shaheen's car. Both of them were preparing those cars to use it as a vehicle that could carry explosives inside the interiors of Delhi NCR. We did see how some sensitive areas were wrecked, and the car, the I-20 Hyundai that was involved in the blast, was revolved around all those areas, being Mayur Vihar, Connaught Place, Suneri Masjid, and then later at the parking of Chandni Chowk. We do know that this is a time of wedding seasons. Many of the people visit Chandni Chowk because it is considered to be a huge market where people can go and shop, and 6 p.m. is the time where majority of footfall can be seen outside the Jama Masjid when the blast took place. The eyewitnesses have said and have claimed that it was a moving vehicle, and that investigating agencies have also confirmed that Jain Mandir was also one of the targets of all these people, and they were trying to orchestrate an attack outside Jain Mandir, and we saw how just outside the Jain Mandir this blast took place, which claimed the lives of many people, and we are getting to know many people are still injured and are battling for their life inside the hospital. Over to you.
Anushka, thanks for bringing us those details live from outside Al-Falah University. We have some breaking news coming in. All right, new details emerging, and these details are connected with Shaheen Saeed. What we are now being told is that Masood Azhar's nephew, Umar Farouk's wife, Afira Bibi, had connections with Shaheen Saeed. Afira was in contact with Shaheen, is what our sources are telling us. Shaheen was preparing the Jamaat ul Muminat women's wing in the country at the behest of Saida, Masood Azhar's sister, and Afira. So we're seeing that connect now between the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the women's wing that they wanted to bring here to India. Akhil with me on that. Akhil, what are the details you have for us? These are huge developments that we are bringing to our viewers here on NDTV. Akhil, can you hear me? We seem to have lost the line there with Akhil, but I'm just going to take you through the breaking again before we reconnect with Akhil there. New details emerging of a possible Jaish women's wing that was being planned in India, and spearheading that plan was none other than Masood Azhar's nephew, Umar Farouk's wife, Afira Bibi, who had connections with Shaheen Saeed. Afira was in contact with Shaheen, is what our sources are telling us. Shaheen was preparing the Jamaat ul Muminat women's wing in the country at the behest of Saida, who is Masood Azhar's sister, as well as Afira. I believe Aditya is going to update us on this breaking now. Aditya, a lot of links being established here between the woman on our screens and the Jaish-e-Mohammed.
Well, that's right, Vedika. Investigators both from the Delhi Police Special Cell, NIA and Haryana Police are trying to investigate further the role of Shaheen Shahida, accomplice of Muzammil, also girlfriend of Muzammil in this entire case. Both of them were in the Al-Falah University and were conspiring this entire attack. In fact, in her car was an AK-47 and other ammunition also recovered. Now, new details emerging of how, this particular woman was in fact involved in this entire, terror conspiracy. We also know that Shaheen Shahida was in fact regularly in touch with the Asira in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and was in touch with the woman wing of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So these are very important details that are coming in this entire investigation of how Jaish-e-Mohammed was trying to establish a woman wing, not just in Pakistan but in India as well. Now this could also establish more details on the larger conspiracy of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module, the doctor module, where educated doctors who should be saving lives were instead being used as suicide bombers, as someone who could easily take lives and was radicalized to that level. In fact, they have been working for last several months collecting ammunition and also trying to see which all areas in Delhi they could strike. They were working very, very silently. They've had a group on signal, and that's what the investigators are now trying to study. The pattern of their travel history, the signal, WhatsApp, and their call logs. So their entire data banks are being studied very, very regularly, apart from driving license and Aadhaar card, also to study if there are any more cars where, many more cars that could have been used for the terror attack. So there was a scare momentarily because these two cars were missing, both the Brezza as well as EcoSport, but now they have been found, and the sleuths of the NIA, the JNK police and other forces, including the NSG bomb disposal squad, are now studying those vehicles. But this Jaish link is very, very critical, where this particular lady, Shaheen Shahida, was directly in contact with elements in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan of the Jaish-e-Mohammed.
Aditya, thanks for bringing us up to speed with that development. I believe we have more breaking news coming in. Now, from our sources, what we're getting to know is a major conspiracy was being hatched in room number 13 of building number 17 at Al Falah University. As part of the plan, a large quantity of explosives had been purchased with the aim of preparing 32 vehicles, 32 cars for attacks and causing widespread devastation. The case, of course, is under investigation. Anushka joining me on that. Anushka, more and more details emerging, linking it to Al Falah University. 32 cars is what they were planning, Anushka.
That's right, Vedika. As we are piecing together the information, it seems that they were in fact amassing such massive amount of explosives so that they could prepare it and keep it inside 32 cars and drive it to different key locations in Delhi, NCR and around North India, so that they can orchestrate a massive attack that could in fact also overtake the intensity of the 26/11 attack that happened in Mumbai. We are outside the Al Falah University, inside where these whole plans were in fact being hatched by Shaheen and also Muzammil Shakil. Will try to get you some visuals also. Haryana police have once again reached here so that they could investigate further in this matter. This is a university that remains at the center. 40% of the population here are of Kashmiri people. Many of the people who are in fact studying inside had no idea that this was happening just inside the university where they were coming to study and where they were in fact teaching students. And they have in fact also claimed the university had come out with a statement yesterday. They had said, and they had also acknowledged, that 2 of the faculties here had been detained, and that questioning is also in fact going on. Rounds of questioning have been going on because remember, they were living here inside for the past 3.5 years. And also to get the viewers a sense of what this location looks like, I'll ask my camera person Panchanan to pan the camera and show you the visuals of the area here. This is Fatehpur Taga village of Dhauj police station here at Faridabad, and this seems like a very secluded area where not much human activities can be seen. This is a very secluded area inside outskirts of Delhi NCR and deep inside the village in Faridabad. This is where this planning was in fact being hatched. Few kilometers from here is the rented accommodation of Muzammil Shakil, where he had stored all those explosives. 2,900 kilograms of explosives was found inside the rented accommodation. What the landlord had said is that Muzammil Shakil had come there and had given 2,400 rupees advance money and had said that 3 of his Kashmiri friends will come to take all those kept inside. But later on, police officials arrived there and seized all those items, and that is how the landlord got to know that these were in fact explosives that were kept inside and were being used as a part of a bigger conspiracy, around this whole North Indian districts. And he has also said what we are getting to know about this whole conspiracy is that it is linked to the Babri case. We have seen quite a lot of time when Jaish Ansar has openly pledged that he will be taking revenge about the Babri case, about the demolition of the Babri Masjid. And Ayodhya Ram Temple has also been in the target of the people who were hatching this plan. Not just Ayodhya, several key locations as at Delhi, Faridabad, Gurugram, Saharanpur and Hapur were in fact being on the target. Shaheen is said to be preparing a women wing here linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, and that is how this whole module was being operated. Several people have been detained, several people are being questioned, and as we are speaking, as the investigation picks up pace, we are seeing that more and more could be revealed in this whole investigation, and we would get to know as to what was the deeper conspiracy behind the blast that happened on 10th of November. Back to you.
Anushka, I also want to take a moment to discuss how the explosives were gathered. It's not obviously a matter of weeks that these explosives were collected. It's a matter of months. How can you throw light on the operations that were underway, the covert ops by these doctors at Al-Faya University?
Well, Vedika, what the investigative agencies have revealed is that many of this, explosive were in fact being developed inside the university, inside the room number 13 that we were previously discussing about. What we do know by now is that from Nuh in Haryana is where they had in fact purchased massive amount of fertilizers and chemicals, so they can modify it and can be in fact make explosives from these kind of chemicals. Also, what we do know is that this is not the first place where the explosives have been found. 350 kilogram of explosives of a suspected ammonium nitrate were found inside the rented accommodation of Muzammil Shakil. They were planning to use these explosives in 32 different cars. We have seen a series of second-hand cars that the police is in fact hunting right now. The I-20 car in which the blast took place, the red EcoSport that the Delhi police and the Faridabad police have rounded up and were in fact saying that this was also a car that is linked to this conspiracy. Also, we are seeing that the Brezza that is in question is right now inside the university. This is said to be Shaheen's car, which was about to be used for the conspiracy, and we are showing you the visuals as well. This is the Al-Faya University so that the viewers can get an understanding of what the university looks like. This is where this whole incident took place, where two of the suspects have been found and have been detained and been questioned by the Faridabad police cell. The whole investigation has been taken over by the NIA, but we are seeing that this is an umbrella investigation where Jammu Kashmir police, Haryana police, also UP ATS and different other investigating agencies are in fact involved and are trying to gather evidences and key revelations about these whole case is in fact set to be revealed in some time as well, is what we are getting to know. 32 different cars. Now, Vedika, this throws light to a very sinister pattern that could have been achieved had the investigating agencies not reached to the place and had not busted the whole explosives inside the rented accommodation, after which we saw Umar got in panic mode and then he orchestrated this whole blast that happened in Chandni Chowk. This clearly says that they had also discussed about plan B, that when any of them would get caught, some of them will be in fact orchestrating the blast that in fact we are seeing that took lives of many people as of yet. Over to you.
Anushka, thanks for joining us live from outside Al-Faya University, the epicenter of all that was planned ahead of the initial plan, which was December 6th and targeting 6 places in NCR. But remember, that's when Umar panicked, when there was the recovery of the explosives, because of which he rushed that car into Delhi. He was spotted at 50 places at least through CCTV footage. We've brought you some of those videos as well. But more details also emerging on the other person that we've been talking about, the other person of interest, which is Dr. Shaheen, the woman arrested from Kanpur, who was allegedly tasked with setting up the terror outfit, the women's wing for the terror outfit in India. As per sources, Dr. Shaheen was receiving funds from Jaish and in constant touch with Jaish chief Masood Azhar's sister. Masood Azhar, remember, is one of the key masterminds of the 26/11 attacks. Sources add that Dr. Shaheen was involved in opening recruitment centers for the women's wing at the various locations in Western Uttar Pradesh, like Saharanpur. Investigative agencies suspect she was using funds to purchase explosives
and for recce. So that's the update we have on Dr. Shaheen. Now, 3 days after the deadly explosion near Delhi's historic Red Fort, the national capital is under intense security blanket. In the latest in the probe, a new Turkey link seems to have emerged, with reports of the accused travelling to Turkey and being in constant touch with Turkish handlers. The passports of Dr. Mohammad Umar and Dr. Muzammil Shakil showed travel to the country shortly after they joined certain Telegram groups. As per sources, Umar as well as Irfan met Jesh handler in Turkey and were in touch with the handler codenamed Okasa through Session app. It is said that it is after the visit to the country that the Faridabad-based terror module became active. Investigators probing this case have traced the origin of the Faridabad terror module involving the arrested doctors to 2 Telegram groups. The groups Farzadan Idarul Ulum and also Umar bin Khattab run a Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed operative are believed to have played a key role in the doctors' radicalization. So now you're seeing a possible link between Turkey, India and Telegram being used. What we're being told here is after those 2 men joined a Telegram group, they went to Turkey, and that's when a part of this entire plan was hatched. That link obviously being probed at this point by investigators. Muzammil Shakil and Dr. Umar are the 2 doctors we're talking about traveling to the country shortly after they joined certain Telegram groups. As per sources, Umar as well as Irfan met Jesh handler in Turkey and were in touch with a handler with the code name Okasa. Aditya joins me on the phone line. Aditya, we spoke yesterday about the Turkey link. Today we're talking about the Turkey link again, but with more details about also a Jesh handler codename Okasa, about meetings that took place in Turkey. How can you throw more light on this?
Well, yes, we have crucial details of how this investigation has now led to a Turkey link as well. What we are learning at this particular stage is that Muzammil and another terror accomplice had traveled to Turkey earlier while this entire terror conspiracy was underway, and there was a meeting with a Pakistani handler that took place in Turkey as well. While there is a statement that has been issued by the Turkish government now saying that Turkey has no role to play in this terror conspiracy, but the bigger question is that even if the Turkish government is not involved, the meeting did take place in Turkey. There are visas and travel documents of Muzammil and others that clearly indicate that the travel did take place to Turkey. Then the question now arises that who were the people that these terrorists of the Jaish-e-Mohammed were meeting in Turkey, and why were they meeting? What was the conspiracy? And did money exchange hands in Turkey as well? Because the Hawala angle will also be investigated, whether there was money that came in from UAE or Turkey or Pakistan directly into the accounts of the terrorists and the OGWs who were working in this Jaish-e-Mohammed terror conspiracy case. So a very good Turkey link coming into it, not just Pakistan where the conspiracy was. It's not just Pakistan where the conspiracy was hatched and the Pakistani handlers of the Jaish-e-Mohammed involved in this. There's also the link of some of the commanders of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Pakistan, including Sadia, who was in touch with Shaheen Shahid and several others trying to hatch this conspiracy. They were also desperately trying to recruit people here in India, because remember, since the Article 370 abrogation, there has been a decrease in the OGW movement. There's also been decrease in the recruitment of common Indians or common Kashmiris in Jammu and Kashmir. So that's a setback for Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba and of course Hizbul Mujahideen. But currently with the Red Fort blast, there have been alarm bells ringing about the recruitment silently happening of doctors, a new syndicate of doctors, and now a new link of these doctors in fact travelling to Turkey as well, where a crucial meeting with the Pakistani handlers had taken place. Some code names have also come out. In fact, 2 diaries have been recovered from the Al-Falah University used by Muzammil and others that had some of the operational details in code language. That is being deciphered right now by the investigative agencies, trying to find out and see if there was a larger game plan and a larger terror conspiracy of this Jaish-e-Mohammed module which wanted to do serial blasts in India's national capital for a massive damage, for mass casualties as well, which could have been bigger than 26/11.
Aditya Rajkaur bringing you all the latest from the ground there, all the angles, all the updates here on NDTV with our team that's on the ground. You have Anushka, you have Akhil, you have Aditya, you have our correspondents in Jammu and Kashmir as well. Now, days after the blast near Delhi's Red Fort area, politics has intensified over the incident. BJP has slammed former Union Home Minister P. Chidambaram, who has gone on to say something controversial according to them on X. Former Union Home Minister Chidambaram took to X on Wednesday and said there are two kinds of terrorists, foreign-trained infiltrated terrorists and homegrown terrorists. He said that he had mentioned this prior and also after the Pahalgam attack happened this year, but was mocked for the same. BJP has hit out at Chidambaram over this post, and BJP has accused the Congress of giving soft support and cover fire to terrorists. And Congress has once again chosen vote bank over national interest is what the BJP is accusing Chidambaram of. This while Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge has called for a full central probe. He said Congress would raise the matter in the upcoming winter session of Parliament.
इस्लामाबाद प्रायोजित दो दहशतगर्द दरिंदे हैं, उनका जो दरिंदगी है वो पूरे विश्व के शांति के लिए, सौहार्द के लिए और समृद्धि के लिए खतरा बनी हुई है। और इस जल्लादी जुल्म और जुर्म के जो जानवर हैं और इन जानवरों का जो जंगल है उसे जमींदोज करना जरूरी है। चोट आतंकवादियों को लगेगी, अलगाववादियों को लगेगी तो चीख इस तरह के जो है वो प्रायोजित प्रवक्ताओं की दिखाई पड़ेगी। आप जो है कब तक आतंकवाद और अलगाववाद के प्रायोजित प्रवक्ता की भूमिका निभाते रहेंगे? आप राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के मुद्दे पर जब देश एक सुर में बोल रहा है, एक साथ बोल रहा है खड़ा होकर, तो आप जो है वो किसी और के सुर में सुर मिलाते हुए दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं।
देश के पूर्व गृह मंत्री पी चिदम्बरम साहब, आखिर कांग्रेस पार्टी को हो क्या गया है? आतंकवाद की भी नई परिभाषा, स्वदेशी आतंकवादी, विदेशी आतंकवादी। अरे आतंकवादी आतंकवादी होता किस धर्म का है, किस समुदाय का है, यह महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है। उसने जो कृत्य किया है वो अमानवीय कृत्य किया है। कैसा तर्क आपने दे दिया?
ನಿಷ್ಪಕ್ಷಪಾತವಾದ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬರ್ತದೋ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕಠಿಣವಾದಂತ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟವರಿಗೆ. ಇದು ಯಾರ ಮೇಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಾಕ್ಷಿಣ್ಯ ಯಾರು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದಾರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಕೂಡ ನಾಳೆ ಭಯ ಪಡಬೇಕು, ಇಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಇದು ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೆದರಿಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟಲ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾವಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ದುರ್दैव संगति।
जो लोग वंदे मातरम नहीं गाते हैं वो लोग कभी भी भारतीय नहीं हो सकता है। अगर आप भारतीय नहीं हो सकता है कभी भी आप भारत माँ को माँ नहीं समझ सकते हैं। तो इसीलिए हमें निरंतर सतर्क रहना चाहिए। और ये जो बात हमें बताया गया था कि एजुकेशन होने से सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा, वो नहीं। एजुकेटेड होने से वो लोग और ज्यादा बम बनाएगा। अगर मन में खोट है तो एजुकेटेड होने से भी वो लोग खराब काम ही करेगा। एजुकेटेड होने का गारंटी ये नहीं है कि वो अच्छा काम ही करेगा।
On that note, slipping a short break. We'll be back with more in moments from now. Stay tuned to Breaking Ground. NDTV accesses Umar's.
The battle for Bihar is over.
There is a big twist in the tale.
Results ka time aa gaye ba.
Two completely different elections were executed on the ground.
NDTV's results countdown begins. November 14th with Rahul Kaval from 6 a.m.
22% gap amongst the women. That's the election right there.
Top team, fastest, first and factual. Blazing fast trends, winners and losers.
There is an exciting counting day that you need to watch. Friday morning, drop what you are doing, sit back, watch NDTV.
there will be a contest.
November 14th, results with NDTV.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. In Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, कमाल से।
Welcome back. We're going to get you some international news now. US President Donald Trump has signed the funding bill to end America's longest government shutdown. The House passed a bill earlier today to end the 43-day shutdown. Republicans used their majority to get the bill over the finish line by 222 versus 209. Thousands of federal workers were working without pay, furloughed and laid off by the federal administration. The shortage of air traffic controllers has led, remember, to the reduction of flights at 40 major airports, leading to delays and cancellations.
I just want to tell you the country has never been in better shape. We went through this short-term disaster with the Democrats because they thought it would be good politically. And it's an honor now to sign this incredible bill and get our country working again. Thank you.
All right, the International Crimes Tribunal of Bangladesh has now set November 17th for delivering the verdict in a crimes against humanity case against Bangladesh's former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, former Home Minister Khan, and detained former Inspector General of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamoon. The three were tried for their command responsibility over the July 2024 uprising, which left hundreds dead and over 25,000 injured across the country. A three-member tribunal fixed the date and tight security around the tribunal with a heavy deployment of the Army and Border Guard in Bangladesh. Now, this will be the first verdict in a crimes case against humanity linked to the July uprising that toppled the Hasina-led Awami League government last August. We're now also going to take you through our viral segment here on Breaking Ground. What we have for you in our viral segment today is a conversation between Donald Trump and who is hosting Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara at the White House. There was a moment where the two were seen laughing and the conversation was quite interesting. Here's what happened between them. Take a look.
Yeah. This is it. It's good. No. It's the best fragrance. Come here, I have more here, sir. Okay. So what we'll do is just take that, Joe, put it in, and then the other one is for your wife. How many wives? You guys never know, right? You never know.
أنا أرسلت له هدايا فيها شيء أثري قديم، أول أبجدية صار في التاريخ، أول ختم أيضا صار في التاريخ، أول نوتة موسيقية أيضا. All of them were in Syria. أول تعريفة جنوبية أيضا صارت في العالم. That was made in the world. Very good. هي نسخة عن أشياء أثرية موجودة عند أصولنا في الهدية للسيدة الأولى تم زوجها.
Very good. Right now, one.
Let me correct myself there. It was more awkward than interesting. You have Donald Trump asking him how many wives he has. I'm going to slip into a short break. Breaking Ground up next at 1 with me in a few moments from now. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The battle for Bihar is over.
There is a big twist in the tale.
Results ka time aa gail ba.
Two completely different elections were executed on the ground.
NDTV's results countdown begins. November 14th with Rahul Kaval from 6 a.m.
22% gap amongst the women. That's the election right there.
Top team, fastest, first and factual. Blazing fast trends, winners and losers.
There is an exciting counting day that you need to watch. Friday morning, drop what you are doing, sit back, watch NDTV. There will be a contest.
November 14th, results with NDTV.
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here. I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me.
Welcome back. You're with Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood, and these are the headlines at the top of 1 p.m. More murky details emerge on Al Falah University. Major conspiracy was being hatched in room number 13 of the university. A large quantity of explosives had been purchased with the aim of preparing 32 vehicles for multiple attacks. New details emerge of the Jaish women's wing being planned in India. Sources say Masood Azhar's nephew's wife, Afra Bibi, and sister were in touch with the accused, Dr. Shaheen. NDTV accesses Umar's latest CCTV footage. Umar seen outside mosque and cannot place on the day of the attack. Remember, the DNA match has been confirmed between Umar's family and his remains. NDTV accesses Jaish's multi-phase plot to target Delhi. Babri link emerges to the 10/11 conspiracy. Jaish plan attack on the 6th of December, the Babri Masjid demolition date. Opposition demands Ajit Pawar's resignation over Pune land deal scam. This after his son named in the land scam. Ajit says, "Will use my conscience and decide on whether to resign or not." And US President Donald Trump signs bill to end America's longest government shutdown. House passes bill to end shutdown after 43 long days. All right, we start with some great news coming in for NDTV. NDTV 24/7 viewership has been a super smash and it's dominated viewership ratings. And we're miles ahead of competition. Managing editor Shiv Arur now joins me from the newsroom. Shiv, this is a moment where we express gratitude to our viewers.
Incredibly well said. This is a huge congratulations and a tribute to our viewers. And the reason why we're breaking this is because NDTV has established and cemented itself. NDTV 24/7 has cemented itself as India's #1 channel amidst a storm of claims and counterclaims with everyone claiming to be #1. NDTV 24/7, the only channel that doesn't make any claims unless it is actually true. And for the last many weeks, we've been #1. This time, we've got a historic spike in our ratings during an election build-up week. It is incredibly satisfying. It's a tribute to all of our departments, our reporters, our producers, the incredible back-end staff, but especially our team that's been on the ground in Bihar that's done such an incredible job building up to this election. You know, in a democracy like ours, election coverage is a large part of what we do in TV news channels. To see the rewards of viewership during an election build-up week, which is incredibly important for democracy, where all the hard questions are asked, is a huge affirmation of NDTV 24/7's commitment to facts, to being the fastest, to being accurate, to being credible, and to depending on a legacy and heritage of trust that we will never ever forsake. The Bihar Power Play event that we had in Patna that made such an incredible splash as well is reflecting in this viewership. So we take this very humbly. We take this with a great deal of respect. We also see this as a call to recommitting ourselves to the trust and the quality of our broadcasts each and every day. Remember, we don't believe in the word prime time. We believe that 24/7 is prime time across the day on our network, on our channel. So we thank all of our viewers from the bottom of our hearts for rewarding us, for watching us, and we promise to continue this as well.
All right, and more breaking news coming in on this discussion that I'm having with Shiv. NDTV breaks all viewership records. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, was live on NDTV, and that was the #1 show. Shiv, like you said, Bihar really is the story of the hour, of the week, but that interview also with the Home Minister is something people really wanted to tune into.
Incredible show-stopping interview by Union Home Minister Amit Shah to our Editor-in-Chief Rahul Kanwal is the #1 show across genres, across channels. It is not only an affirmation of NDTV's incredible election ground coverage in Bihar, but the Bihar Power Play event, amidst a crowded space of election build-up events by many other networks, has not only been so visible, but it's been validated by this viewership record being completely broken. Not only was it an incredibly substantive interaction, but the event was a huge talking point, created a huge amount of buzz on the ground, and really set the stage as a kind of nucleus or a focal point for NDTV's agenda-setting coverage across the board. Rahul Kanwal, our Editor-in-Chief, was on the ground, along with our incredible team of editors and reporters, our Bureau Chief on the ground, Prabhakar, we had Veera Raghav, we had Vasudha, we had Padmaja, we had Ankit, we had so many others reporting on the ground in Bihar. The Amit Shah interview becoming #1 sort of radiated out the fact that everybody was tuning into NDTV to watch, the election finale of 2025. And I think that is a reminder that the legacy of election reportage, the legacy of getting the big faces and the big interviews first, comes down to the manner in which this has broken all of those viewership ratings and records. So Amit Shah live with Rahul Kanwal on NDTV at the Bihar Power Play event, becoming the #1 show across the week, across day, across prime bands, no matter which way you slice it, I think is a reminder that NDTV 24/7 is #1 and here to stay.
Shiv, congratulations to you, congratulations to the team, but for now it's back to business. There's more breaking news coming in. All right, we have more breaking news coming in at this point. We have for you another video that has emerged the moment bomber Umar entered Delhi. We're now going to get you that footage. It's CCTV footage from the Faridabad toll plaza. Umar is seen in that I-20 car at the toll plaza. This is at about 8:02 a.m. on the 10th of November. He's seen entering Delhi and he is wearing a face mask. This is CCTV footage from the Badarpur border. We're also being told that he paid for that toll in cash. There's a bag at the co-passenger, co-driver's seat, which we believe could have been the explosives that he was carrying with him. Remember, our sources also telling us that after the huge recovery of explosives that took place, the man on your screen started panicking and he rushed with that car and he crossed the Faridabad border. There are about 50 CCTVs that have captured him in Delhi. Akhil now joining me live. Akhil, another video which is another piece of strong evidence, this time of Umar entering Delhi from the Faridabad toll area. What details can you share with us of this moment that's been captured on our screen?
Well, absolutely. If you see, we have got another CCTV footage which is exclusive to us, and in that video you can see that the main accused in this case, the kingpin of this entire doctor module, which has been of Jaish-e-Mohammed, which has been functional in the national capital region. What we have seen that this very person was seen coming from the side of Badarpur area and entering towards the side of the national capital. And in that video you can see he just stopped at the toll plaza. He just took out some cash and then paid in cash to the toll staff member over there, and after that then he entered into the national capital with his nefarious plan. And after that what we have been seeing that in that visuals that if you see from that area he entered into the Mohan Estate area, then from Mathura Road onward he comes towards Ashram area, and then he takes a detour and then move towards Sarai Kale Khan, and then he comes to the central Delhi part from the southeast district towards the central district part, and then he enters into the Kotwali region of the North District, where this man basically committed this heinous crime. And after that what we have been seeing that there have been several arrests. Over 15 arrests have been made so far in connection with the case, and several persons have been detained as well. Right now we have been constantly investigating this case, and in this case we have arrived in Noos village. Here you can see this is the very village where one of the accused, one of the suspect has been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police, because this man has got some link with the other co-accused in connection with the case. Because if you see, there's another person who has been arrested from Faridabad, has been identified as Muzammil, and Muzammil has basically rented a flat in Faridabad, and right now we have arrived in this very village to get to know the details of that owner, because that owner is none other than the Imam of Al-Falah Mosque. I'm going to speak to him. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए क्या नाम है आपका?
मुबीन।
मुबीन, आप किनके भाई हैं आप?
मतलब किनके भाई?
आपके भाई का नाम क्या है? इश्तियाक है क्या? मौलाना इश्तियाक?
नाम तो 5 भाई हैं हम।
मौलाना इश्तियाक आपके सगे भाई हैं क्या?
हाँ भाई मेरे।
आपके मौलाना भाई को पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया, पता है आपको? जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया है।
मैं सुना था, वो मीडिया के माध्यम से अरेस्ट किया।
अच्छा, ये आपके भाई का किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ कभी कोई बातचीत होती थी, कभी उन्होंने आपसे शेयर किया?
नहीं, हमसे कोई शेयर नहीं किया। वो यहाँ पर रहता ही नहीं है, वो यहाँ पर रहता नहीं है।
बातचीत होगी, कितने दिन में बात होती थी?
नहीं, वो महीने 2 महीने 6 महीने में बात होती है।
अच्छा, उन्होंने एक फ्लैट जो है वो रेंट पे दिया था, तकरीबन 2400 रुपये एडवांस किराया मिला उनको, और सितंबर 13 को फ्लैट दिया। कोई एक टेररिस्ट उनके पास आया था, उसने उनसे ये बोला कि मुझे ये फ्लैट चाहिए, और 2 महीने का रेंट एडवांस दिया। ये बात पता है आपको?
वो नहीं, हमें उसके फ्लैट के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता। कहाँ पे उसका फ्लैट है, किसके लिए उसने दिया?
मैं अगर मेरा घर है, मान लीजिए ये मेरा घर है, मेरे पास कोई किराए के लिए आएगा तो मैं उसका वेरिफिकेशन करूँगा नहीं करूँगा?
वो बात सही है, लेकिन मुझे उसके फ्लैट का ही पता नहीं है।
फ्लैट का वेरिफिकेशन नहीं हुआ?
नहीं,
ऐसी घर दे दिया रहने?
अरे भाई, मुझे उसके ही फ्लैट का पता नहीं है। मेरे भाई का वो 2005 से यहाँ से गया। मैं कितनी मरतबा आपको बोला।
लेकिन आप कह रहे हैं कि वो आपके घर आते थे, 1-1 महीने में बात होती है?
तो बात होती है भाई, ये मेरा।
किस तरह के लोगों से उनकी बात होती थी? कहाँ उठना बैठना था?
यहाँ पे कुछ ही में कोई उठना बैठना अपने नहीं।
कभी उन्होंने इस बात का जिक्र किया कि उनका फोन पे किसी से बात होती है, पाकिस्तान में किसी से बात होती है?
उसका कोई जिक्र नहीं है, ना कोई जिक्र है, ना कोई ऐसी बात होगी। वो हमसे बस खाली 2000 मैं एक मरतबा बोल रहा हूँ, आप बार बार मत बुलवाइए, जो बोल आप पहले समझ लीजिए। वो 2005 से वहीं पे रहता है अल-फलाह यूनिवर्सिटी में, वहीं पे वो इमामत करता है और उसके बच्चे वहीं पे हैं। यहाँ पे वो आता है, हमारी अम्मा है, हम हैं, वो मिलने के लिए।
छोटी सी बात है, एक इमाम अगर मस्जिद के हैं तो उन कितना पैसा कमाते होंगे, उनकी आमदनी कितनी होगी? वो उन्होंने घर कैसे बना लिया, पैसे कहाँ से आए उनके पास?
भाई ये मुझे क्या पता वो कितना पैसा वो कॉलेज से।
उन्होंने घर किराए पे दे रखा था, उन्होंने घर तो बनाया होगा ना कहीं से।
उससे कॉलेज से कितनी तनख्वाह मिलती है, क्या मिलता है क्या नहीं मिलता, ये इसके बारे में मुझे क्या पता।
नॉर्मल इमाम को हम भी जानते हैं, एक नॉर्मल इमाम की जो उतनी आमदनी नहीं होती है, उतना बड़ा घर बना ले, 4 कमरों।
We have some breaking news coming in. The National Assessment and Accreditation Council, the NAAC, issued a show cause notice to the Al-Falah University in Faridabad for displaying false accreditation on its website. The council described the claim as quote-unquote misleading and against its norms, while the university website states that its 2 schools, Al-Falah School of Engineering and Technology and Al-Falah School of Education and Training, were accredited by the NAAC. Officials at the council said the accreditation was no longer valid as it lasts only for 5 years. Anushka joining me live. Anushka, I believe it's Tanushka who's joining us on this. Tanushka, what details can you share? We believe that the NAAC, the accreditation given by them, had already expired for the Al-Falah University?
Precisely, Vedika. The NAAC, the NAC, which is the official accreditation body for the country, has given a show cause notice to the Al-Falah University for displaying false accreditation on its website. And we also know that this notice asks the university to explain why action deemed appropriate, including legal action, should not be initiated against the university, since the university itself was never accredited. Further, the notice also asks, that is, NAAC asked the university to explain why the accreditation body should not recommend to the UGC, that is the University Grants Commission, to withdraw the recognition of this university under the relevant sections of the UGC Act, as well as to the National Medical Commission to withdraw its recognition to the university as a medical school. The university has been asked to respond within 7 days, and the show cause notice has been issued by the NAC director and states that it was brought to the notice that Al-Falah School of Engineering and Technology was part of the NAC cycle from March 2013 to March 2018, and the Department of Education was accredited for the cycle 2011 to 2016. While both were accredited with A grade, the accreditation now stands expired. So both of the above colleges, the status of which is still not accredited, and it is misleading and false to advertise on themselves as well as on their websites that they still have A grade of NAC accreditation.
All right, Tanushka, thanks for joining me live. Do stay with me. We have more news coming in, breaking news this time on Shaheen. All right, we're being told that Shaheen, the doctor who also worked at Al-Falah University, did, while speaking to a colleague, say that I do real work after 4 p.m. That is something that we've got to know, and that's what she used to say to her colleagues at Al-Falah University. And what we're also being told is that Shaheen would always carry religious books. Joining me live on that as well is Tanushka. Tanushka, we believe that the conversations with colleagues would also feature this one line from Shaheen, which would be quote-unquote, "Asli kaam char ke baad."
Precisely, yes. We've been given to understand this as per our sources, as well as, people from the Al-Falah University, that Dr. Shaheen, who is one of the major conspirators in this white collar terror module at this point, saying that her, day job being at the university as one of the doctors out there was not her primary job, and that her main work would begin after 4 p.m. in the evening, which of course, could suggest that she was busy planning this. We do understand that this sort of, the blast that has happened at this point has been in the works for a while, and that they were planning several other blasts on December 6th as well across Delhi NCR in the National Capital Region. So these, sort of conversations that have come about of Dr. Shaheen with her associates or with her university, colleagues, that she would in fact go around saying that her main work would begin after 4 in the evening, that is after her college responsibilities were over with.
Thanks for joining us live. We're now going to shift focus now to the Al Falah University as well. The Al Falah University in Faridabad, like we have been saying, is under intense scrutiny. In the latest that we are getting from sources, the doctors planned 32 car bombs. 32 cars was a part of the original plan. There is said to have been a big strike plan on the 6th of December on the anniversary of the Babri Masjid demolition, with planned coordinated serial blasts. Important to understand that the fourth terror car has now been traced and found inside Al Falah University. NDTV has accessed the video from inside of the university, which shows building number 17, housed the room number 13, which belongs to terror accused Muzammil there on your screen. It is in this room, viewers, that the accused doctors met and hatched the terror plot. As per sources, the accused doctors pooled in at least 26 lakh rupees in cash, and this was collected and handed over to Umar. Investigations have uncovered a purchase of 26 quintals of NPK fertilizer for about 3 lakh rupees. Alarming details suggest planning of attacks in the national capital region as well as in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Faculty members allegedly acquired chemicals from the lab, transported it to Dhauj and to Taga. Police have now sealed room number 13. That's where the conspiracy, we believed, a large part of it had been hatched. From Dr. Shaheen Shahid, a Jaish recruiter who taught at Al Falah, to Dr. Muzammil Sheikh, from whose home 2,900 kilograms of explosives were found. All of them were a part of that conspiracy. Another key name, Dr. Umar, accused of executing the Red Fort blast, is another man involved in those conversations. And the man connecting these dots, Jamil, the university's recruiter, known to have hired multiple doctors from Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, this takes us from Faridabad to the National Capital Region and obviously to other parts like Jammu and Kashmir. Anushka joining us live. Anushka, a lot of details packed in what I've just told our viewers. There were 32 cars that were to be used as sources for the explosion. That room number, which belonged to Muzammil, was a room where a huge part of this conspiracy was being planned, the terror module and the terror conspiracy being hatched in that room. What else can you tell us about what we've just spoken to our viewers about?
That's right, Vedika. We have seen that there are multiple rounds of investigation that is currently happening inside the Al Falah University. Haryana police are still inside doing marathon investigations, because yesterday also we saw almost a dozen of investigating teams that had visited Al Falah University. Now new information has in fact revealed that there were 32 cars that were the plan, in fact, to stuff them up with explosives and then send those cars to different key locations around Delhi NCR and northern India, so that blasts can in fact happen. Now we'll show you the visuals also of the Al Falah University. This is the key area. Now Al Falah University is also summoned by the NAC, and has been in fact told to show up within 7 days. This is the very university where Muzammil, Shakil and Shahina was in fact also working inside. Now sources have also revealed, and the people who are in fact inside the university have told that multiple times Shahina used to say that her real work begins after 4 p.m. Now this could suggest that her real work could in fact be what they do for the chemical the transportations of chemicals and the IEDs that they were in fact collecting. And it is well under investigation that it was in the room number 13 of building 17 where all of this was happening, and Shaheen was in fact inside the university. Her car was also in fact being used for this very purpose. We did see the Swift that she had kept inside the university, which was in fact be detained in the joint operation that was led by Jammu Kashmir and Haryana police. We did see that car was stuffed with a lot of arms and ammunitions inside. But yes, we are seeing that key information are in fact coming from the Al-Falah University. This remains a very key point for the investigation, where from several days marathon investigations are in fact going on. Jammu Kashmir team, also Haryana police, NIA and several other investigating agencies have visited the university from the past few days since the explosives were in fact recovered from inside. And now we are showing you the visuals of this Al-Falah University, where also we are seeing that has in fact also given an official statement. They have acknowledged the fact that 2 of their faculties have been detained. They have said that they are deeply anguished with what has happened at Chandni Chowk, and they have distanced themselves, categorically denying that their university asset was not being used as part of their conspiracy, the larger conspiracy that was in fact going on. We did see that there was a plan B that was already kept in motion, that if any of those suspects would be detained by the police, and one of them would carry this and orchestrate this blast that happened at Chandni Chowk. We did see several of the CCTV footages that NDTV has accessed and has in fact also shown that,
If you can hear me, Anushka, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question now, which is, we've spoken about the 32 car bombs that were being planned, possibly not only in the National Capital Region, but in Uttar Pradesh as well. But we're also seeing that there's intense focus on the Al-Falah University growing by the day. Yesterday, we had multiple security agencies at the university. Is that continuing today? Are you seeing a lot of people enter, interrogate others? Who's really under interrogation within the university, other than, of course, those who have been arrested or detained?
Well, Vedika, yesterday we saw multiple teams had visited the premises of Al-Falah University. Today also, Haryana police team has gone inside and they are combing the entire university to find more proofs and more evidences regarding the blast that happened. Now, if we'll piece together the information that we have gotten so far from Jammu and Kashmir, this case started when Adil Rathore was seen pasting posters of, Faiz-e-Ilahi Mohammed. After that, the arrest happened at Saharanpur. So we are seeing Uttar Pradesh is also a part of this investigation. Also, we are seeing that after he was arrested, soon after the arrest of Muzammil Shakil followed, and then Shaheena was detained, and after that we saw this whole case unravel when 2,900 kilograms of explosives were recovered from the residence of Muzammil Shakil that he had taken on rent till November 13th. He had said that 3 of his friends will come to take those belongings, and had in fact also paid 2,400 rupees in advance. Also, we know that Shaheen was in fact saying that she was doing the main work after 4 p.m. So this could very well suggest that there was a larger conspiracy that was playing a part here, and the investigation is right now continuing in this whole matter. Over to you.
Anushka, they're reporting on all the developments, all the updates, all the angles emerging from Al-Falah University. We have more breaking news coming in. Sources reveal that Dr. Umar Nabi, Dr. Muzammil Ahmad and Dr. Shaheen Shahid, that these 3 doctors would converse through an encrypted platform called Threema app. They were in constant touch through this app, is what we're being told. They would work at Al-Falah University, but those covert conversations would happen through this app. These doctors use Threema app to plan and coordinate their terror activities. Threema does not require a phone number or email ID, making it extremely difficult to trace the users. We have our reporter Tejshri also joining us live. Tejshri, these are more details coming out of how the covert operations among those doctors, the suspected terrorists, would actually operate and plan and hatch this big terror conspiracy.
Well, absolutely. Threema is the name of that particular app that these doctors used. All the 3 doctors used to, talk on this app. The reason being that on this particular app, there was no requirement for any identification, any ID proof. In fact, you need not require your contact number, email ID, or in fact also internet services were also not required for this. So important is, if you're sitting in any corner, you just have to make a server. And this is what the doctors did. They just made made a server and then they used to chat over all these on all this app. And important to notice what we are getting to know through our sources is the plan of the attack, the documents, the maps, the road maps, anything regarding the explosives. All these things were spoken about on this particular app, because we have been seeing that how in the past, if there are chats made on WhatsApp, it leaves digital footprints, and that is why using Threema app, it becomes very much difficult to trace the footprints. Also because if you have sent a message, then the message could be deleted for you also and for me also. So that becomes easier for the criminals, to erase all the messages, to easily erase all the evidences as well, and without using internet. Because if you use the internet, then definitely the IP address of your mobile will be tracked. Now, if you do not have internet, it will be difficult to trace an IP address, because you also do not have a specific mobile number and also a system. You just need a handset and also a server, and they created their own server through which they chatted. Now important is the source, the investigation team is also retrieving all the digital evidences and are trying to trace these digital footprints, and are also trying to gather the information that is there any other server they created, a larger server, only 3 doctors were involved in it, or they in fact tried to add as many as people on this server so that they can carry out a larger plot that they were planning to. Back to you.
So Tejshri, the investigation teams are also going to track whether the Threema server they use was hosted inside India or not?
Well, absolutely. It is not an Indian app, but yes, what we are getting to know is that it is a app. It's a Swiss app, and through this they were contacting each other, and now agencies will be definitely tracking that what was the link, why were they using this app. Definitely, it makes, as I told, that it makes difficult for the investigation agencies to track the digital footprints. That is why they were using this app. But now to retrieve the information, high possibilities that the mail could be also sent to this app, or in fact contact could be established with the concerned app so that they can retrieve more and more information so as to what kind of messages were sent. The messages were sent only within India, or they were sent abroad as well, because we have seen that they also have visited Turkey. Now this message, because we have seen that Umar before the blast switched off his phone. He was not in contact with anyone. His family also used to say that his family also stated that he was not in contact. Many a times his phone was switched off. Then why his phone was switched off? High possibility that even if your phone is switched off, even if your number is off, you don't have a SIM, you can use this app through a server, and and it's highly suspected that he must have been doing or carrying out all these activities, talking over the phone, chatting over, telling about their locations, making the plan or the roadmap through this particular app as well. So that's why high possibility that official communication could be established to gain more and more information about the chats or the messages or the documents or the important roadmaps that they must have discussed on the chats. Back to you.
Tejshri, you'll have to stay with me because we want to bring to our viewers also the route that was taken by Dr. Umar Mohammad. We need to tell our viewers that 50 CCTV cameras have caught him en route from Faridabad till near the Red Fort, and we're going to bring you details on that. NDTV has access to new CCTV visuals showing Umar walking towards the mosque near Turkman Gate. These visuals were from the same day as that of the blast on 10/11. Police have accessed CCTV footage from at least 4 dozen different locations, painting a disturbing picture of Umar's final movements, because through it all, what we're suspecting is he had the explosives with him in that car from Mewat to Firozpur Jirka, from dhabas on the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Meanwhile, sources have also confirmed Umar to be a prime accused through a 100% DNA match. That match was made with samples from his own mother and brother, ending all speculation about the bomber's identity. You see him in the car, you see him paying the toll, you see him getting out of the parking lot. all those videos have one man in it. The man on your screen, Mohammad Umar, was driving that car, and that has been ascertained now with the DNA samples matching. Tejsri with us. Tejsri, we're talking about 50 different locations across the national capital region. What's chilling to me is the explosive that we're suspecting that was lying right next to him in the car. We know that this man did panic after the huge explosives recovery and haul by the investigative agencies. He fled from the spot, got into Delhi, and we've caught him on CCTV footage in several locations. He spent a lot of time in Delhi that morning and afternoon.
Well, absolutely, it's pretty much evident that he has spent a lot of time in the national capital and near around. He did go to Mayur Vihar, he then came to Connaught Place, then he went to some other location, stood there for some time, and then went to the Suneri Masjid parking area where he was there for good more than 3 hours. But important over here is that why did he go to all these locations? Was he doing a recce? Was he wanting to meet someone? Was he wanting to purchase something, or was there a larger plot? And why did he wait in that parking area for 3 hours? Sources reveal that he was waiting in the parking area for 3 hours because he wanted more and more crowd to gather. And also what we are picking up is that, you know, he moved to all such places, say it be the Connaught Place, or say it be Mayur Vihar, or say it be the some other place in the national capital, from Noor to Mewat, and then coming towards central Delhi. He recce'd all these places to check that where he could find as many people, and then he could cause harm to all these people, where he can carry out a blast. Was there, again the question comes, a larger plot? Because the amount of explosives that was recovered and the kind of blast that took place, that is certainly, which is really shocking and surprising, that, you know, all these locations that he recce'd, he wanted, what was the intention to recce all these locations? And if we minutely look at the CCTV camera as well, then he was very much, you know, we should say cautious about all these things, because he did do a PUC of his own vehicle, because he knew that if he is entering to the national capital, then his vehicle will be scanned, and he didn't want that any kind of scanning should have taken place in his own vehicle, because the explosives we are seeing in the CCTV footage, that how on the back seat of that car the explosives are, the bag, it's suspected that in the same bag the explosive he was carrying, which resulted to a blast there near the Red Fort. So it was the same bag, and he very you know, carefully had placed the bag on the back seat. He was again and again checking whether the bag is safe or not, whether the bag is kept properly or not, or whether if anyone is keeping a check or an eye on that bag as well. That also he was monitoring continuously. He was also wearing a mask on his face so as to he cannot, you know, easily be captured in the camera. He made the payment in the cash. Why again in the cash? Because again he did not want to leave any kind of a footprint, because if he would have made payment through any kind of digital app, say Phone Pay, Google Pay, or any digital app, so that, you know, helps the investigating agencies to track the bank account details, and again the entire it could be easily traced that from where the funding was happening.
Tejsri, thank you for joining us live on the developments there. Like we said, more than 4 dozen CCTV cameras capturing the man there on your screens. That video that we're bringing to you right now is of Mohammad Umar. This was right next to the Red Fort, and this is next to a mosque as well. It's when he turns to perhaps speak to someone right behind him or to look back that you can see a close-up of his face caught on CCTV camera. But I'm going to move on now. Following the explosion of a white Hyundai i20 which was found destroyed near the blast site, NDTV has been tracking the multiple terror cars. Now remember, this is important because these cars were a part of the suspected terrorist plan to use these cars as explosives. Not 1 but 4 cars were used by the terrorists to carry out terror operations. First, it's a Swift Desire, which was of Dr. Shaheen. It belonged to Dr. Shaheen, which was used by Dr. Muzammil. This car was first seized from where weapons were recovered. This was a huge recovery, viewers. This led to a lot of exposes, and a lot of investigations became clearer after this car was recovered. Second was the white i20, which was used in the blast. We brought you so many videos of Mohammad Umar in that car, be it in CP, be it at the toll booth from Faridabad into Delhi, or be it at the parking lot near the Red Fort. Third was a red EcoSport, which is found in Faridabad. In the latest, the 4th car, a Maruti Brezza owned by Dr. Shaheen, was originally to be used to carry out the blast has also been recovered. Now, the red EcoSport linked to the bomber, Dr. Umar, was seized by the police. The car was found abandoned at a farmhouse at Khandavali village in Haryana. The NIA managed to track the car with the help of Umar's driver. According to sources, investigators suspected Umar and his team reportedly used the red EcoSport car to transport and stockpile ammonium nitrate over time. According to investigators also, the terror module had conducted multiple recce operations. Sources add the group was planning multiple serial blasts and was waiting for the final orders from its handler when it was busted. Aditya Raj called back with us on Breaking Ground for more details on this. Aditya, we're talking about at least 32 cars that were to be used for spreading terror, not only in the national capital region, but beyond. We're also talking about how these cars have been recovered, but the fear right now would be that there could be more cars that they own, that they bought, that need to be tracked down. What's the latest in terms of investigations on this?
Well, that's right, Vedika. These are big developments that are coming at this hour. We are reporting on NDTV that 32 cars could have been used by the Jaish-e-Mohammed doctors module, the syndicate that was behind this entire development, the Delhi blast, of course, but also the larger conspiracy. Of course, several of these cars have been recovered. At least 4 cars have been recovered. But I want to draw your attention to what's happening at the Red Fort site. Now, again, evidence collection is beginning. These are live and exclusive visuals coming on your screen of the Delhi Police forensic team looking for evidence. You can see these, members of the Delhi Police who are now scanning this entire area here outside the Red Fort. There are 2 temples. One is the Gauri Shankar temple and second is, of course, the Jain temple. So right outside the Jain temple, you can see members of the Delhi Police and the forensic team looking for evidence. They are collecting evidence, maybe, some equipment that was destroyed. Remember this morning, there was an arm of a person that was recovered at least 300 meters away on the roof of a shop in the middle of the Lajpat Rai market, which is quite a distance away from the blast site. That really, sent in alarm bells, and that meant that the intensity of the blast was such that, 300 meters away, an arm had flung across. So clearly, the CCTV that we have accessed as well also clearly indicates how the intensity of the blast was huge. There was a huge ball of fire. You can see this member of the Delhi Police, collecting evidence, taking whatever is relevant in this particular case. Remember, 22 vehicles were completely dismantled and destroyed in this entire exercise. So some activity being seen. Of course, the blast site is being studied by forensic and the FSL team. But here, Delhi Police personnel and forensic team right now collecting evidence, fresh evidence, because every possible evidence that they collect will point out to not just the chemical that has been in use, but also, whatever little equipment that was, detonators, etc., as part of this particular vehicle. So, as of now, the investigation continues, but we will be, of course, bringing the latest for the viewers, even as the interrogation of the 15 arrested continues. More than 24 people also detained. More than 50 to 60 CCTV videos have already been collected to make a chain of this entire, affair that happened on Monday when Umar traveled from Faridabad to Mayur Vihar to Connaught Place and then further to Red Fort before the bombing happened outside the Red Fort, in between Gauri Shankar temple, Jain temple, and of course the Red Fort. So that led to killing of 13 people, 22 others injured. It's a very, very sensitive and high-level investigation that continues, not just here at the Red Fort, but also on several key locations, including the Al Falah University in Faridabad and of course in Jammu and Kashmir.
While the forensic teams are there behind you, Aditya, I want to shift our focus even to the fact that there was a huge effort by these terror suspects not to leave behind any digital footprint, be it the Threema app that they were using or be it Muhammad Umar. And we'll try and pull out that video again of him at the Badarpur toll while he was trying to get into Delhi to show our viewers how he paid by cash. So the idea here was not to leave any digital footprint behind.
That's right. We've accessed multiple CCTV footages. One of them that has just come across is around 8 a.m. on Monday morning when this particular individual, Dr. Umar, who is the kingpin and the mastermind of the Delhi bomb blast, he was the person who got killed while driving that particular vehicle that contained ammonium nitrate. But in this visual of the CCTV at the Badarpur toll between Delhi and Haryana, you can clearly see that he stops, he pays the toll by cash, and then you can see, if we do a closer look on this video on your screens right now, that behind there seems to be a large bag. We do not know what it contains, but interrogation of several members and analysis by the forensic team and others clearly indicates that there was large amount of ammonium nitrate and one more chemical apart from detonators that were kept. What he had really done is kept detonators and ammonium nitrate next to each other. So there could have been some mishap that resulted in this. There could have been a panic attack also, or there could have been a desperate attack because, of course, Umar knew that time was less. His other module members and accomplices were already under arrest, many of them being interrogated, and many raids had taken place. So he was out of options. He wanted to do something. He was radicalized to such a level, and he thought for 3 hours perhaps at that Red Fort parking that what would be likely to happen. His car was moving towards New Delhi. Remember, it was not a stationary vehicle. He was at the red light. He was moving his vehicle. There was traffic around that because it was evening time. Many shopkeepers around Lajpat Rai Market and Chandni Chowk were leaving from this particular area, and that's when the massive blast took place here, which resulted in the killing of 13 people and many others injured. So multiple such CCTV footages have come in from not just the Badarpur border, but also from Connaught Place, other parts of Delhi and other parts of Haryana as well, including a pollution center as well in Faridabad. So as of now, what the police and the NIA are doing, trying to recreate the chain of sequence that happened on Monday of this particular individual, Umar. We also know that Fahim, who is a relative of Umar, has been picked up by the agencies. His interrogation is underway. Now, Umar had instructed Fahim to park that red eco sport vehicle at an isolated location so that the police does not get a whiff of it. There was another female who has not been identified yet, was also in that particular car, but Fahim has been picked up right now. Whether he will be formally arrested will be known in some time, but there are arrests happening every passing hour in this particular case. Ishtiaq is another key element, who was the Maulvi who owned that particular rented accommodation in Faridabad, where the 2900 kgs of explosives and ammonium nitrate and other ammunition was also found, and that's Ishtiaq is in the custody of the J&K police right now. His interrogation is underway. His formal arrest could happen today. That's what we are learning. So many other important leads that are coming across Vedika in this particular case, apart from the many vehicles that were procured, 4 of them now in the custody of the police.
All right, Aditya, do stand by. I have some breaking news coming in. We're going to shift focus from the blast site now to Al-Falah University, where we believe that the website has been taken down by the administrator, is the latest development we have for you. Remember, this place has been the hotbed of a terror conspiracy. You've had doctors employed by this university who have been in a room number 13 or building number 17, if I'm not mistaken. They have been hatching a terror conspiracy. Now what we've got to know is that the Al-Falah University's website has been taken down by the administrator. We're going to try and get your correspondent on that, but on your screen you see that image, future home of something quite cool. The website being taken down for now, but we will bring you more details on that. Huge developments happening every moment, and this is the latest that we have for you. Tejshri joining me on the phone line. Tejshri, the last time we spoke, we also spoke about the NAAC taking on the Al-Falah University because they had expired accreditation. Now we're getting to know that the Al-Falah University's website has been taken down. Why? Give us more details.
We are getting to know is that the website of Al-Falah University has been taken down, and when we just tried to go through this website, it is just showing this picture I would like to show This is showing if you are the website, if you're the site owner, log in to launch this site.
If you're the site owner, log in to launch this site. If you're a visitor, check back soon. That is just what's being shown on the website, because back to back we have been seeing that how this entire university is now under scanner. Investigation is underway. We are just reporting outside the Al-Falah hospital, this university as well, where now the professors, the founders, the vice chancellors, the teachers, all are being in fact questioned. And definitely all these three doctors also were those were the part of this bigger conspiracy. They were in fact here staying over here in the room number 13. The room number 13 has become the epicenter of the question that what happened actually, what transpired in that room. So that's why it has become very important, and many people must have been searching about the university, must be in fact searching about the website as well. So high possibility that the administrator has taken down the website, maybe number one reason to now hide all the information. They must not be wanting to make the information public, or the kind of information that is coming to the public domain. Do they want to hide some kind of information? Because we have seen that the university has already issued a statement yesterday denying all the allegations and the charges that are being leveled up against them. They have said that university isn't aware about all such activities that are being carried out inside the university. But it is now quite questionable that at such point of time, when the university is under scrutiny, the investigation teams are investigating the university, why at this point of time there was a need for the university to, rather than come and speak to people, is now taking down its own website. Back to you.
All right, Tejshri, thanks for joining me live there. That's the latest we have from Al-Falah University. The website seems to be down for now. Why? We'll try and bring you more details in a moment from now. But NDTV has also spoken to the ex-owner of the I-20 car. The ex-owner of the car, Devendra, said he made payments for the car online. Devendra also added that the car was mostly unused and was lying idle at his office for about 8 months.
मेरे साथ देवेंद्र हैं जिन्होंने I-20 गाड़ी परचेज की थी। देवेंद्र, ये गाड़ी आपने किससे ली थी, कब ली थी, क्या डिटेल है इसका?
सर, ये गाड़ी ना ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म में एक कार डीलर हूँ। मैंने गाड़ी स्पिनी कंपनी से खरीदी थी मार्च 2025 में, ठीक है। इसकी ऑनलाइन पेमेंट की है। स्पिनी से 1 नंबर से गाड़ी आई है। गाड़ी में कोई मेजर इशू था, इसलिए गाड़ी बहुत लेट हो गई बिकने में। 8 महीने से गाड़ी मेरे पास होल्ड थी। 8 महीने बाद सलमान का इसमें कोई रोल ही नहीं। सलमान ने तो उसने स्पिन पे गाड़ी देखी थी, उसे तो पता ही नहीं गाड़ी कहाँ है, किसके पास है, उससे कोई मैटर नहीं है। और उसके बाद गाड़ी मेरे पास आई, गाड़ी खड़ी रही। मेरे नेक्स्ट जो डीलर है सोनू रॉयल कार जोन, गाड़ी के कस्टमर ओलेक्स फोन के थ्रू आया, उन्होंने उसकी डील की। उन्होंने उसकी जो भी पेमेंट फॉर्मेलिटी सब पूरी की, इंश्योरेंस कराई, पोल्यूशन कराया, करा के उनके आधार कार्ड, पैन कार्ड, बैंक डिटेल सब कुछ उन्होंने लिया। लेने के बाद हैंड ओवर करी। उसके साथ उनके फोटो है, सीसीटीवी कैमरा, सब कुछ उनके पास था। वो सब पुलिस को प्रोवाइड कर दिया गया है जो टीम ने मांगे हैं। इसके बाद हमारा इसमें वो कोई है नहीं। अगर कोई पुलिस को हमसे और भी कोई वो चाहिए कि भाई उसमें और कुछ है, लेकिन बस है नहीं। लेकिन अगर कोई जरूरत है तो हम 10 बार भी बुलाएंगे, 10 बार जाएंगे, ठीक है।
आपके पास गाड़ी कितने महीने तक रही?
8 महीने मेरे पास रही है।
अच्छा।
और तक मेरे ऑफिस पे खड़ी रही है। इसमें ये गाड़ी ना बार बार बिकी है, ना किसी बार बार यूज हुई है। ये गाड़ी मेरे पास ही रही है 8 महीने तक।
अच्छा।
और 8 महीने मेरी निगरानी में मेरे ऑफिस पे रही है।
अच्छा।
इसमें जो काम हुआ है, जो भी है, वो मैं नहीं कराया।
तो अभी आपने देखा कि किस तरह से गाड़ी से दिल्ली में ब्लास्ट किया गया, लाल किले के बाहर। जब आपने मीडिया में ये तस्वीरें देखी ब्लास्ट के होते हुए, तो आपके मन में क्या आया?
देखो दोस्त, एक इंसानियत के नाते बोलता हूँ, ये बहुत बड़ी दुर्घटना है, बहुत बड़ी ट्रेजेडी है, जो भी है। लेकिन अब इसमें देखो मतलब बेगुनाह आदमी मारे गए हैं। वो एक सुसाइड बॉम्बर था, उसने जो भी करा है उसने अपनी, उसका क्या है क्या नहीं है। आखिर पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, डॉक्टर होने के बावजूद उनके अंदर पता नहीं क्या समझ में आ रहा है। सबसे पहले तो एक इंसानियत होनी चाहिए कि भाई इंसान है, लेकिन वो क्या सोच के ये करते हैं मुझे नहीं पता। लेकिन जो है वो तो बहुत बुरा हुआ है।
कभी आपने सोचा था कि जो गाड़ी मेरे पास 3 दिन तक रही है उस गाड़ी का प्रयोग ब्लास्ट में होगा?
सुनो, जिस बारे में मैं अपनी वो पर्सनल बोल रहा हूँ, हमें नहीं पता सामने वाला कौन है। एक अच्छा भी होता है, एक बुरा भी होता है। मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता आपका बिहेव किस तरह का है, आप कैसे हो, बात पे आप कैसे कर रहे हो, बाद में आपका क्या है, तो मैं उस बारे में नहीं जानता। जो मेरे सामने बैठा है वो डॉक्टर है, अच्छा पढ़ा लिखा है, तो ऐसा भी नहीं होता कि उसको ये लगे कि यार ये तो चोर होगा। ठीक है, अब वो चीज़ तो सामने जब भी आती है, जब वो चीज़ें घट जाती हैं, तो उस बारे में तो कुछ ज़्यादा हम कह भी नहीं पाएंगे, पर जो हुआ है वो बहुत गलत हुआ है। बस पुलिस ने हमें बुलाया गया, पुलिस को जो पूछना था हमने उन्हें बताया।
तो दिल्ली पुलिस ने पूछताछ की आपसे, एनआईए ने पूछताछ की?
मेरे को दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल वालों ने पूछताछ की है।
अच्छा।
ठीक है, एनआईए वाले के पास केस ट्रांसफर हो गया, अगर उन्हें जरूरत होगी तो मैं उनके साथ भी बिल्कुल मिलके बात करेंगे
जी,
और जो वो पूछेंगे बता देंगे हम भी। बाकी तो वैसे बजाने के लिए इसमें कुछ बचा नहीं है।
जी।
ठीक है,
तो देवेंद्र एनडीटीवी से बात कर,
न्यूज पे जो दिखा रहे हैं ना ये कि ये पाकिस्तान से ये है वो, मुझे तो ये समझ नहीं आ रहा न्यूज वालों को कौन रिपोर्ट देता है। हाँ, ये पता है कि सलमान को सबसे पहले फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सलमान खान को अरेस्ट किया गया होगा, क्योंकि उसके नाम पे आरसी है। स्पिनी पे मेरा रिकॉर्ड है, क्योंकि मैं उसका एक अलग से कस्टमर हूँ। स्पिनी पे मेरा चलता है, तो सबसे पहला नंबर मेरा आ गया। मैंने उनसे जो उन्होंने मुझे पूछा, मैंने उनको बताते चला गया। तो जितनी मेरे पे हेल्प हो पाई, क्योंकि तो सबसे पहले एविडेंस हमारे पास ही थे, ये आधार कार्ड है, पैन कार्ड है, ये मोबाइल नंबर है जो ट्रेसिंग पे लाए होंगे। तो वहां से इनकी जो स्टार्ट किया, जो उन्होंने किया होगा, हमें नहीं पता क्या किया होगा, क्या कौन पकड़ा गया, लेकिन जो हमसे हो सकता है हम 100% उसके साथ है। और तुरंत मतलब इस दुखी घड़ी में परिवार उनको शांति दे, उनके परिवार को। ठीक है
जी। थैंक यू देवेंद्र जी, एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका।
On that note, slip me a short break. I'll be back in moments from now with the latest on this story.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
The front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Rajkol.
All right, I believe we don't have much time left on Breaking Ground, so I want to recap for our viewers all that we've been getting you for the last 2 hours in terms of updates. Let's start with the first point here on the investigations and where they stand as of now. 32 cars were being used. That was the plan by the doctors as part of this terror operation. This includes a Maruti Suzuki Brezza. It includes a Swift Desire, a Ford EcoSport. These were being prepped to carry explosive material. Sources close to the Delhi Fort investigations have told NDTV the cars, including the Hyundai i20 that exploded Monday evening, was supposed to be a part of a coordinated serial attack targeting multiple locations in Delhi on the 6th of December. Also, please remember, 6th of December is important because that's the day of the Babri Masjid demolition anniversary. That was a part of the plan. Sources say the blasts were meant to be revenge. The next point we're going to bring to you is also based on the investigations and what we're gathering from it. The fourth terror car has been found at Al Falah University. What we're being told is that at the Al Falah University, that car was also to be a part of those 32 car bombs that were going to be used. Let's move to the next point now. That was Shaheen's car, the Brezza that was found there. Let's also tell you about Shaheen being in touch with the Jaish chief Skin. What we're getting to know about this one point is that Shaheen was in touch with Azhar's cousin and sister as well, is what we're being told, and she was trying to get a women's wing founded here in India, and that's an important point to know that establishes the link with the Jaish chief Skin. Also at Falah University, the doctors met at room number 13 in building 17. That's where they were conspiring this huge mega plan, and that room belonged to one of the doctors. So Al Falah also being the epicenter of the investigations in the 10-11 blast probe. I'm going to leave it there. News and updates will continue here on NDTV. Coming up next is a very interesting conversation hours before the results with NDTV on Bihar. It's called Chunav Pe Charcha. Stay tuned for that special.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The battle for Bihar is over.
There is a big twist in the tale.
Results ka time aa gayal ba.
Two completely different elections were executed on the ground.
NDTV's results countdown begins. November 14th with Rahul Kaval from 6 a.m.
22% gap amongst the women. That's the election right there.
Top team, fastest, first and factual. Blazing fast trends, winners and losers.
There is an exciting counting day that you need to watch. Friday morning, drop what you are doing, sit back, watch NDTV. There will be a contest.
November 14th, results with NDTV.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here. I don't sugarcoat.
I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am.
Hello and a very warm welcome to all of our NDTV viewers. Polling is done, campaigning is finished. Bihar has made its decision, but we don't know what the result is just yet. And as we always say here on NDTV, it is never a bad time for a chai stop. So what better way to begin this edition of Chai Stop than by showing you perhaps the most famous thing to come out of Bihar, apart from its people, which is this amazing stand of Litti Chokha. But I have not been able to travel to Bihar thanks to these wonderful people you see over here. I desperately wanted to go to Bihar and report on this fascinating election, but this incredible political team, and they're all busy people, they've just come back from Bihar, and I've managed to convince all of them to please spare 1 hour for this incredible episode of Chai Stop. This is live, so welcome back all of you. Bihar is done and dusted. We're all waiting for counting day tomorrow. By the way, they're all going to be live from 6 a.m. tomorrow. So I feel a little sorry for them, though even I'm going to be there. But I'm going to start. Namaskaram, sir.
Namaskaram, sir. Namaskaram.
A very warm welcome. The most viral star from Bihar is back. Padmaja has disappeared into the badlands of Bihar and finally re-emerged. Ankit has been there for the longest time in Bihar.
I have to domicile now.
People know him by his
He can become a constable in Bihar. He has domicile.
Yeah. I don't know how many of these people even want to eat any more Litti Chokha. I certainly do, because they've literally come from there. He's got a plate in his hand as well. But Sucharita and Akhilesh are also here. So welcome to Chai Stop. This is where all of us reporters and editors get together once a week to do a little bit of Chunav Pe Charcha, Gupshup on what has been an incredible election. Now, you know, for most of us, Bihar is an obscure place. I'm speaking very personally. Obscure place, hardly anyone travels there. But what an incredible election this has been. I'm going to start it off with you, Veera. Okay? You traveled there. You spent a bunch of time there. Everybody saw your coverage there. Kaun jeet raha hai? Who's winning?
I wish I knew, yeah. I wish I knew. But I think it's ultimately, it's a fascinating state, as you were just saying. An extremely emotional state at some level. You know, the affection of Bihar in some ways is effusive. And Manoranjan Bharati and Prabhakar Kumar there, who will also be joining us live.
They are live with us from
They
Patna,
told me I'm their South Indian damad, because they were feeding me Litti Chokha every day. And Padmaja has corrected that it has to be Litti Chokha, not Litti Chokha. Just as I keep correcting people, it's Sambar and not Sambar.
Like a good South Indian, he refuses to pronounce it correctly, and I support him completely 100% in that. Padmaja, exit polls, all the numbers are done now. It's locked. It's in a box right now. You've been on the ground, you've been in the studio, you've looked at the numbers. Any sense in your mind about kaun jeet raha hai?
You know, I'll
stick my neck out, even though it's very, very dangerous in the time we
24
live
hours
in.
before.
A couple of things. One, first of all, this is going to be an election. This entire narrative of Gen Z, which is being built up. It's interesting that this election result is going to come from a state that's the youngest in our country. You've got about 58-59% of people in Bihar are less than 25 years of age. You've got about 1.5 million who are first-time voters. So this is literally Bihar, India's Gen Z, which is going to give a result. And it's such a clued-in state. Trust me, Shiv, I've traveled across many, many states, and I say this with the greatest of respect to everyone. In Bihar, if you are trying to give them any BS, they will call you out. They'll be like, ma'am, 1961 में उस सीट में जो 2 लोग लड़ रहे थे, उसका बाप ये था, आपको पता नहीं है कि वोटिंग परसेंटेज गिर गया था क्योंकि 2 बैलेट वहां जला दिए गए थे.
They know their politics.
They will call you out, and going purely by the conventional wisdom, and sometimes you can just sense it, right? The general sense is, and I will just sum it up in 3 words, Nitish ठीक है. It is not like everything is perfect. It's not like, you know, they don't have problems. In the same breath, they will tell you, paper leak हो गया, ये हो गया. पर देखिए जब नीतीश जी वापस आएंगे तो उनको ये सब ठीक कर देना चाहिए. So they will say we have problems, but we want Nitish to come back and fix it for us, and that pretty much is my sense.
You know, my very personal preference right now is there's a good fight tomorrow so that our viewership can go on the entire day tomorrow. Okay, as managing editor, my personal interest is in we have a day-long broadcast, things go up and down, and we have a fascinating dance of democracy, because that's what elections are really all about. And NDTV, all of these people are going to be live from 6 a.m. tomorrow, like I said, so that's the broadcast you need to watch.
It's very worrying that you have said this for the second time, 5 minutes into the show. Yes, we will be there.
By the way, I'm saying this
We
so that
will be there.
I'm saying this so our viewers can also hold you accountable if they don't see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. So please kindly note. Ankit, is there an edge that someone has? You travelled widely. You were there the longest time as well. How is it looking to you?
So, in the beginning, before the candidates were being announced and all, I went to JDU office, and that has now become my go-to phrase. Election in Bihar, I was speaking to somebody and that person said, I said, आप क्यों आए हैं? आपका candidate का तो हो गया selection, आप क्यों यहाँ खड़े हुए हैं? मेला है सर, enjoy लीजिए. So that is what people do. मेला है सर, enjoy लीजिए. Till tomorrow, all political parties
enjoy लीजिए.
Enjoy लीजिए.
मेरी सास dead कर गई.
So
dead कर गई. पिछले साल मेरी सास dead कर गई.
So you know, now less than 24 hours to go. You know, when the results will be out. 2-3 important things, like Padmaja was saying. If 2020 was the election where there was Nitish Kumar anti-incumbency, people wanted change, the feeling of badlav is still there. But there is also a sympathy factor that people realize that this is the end of an era. JP movement leaders, Lalu Prasad Yadav hardly campaigned, he was nowhere, he's off the posters.
There's sentiments for Nitish.
For Nitish Kumar, that send-off should be, he's done for Bihar, he's done a lot for Bihar. But having said that, I still felt it was not a current election. It was not an election to ensure that Nitish stays or to get Tejaswi Yadav on that seat. There have been a lot of promises which have been made. I think it was a very hyper-local election. People, more than their chief minister, were choosing their MLA. And that is where it could get very, very close, and we'll have a fantastic
game on. Which means
Absolutely.
game on, basically.
I believe it's a very close election.
Long and short of it, he doesn't want to stick his neck out.
No, I am sticking my neck out. No, rather, I am saying that it's a close election. For directionally, everybody...
You know, if I may, what this could turn out to show, largely the NDA and in particular JDU look comfortable, but because it's an MLA election, particular MLAs of the NDA, JDU and especially BJP may lose their seats.
Because
you could see a result like that,
Interesting.
where you can have the ruling party, some of the big names losing their seats because of anti-incumbency, but Nitish thi.
You know, just one thing I just want to add to that, because you know, BJP's textbook is, and we saw that in Gujarat, you know, when the whole cabinet was changed. This time BJP has only dropped 19 sitting MLAs. Tejaswi Yadav has dropped 36 sitting MLAs. And I think that is where, and the 12 seats where the friendly fight is, that is going to decide this election.
Sujarita, what do you think? I just want to point out that our friends in Patna are standing there, looking nice and cool there in Patna. The politics is obviously white hot before counting. Vasudha, Baba and the others are waiting for us. We're going to go to them in
has
just
a similar gamcha there.
Yeah, it's incredible. We're going to go to them in just a moment. Guys, sorry for keeping you waiting, but you know, this is just a reminder to all of our viewers. We are hogging all the space over here. The people where it actually matters in Patna are waiting for us to toss to them, which is incredible. Bear with me for a couple more minutes, guys. Akhilesh and Sucharita, to you first, Sucharita. What's it looking like to you?
No,
One way or the other, or game on?
No, like Padmaja said, Nitish theek hai. I think there's an old saying in Bihar, Nitish sabke hai. So that saying I think holds on, because we in studios or in Delhi talk about Nitish Kumar flipping sides, but
Palturam,
but it doesn't matter to the people in Bihar. For them, Nitish Kumar is changing sides. It does not matter to them politically. If they're siding with Nitish Kumar, and the most important thing is that even after being at the head of the center of Bihar politics for 2 decades, he still manages to be the X factor of this Bihar elections. This is massive. This is incredible.
Yeah.
So I think the entire discussion this time around Nitish Kumar and the kind of seats that exit polls are showing that they're going to go up for the JDU clearly shows that this may be a mandate for Nitish Kumar. We'll obviously have to wait, and let me reiterate.
Okay, so you're saying it is
from 6
a mandate
a.m. we're going to be showing it to the people.
Okay, so Sucharita is sticking her neck out as well.
I agree with Sucharita that this election is about Nitish Kumar. The last election, the slogan of the JDU was Bihar mein Bahar hai, Nitish Kumar hai. But the last election was about Tejasvi Yadav. Tejasvi Yadav was in
Bihar
focus.
does these little lines
Yes,
better than
the
anyone
line
else.
is immortal. I mean, this is amazing line.
That one was by PK's team, by the way.
2025 फिर से नीतीश. This time they also
It was
had
coined by
that.
Prashant Kishore's team.
Prashant Kishore's team.
But the last election, Tejasvi Yadav had such a big mass appeal. If you could sense it.
Yeah.
If you could have gone to the public meetings of Tejasvi Yadav, you could see that the youth, especially, there's a current for Tejasvi Yadav. This time it was missing because Rahul Gandhi had shifted focus away from Tejasvi because of that vote yatra.
Yeah.
The vote chori issue did not catch up with the voters. And apart from that, this election is for Nitish Kumar. Why? Because the JDU slogan is also this time is very interesting. 25 se 30 Nitish. So फिर से Nitish. So that's another slogan.
Yeah.
But this was people thought this was Nitish Kumar's last election.
Yeah.
So they are probably saying that we have to say goodbye to a good administrator who has ruled us for the past 2 decades, and under whose rule the Bihar has developed a lot. So for Nitish Kumar, this is going to vote for.
This is very interesting because all of you have said one common thread as far as Nitish is concerned, which is super interesting, and I take it very seriously because you guys have come in from the ground. It also reflects what we've seen in some of the exit polls, most of the exit polls actually. I'm going to get some litti chokha for all of us here and toss it over now to Vasudha in Patna with all of our friends there. What an exciting place to be. Epicenter of this election. Vasudha, you've come in. Lucky you with all our friends. Take it away. What's happening there? What's the mood?
We have litti here. We also have chai. For a lot of years, Champaran always meant Mahatma Gandhi for me, but Champaran is famous for mutton. This is something I learned. And of course, that also philosophically explains Bihar. If it is everything, it's also the opposite of everything. So if there's anger against Nitish Kumar, there's also a lot of gratitude for him. And that's what I was talking to Sikta also, that this election is a lot about Nitish Kumar, his legacy, and the way his future is going to be written. I'm not going to talk much because we have Prabhakar and, of course, Baba here, the OG of elections. Baba traveled to Bhagalpur and he has had an interesting childhood in Bihar. Baba, tell us, Bihar kitna badla hai? And everyone talks about this 2005 election. Is 2025 going to be 2005?
देखिए बिहार बदला तो जरूर है, लेकिन जितना और बदल सकता था वो उतना नहीं बदला है। हम बड़ी खुश हैं कि हमारे पास 4 लेन हाईवे हो गया, लेकिन हम उसके लिए नहीं तैयार मांग रहे हैं कि हमारे यहाँ एक्सप्रेस वे क्यों नहीं है।
जी।
यूपी में देखिए कितने एक्सप्रेस वे हैं। हम इस बात में खुश हैं कि हमारा जो है गंगा में रिवर फ्रंट बन गया है। गोमती में बहुत साल पहले ही बना दिया था अखिलेश यादव ने, तो रिलेटिव टर्म है। लेकिन ये इलेक्शन बहुत क्लोज है, ये बात कहना चाहता हूँ। आप आरजेडी को राइट ऑफ नहीं कर सकते हैं। बहुत ही कीनली फॉट इलेक्शन है। मेरा मानना है कि आज भी मुझे लगता है कि आरजेडी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी होगी, और उसके बाद गठबंधन का क्या होता है ये नहीं बता सकता हूँ, लेकिन ये इलेक्शन वेरी क्लोज टू कॉल, जिसको आप अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं ना, वो बहुत आसान नहीं है किसी भी के लिए। नीतीश कुमार को, पर्टिकुलरली नीतीश कुमार के लिए एक प्लस सेंटीमेंट है, वो जरूर है।
राइट प्रभाकर, ये जो हरे गमछे की बात होती है ना, लाइक अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर नॉट वेरी अपसेट विद लालू, बट सेड कि हरे गमछे वाला राज नहीं चाहिए, दैट्स व्हाट। सो आई डिड फील दैट द जंगल राज नैरेटिव हैज ट्रिकल्ड डाउन व्हेन इट कम्स टू द ग्राउंड, नॉट सो मच बट अमंग्स द यूथ, but at least amongst women. Did you also feel that way?
Yeah, but before I come to a question, we have Hara Gamcha out here, and he's
लिट्टी है यहाँ पे लिट्टी खिलाइए ना लिट्टी दीजिए.
He's having a hara gamcha, and when I asked him कि गमछा हटा दीजिए, he said नहीं साहब गमछा तो नहीं हटाएंगे हम. पहचान है.
ऊपर से विधानसभा में.
हाँ, विधानसभा में नहीं हटाएंगे. So this is behalf for you. Now coming to your question, the 20 years of so-called misrule of Lalu Yadav, that comes down. That actually, whenever there is election time, it comes actually heavily on them. And Baba is enjoying his litti, his starter. Baba, please carry on, Baba.
सबको खाना है, वो इधर चाय भी मिलेगा.
So that comes down, and that narrative actually, it comes down heavily on all other narratives they try to build. So they have tried to woo women, they have tried to woo young, especially the youth voters, and the data shows that 19% youth voters voted for them more than the NDA.
Right.
So among the age group of 19 to 25, they got 19% more, so that's a substantial chunk. But still, this Jungle Raj narrative actually is something which a baggage which Tejasvi Yadav is finding it hard to shed.
Okay, Somo actually pointed out something very interesting to us when we were talking to him. He said that this time the narrative around women voters is going to be broken, and a lot of people believe that because we also, I didn't find a lot of Muslim and Yadav women going beyond their caste barriers and voting for Nitish Kumar. Why do you think that this whole aspect around women voting is often exaggerated? Do you feel that way?
बिल्कुल. देखिए, अभी जो आंकड़े सामने आ रहे हैं, हम देख रहे हैं कि ज़्यादातर जिलों में महिलाओं ने ज़्यादा वोट किया है पुरुषों के मुकाबले. लेकिन कोई भी एग्जिट पोल देखिए, उसमें आरजेडी और जो पूरा महागठबंधन है उसको भी ठीक ठाक सीटें मिलती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं. तो जाहिर तौर पे ये बहुत क्लोज इलेक्शन होने वाला है. जो नैरेटिव है कि महिलाएं अगर ज़्यादा वोट करती हैं तो उससे एनडीए को फ़ायदा होता है. पिछली बार सीमांचल, कोसी और मिथिलांचल के इलाके में 24 सीटें इन्होंने जीती थी महागठबंधन ने. इन 24 की 24 सीटों पर महिलाओं ने पुरुषों के मुकाबले ज़्यादा परसेंटेज के मामले में वोट किया था. इसलिए ये जो परसेप्शन है वो बिल्कुल खारिज होता है. एक और बात कि हम सब लोग लगातार ये दोहराते हैं कि हमने महिलाओं की लंबी कतार देखी. देखिए, करीब 90,000 बूथ हैं बिहार में, और अभी जो महिलाओं ने जितने ज़्यादा वोट किए हैं वो आंकड़ा करीब 4 लाख के आसपास का होता है. तो एक बूथ पर 4 महिलाएं सिर्फ पुरुष के मुकाबले ज़्यादा आकर वोट कर रही है. ऐसे में ये कहना कि महिलाएं बहुत बड़ी तादाद में दिखी, वहाँ पुरुष नहीं दिखे, ये कहना भी हम लोग थोड़ा अतिशयोक्ति करते हैं, मुझे लगता है.
Talking about voting percentages, Sikta was in Katihar and Katihar has voted it's broken all records. It's gone beyond 75%. Right. Did you expect that to happen? Simanchal, I found it very interesting, Sikta, that I was hoping youngsters of Simanchal to talk about minority politics, identity, and it was I was completely
and
wrong.
The SIR, not to forget the SIR. It was nowhere to be seen, the SIR.
Two factors.
But they wanted to talk about lack of development. Right. They said ki Kosi Nadi and all that.
The number of people who turned at the polling booths, I see two factors on ground working this time. Especially in Simanchal, the poll dates were very close to the Chhath and the Diwali. So a lot of migrants who work in other states, they had trekked down for their festival and they decided to stay back. The other factor which especially worked for the minority community is I met a lot of people who are working in Srinagar, Mumbai and other states. They also have come back just 2 days before 11th. Right. They wanted to emphasize that एक अफवाह उड़ी है यहाँ पर कि अगर हम यहाँ नहीं आएंगे, वोट नहीं डालेंगे, हमारा नाम कट जाएगा. So that fear was there because of rumors that if you are not part of this democratic process which is happening in your state, you might not get the benefits. Your women will not be the beneficiaries. So that fear was there. So that's why the massive turnout around Simanchal too. But which way the MY, the Mahila and Yuva will go, that's the new factor which is going to work for Bihar this time. So we need to wait and watch.
The phase 2 elections also happened a day after the blast. Chandan, what was your experience? Where all did you travel?
So I was basically, for the first phase of election, traveling districts of North Bihar, mainly Muzaffarpur, Samastipur and Darbhanga. Then for the second phase, I was traveling in West and East Champaran. One very key observation that I had while I was talking to voters in and around all this area, especially Champaran is known as a stronghold of BJP. You had Radha Mohan Singh here, who has been MP for last 8 consecutive times, and most of the seats in this whole belt is dominated by BJP. Two key observations that I had while covering election. One, if you have to understand that what's the mood of voters, the selection of candidates by the BJP at many seats in the urban area seems to be a thing of worry in BJP.
Okay.
They have repeated candidates.
I think Shiv also wants to make a point. Shiv, here people are they have their own experiences, and let me tell you, it's all been very enriching for us. It's been very humbling for us in a lot of ways, because Bihari wisdom, wise voters often say that, you know, आपने हमारे सांसद को नहीं देखा, हमने भी नहीं देखा. That's one I
and we also need to talk amongst ourselves कि हम जिस area में घूमे, what did we eat? Because in Bihar,
so
like,
Meenakshi was in one of the most interesting areas where you get
mutton.
I was in Champaran.
Champaran mutton.
So there's a famous called shop, Jaiswal shop. I was just amazed to see the number of people sitting there every second. In my life, I have never seen people eating mutton like the way they were eating there.
You had stomach full. You enjoyed.
I had it and I shot it also.
I had it and I shot it also. लिट्टी चोखा, आप खाए मटन. Janendra was in the epicenter, किशनगंज में था.
अच्छा, हाँ.
तो पहले तो मैं मटन की कहानी सुना देता हूँ सर. पितृपक्ष में हम लोग पप्पू यादव का इंटरव्यू करने गए थे और उन्होंने हम सबको मटन ऑफर किया. इसने शुरुआत की कि नहीं पितृपक्ष है, मैं तो नहीं खाऊंगा, मैं तो पनीर खाऊंगा. और फिर जब हम लोगों ने खाना शुरू किया तो फिर इसके पेट में कब मटन आया किसी को पता नहीं चला. सबने देखा अचानक, अच्छा ये भी खा रहा है और तारीफ कर रहा है. खैर, मैं किशनगंज में था वसुधा, और दो बड़े मुद्दे जो किशनगंज को लेकर बताए जा रहे थे सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष की तरफ से.
सीधे बताइए, एमआईएम को वोट मिल रहा है या नहीं मिल रहा है?
2 सीटों पर अमौर
में तो
अमौर जहां पे अख्तरुल ईमान उनके प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हैं और सबसे बड़ा चेहरा है एमआईएम के बिहार में, वो मुख्य मुकाबले में. और उसके ठीक बगल में एक सीट है बायसी. अमौर और बायसी में एमआईएम मुख्य मुकाबले में है. इसके अलावा बहादुरगंज, किशनगंज, इन सीटों पर भी एमआईएम को वोट मिले हैं, लेकिन उस तरह नहीं जिस तरह पिछली बार मिले थे. तो 5 सीटें पिछली बार एमआईएम ने जीती थी. इस बार मुझे लगता है कि वो आंकड़ा वो नहीं छू पाएंगे. 2 या 3 सीटों पर सिमट जाएंगे, लेकिन उनके प्रदर्शन से कुछ सीटों पर अगर खेल महागठबंधन का बिगड़ा तो वहां एनडीए जीत सकती है.
ओके, वेरी क्विकली मीनाक्षी, व्हाट हैज बीन योर एक्सपीरियंस?
मैं आपको मिथिलांचल का बताऊंगी, लेकिन उससे पहले यहाँ पर जब मैं आई हूँ, मैं आरजेडी ऑफिस से होते हुए आ रही हूँ. बिहार में बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है पोस्टर्स की पॉलिटिक्स. और आरजेडी ऑफिस के बाहर पोस्टर लगा है जिसमें स्थानीय यूनिट जो है उसने अलविदा चाचा उस पर हाईलाइट किया है. मैसेज लाउड एंड क्लियर है.
टाइगर जिंदा है का पोस्टर भी तो आया है आज.
हाँ. तो जो पोस्टर्स की इंटरेस्टिंग पॉलिटिक्स जो बिहार में दिखाई देती है वो दिखनी शुरू हो गई है. हालांकि वैसी हलचल नहीं थी कि कोई मिठाइयाँ बन रही हों या फ्लावर्स आ रहे हैं या डेकोरेशन शुरू है. हल्की फुल्की तैयारियां हैं, अभी कोई पत्ते नहीं खोल रहा है, लेकिन सब ये कह रहे हैं कि हम जीत रहे हैं, हम आ रहे हैं. तेजस्वी ने तारीख दे दिया कि 18 को हम शपथ ले रहे हैं. इन सब के बीच मैं मिथिलांचल के एरिया में थी, मधुबनी, जहाँ पर एनडीए का स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड रहा है. लेकिन इस बार वहाँ पर कैसी फाइट होगी?
Okay, बहुत politics हो गया, and politics always makes me really hungry. So while we talk about politics, we have to show you our beautiful litti chokha stand. Very authentic. I don't know why Veera Raghav is standing over here, but I think he wants. No, I'm not. No, 1 second. I'm sorry, I mispronounced it. It's litti chokha, as according to Veera Raghav, and he's going to be making one. Please teach me how to make one. Come. No.
You've learned the art, no?
The reason for this is litti chokha is a iconic food from Bihar. Everyone has heard of it. Everyone loves it. It's available all across the country now, I hear, including in the south where I come from. I don't know if you get it in Bangalore. I'm sure you do.
Bihari restaurants are there.
One of the candidates and a superstar there, Shiv Khesari, used to sell litti chokha in Okhla. From selling litti chokha on a thela in Okhla, he's now a Bhojpuri superstar. So it's a great thing to have litti chokha. Veera, you could be the next Bhojpuri superstar.
Yeah, look at him.
I don't want to be a Bhojpuri superstar. I want to do a startup.
From Veera Raghav, you may soon have Veer Singh Chaudhary.
First of all, you just make us one. Let us see your talents in making a litti. First of all, and let's see how good you are.
Devender Singh, who's from Chhabra.
No, but I have a serious question to ask.
Mr. Litti.
It's iconic outside Bihar. How iconic is it inside Bihar, Ankit? Litti chokha.
Yeah, it's the staple food.
It's
so the day begins with dahi chura.
Yeah.
Then you have.
No, I disagree. The day begins with that sattu shake according to
sattu. No, sattu. When you go out, you leave your house with dahi chura. Okay. Then you have sattu that to drink, and then of course lunch is litti chokha. In the evening,
you know,
it's
actually
mutton.
People from Bihar get very upset if you keep talking about litti chokha. They say
because there's so much more.
They're like, boss, you know, we are typecast with this litti chokha. हम तो घर पे नहीं खाते कभी.
No, that is a very good question.
Why don't you ask a Bihari about it?
Let's go one by one.
घर पे बनता है लिट्टी चोखा इतना ज़्यादा.
बनता है थोड़ा माइक पास लगे।
कोई भी हमारे यहाँ अगर कोई गेस्ट आया तो हम लोग लिट्टी चोखा बनाएंगे और अगर नॉनवेज खाने वाले हैं तो मटन चिकन के साथ लिट्टी उसको सर्व करते हैं।
Padmaja, what
थोड़ा एंजॉय करते हैं उसको।
No, let's go one by one on this. Forget litti chokha. We're eating this right now, and I want everyone to dig in and get some of this wonderful thing. I'm drooling while anchoring. It's difficult for me. But Padmaja, what was the best thing you ate while you were on your journey in Bihar?
I really liked, I think they do excellent non-veg food.
Yeah.
They have very good, in Delhi we have a lot of Champaran mutton, but there's much more to that. They have very different kinds of homemade mutton that they do. So, yeah, that I would say was the standout. And just bhuja was amazing. Bhuja is really light. This, by the way, is bhuja.
This is the evening snack.
So we have a little bit of this in UP also, like you put chivda together, mixed snack.
Courtesy Prabhakar, I have had this every single evening till I have been there. Like bhuja.
Prabhakar's office is and sometimes it is served hot also.
Served hot and with a mirchi. So Shiv, you just don't eat it like this. You have hari mirchi with it and you eat hari mirchi and salt.
Like a lot of this you would see now being sold as healthy snacks. Diet namkeen.
So this is
as
OG
rustic
diet
as
namkeen.
Exactly.
Right?
This is what people eat for energy. It's healthy. It's just lightly oiled. और हम उसको पैकेट में डाल के डाइट नमकीन डाइट चिवड़ा कर रहे हैं. People in Bihar have been eating it for ages.
Proper marketing, Padmaja.
Ankit is a vegetarian, by the way. Yeah. How was, I'm sure there's wonderful vegetarian food in Bihar. What was your favorite dish? You can only name one, don't name two.
Litti chokha, I had so much litti chokha.
Apart from litti chokha.
Okay, apart from dahi chura is very good. It's the puffed rice. And you get it with curd. It's fantastic breakfast.
You know that makhana ka kheer?
Yeah, makhana kheer. Oh, that's another. By the way, the hotel where we were staying at, they have a dish which I have never heard of, which is lesun ka kheer. And you can't...
Here you go, Shiv.
Padmaja, it's exceptional. It's not, you don't taste lesun. It's very good.
This has
sounds wrong in so many ways.
It is so good.
That's garlic kheer for you.
So apart from numbers and trends and Bihar politics, it's really nice to see that Veera Raghav has made one. He's actually learned to do something in Bihar. But Akhilesh and Sucharita, what's your favorite dish? What's your favorite?
I enjoyed litti chokha there.
No, this was not made by me.
I was invited for a dinner at Ravi Shankar Prasadji's place, and he insisted that I should have a litti chokha. He's a very good host, and he invited all of us there, and we were there for some, say, 1-2 hours, and
litti mutton khilaya
litti mutton was there, but I didn't eat because I am vegetarian. But I had litti chokha, and I really enjoyed it.
And politicians take a lot of pride in feeding journalists when you go there, right?
And very hospitable. Very, very
They laid out.
Overall,
they laid
as a
out.
state, it's an extremely emotional, welcoming state that's down there.
I'll tell you a story. Very long ago, I think this was in the 2019 election when I had traveled to Bihar, and we were traveling. And that time, the roads, etc., weren't that well made, so you had to travel long distances. It took very long to even go to places which were close by. And I had gone in a field, and there were some women who were working there, and they literally, in a handkerchief, they had tied some roti and a little bit of sabzi, which was kept like in a polythene. And I was talking to them, and in the middle of it all, this lady just held up the roti to me, and she's like, "Aap bhi kha lo."
Sucharita, do you have a food story from Bihar?
No, I think what happened at Ravi Shankar Prasad's house is exactly what happens in Bihar all over. There are political conversations happening over a chai and over litti chokha and over they're eating and they're talking politics. I think that is what Biharis they completely thrive on. So political conversations over litti chokha stalls all over Bihar is a very, very common sight, and they'll be discussing the next chief minister. They'll be discussing who's going to be in power, whether this government is staying, whether this government is going to be coming back. All those political conversations are happening over tea everywhere.
So you see, Manoranjan Bharati right next to Hotel Maurya took me early morning to get sattu drink, which he also makes here. It's a fantastic masala drink in the morning.
And it is a super energy drink.
I made the mistake of talking about sattu first, and then I made the mistake of asking the guy who was making sattu, "Kaun jeetega? Who would you like to give sattu in these elections?" He immediately said, "Lalu Prasad Yadav." The guy behind, who was standing right behind, he turned around and said, No, Nitish Kumar. And then the whole conversation over sattu went on for about 5-7 minutes.
I just want to add one thing. Apart from the conversation around chai, sattu and litti, there are very important conversations in Bihar that take place over pan, bhaiya. The pan is a very
universal reason we couldn't have pan here.
So pan is very important, and there is a place, a shop where Lalu Prasad Yadav used to go. So we did a segment there, and it's a fantastic segment where people, you you can barely understand what they are saying, but Pan will be in their mouth.
No, but this is also very interesting. What are people really talking about Lalu Prasad Yadav? We've heard a lot of conversations about Tejasvi Yadav, but because you all have been for so long, Ankit, you've been there for so long. What are people really talking about Lalu Prasad Yadav in these elections? I mean, he's obviously taken a back seat, but is he as relevant as he was earlier?
See, I don't know about relevant, but his baggage is on Tejasvi Yadav is heavier than 20 years of anti-incumbency that Nitish Kumar has had. But having said that, move out of Patna, go to these villages. There, we forget, there is and in the narratives, usually it just becomes about Jungle Raj and all. You will still find people, those who take him as God, who change the social dynamics of that state. For a lot of people who come from the extremely backward, impoverished, sections, for them, the change that Lalu Prasad Yadav, especially in his first, government, brought, they have been incredible. For them, I went to a village where a woman told me that Jungle Raj, and I was talking to her about that, said, वो सब तो है, लेकिन आपको पता नहीं है, पहले चप्पल उठा के जो अपर कास्ट का घाव है, हम वहाँ से जा नहीं सकते थे. लालू के राज में हम चप्पल पहनना सीख गए. So we, it's just not one shade to Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Lalu Prasad is an extremely polarizing figure even now. He evokes very different memories for very different people, and it will depend on your caste. When you speak about Laluji, if you're a Yadav, there will be respect. There will be ki bhai, we had, and it's true, for a certain section of people, it was about political representation and empowerment. Remember, before the 70s, the Congress was in power. It was an upper caste. It was a Brahmin Bhumihar government that they were running with a little bit of representation from the OBCs or the non-Yadav OBCs and practically no EBCs. The OBCs in particular and Yadavs felt that they got representation, but if you speak, that is also the time, by the way, that once the Janta Dal and subsequently the RJD in particular started gaining ground, the 90s, you see the figures, there was a flight of people. And this was actually not just Palayan, this was an exodus. And there's data to show that, I won't call it caste atrocities, but you speak to people in the villages here,
strong
they will
views.
say, if you are not just strong views, they will talk about
Based
how
on
there was
caste,
a reverse discrimination of sorts. And they said, हमने तो अपना भाई बस्ता बांध करके हमने तो अपने बच्चों को बाहर भेज दिया, because we realized, because we are Bhumihar, because we are Brahmin, हमारे लिए बिहार में कोई future नहीं. Kidnapping used to happen. By the way, there was a very famous incident, and Atalji was the Prime Minister. He had gone to campaign and he had said, मेरा किसलय मुझे लौटा दो. A young boy was captured. The upper caste, people who were even slightly landed, who were educated, started feeling a sense of siege, and they left. And that is something that they talk about. I think that was just institutionalized in their memory. They still talk
You've
about
seen that as well, Sucharita, on the ground.
I think, yes, and very, very importantly, that a lot of people and people who are Biharis staying outside Bihar, when they've gone back for voting, this is something that they really say, that there may be a lot of discussions around unemployment, a lot of discussions around berozgari, paper leak, but eventually when a voter will go and vote, the vote will be on caste. Now that is a very, very important thing. People who are educated, people who are apparently going to be voting on Vikas, on development, even them saying that the vote is going to be on caste, because this the entire unemployment and paper leak may be a part of a lot of discussions, but will not boil down to when it comes to voting.
Just to broaden all the points that you guys are making, this is not a Bihar unique phenomenon. If you take the JDS in Karnataka, it's a Vakaliga Muslim combination. So you see, it's not caste. Let me, as an outsider, while it gets defined in caste, this is an old world Janata socialist politics that's still in existence here. This is Mandal era politics that continues to go on because of Lalu Yadav and the RJD's
correct me if I'm wrong.
Hang on, one second, let me finish. Look, so this is largely the last election, and I think Bihar is in the cusp of some kind of a change. The old world, two regional parties, two regional leaders defining an election in Bihar as the reason why there is these social coalitions. It's not just the Yadav caste, it's the MY combination or the social coalitions which have identified with one leader in terms of the social justice movement that existed around the 90s.
That is actually the kind of flavor that I wanted to explore for us on NDTV, and I think we've done that for the first time by sending you into Bihar. Okay, the Namaskaram Bihar angle for us here was to look at it from an outsider's perspective, because, for a vast majority of even reporters, I will speak for even on behalf of political reporters, Bihar is Lalu and Nitish. And there are so many layers to the politics over there.
Correct. So, for instance,
is it an end? Is it the end of an era?
I think this is definitely. You see, the only way. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a. I don't know much of Bihar. I must make that confession. As long as the JDU and the RJD exist, the BJP cannot become a party on its own with a majority in Bihar. Much like the AIDMK and DMK in Tamil Nadu, two regional parties. It's very difficult for the BJP. A. B. This is a transition election from the Nitish Lalu era to the next era. Now, I believe there will be a flux in Bihar over the next 5 years, determining who is going to be that charismatic leader who can fill the vacuum that will be left behind by these two great leaders.
There's already a discussion,
just to point
I
out
think.
on that matter, because see, as far as the RJD is concerned, the leadership issue is settled.
Absolutely.
Tejasvi Yadav is undisputed leader in RJD. You were talking about Lalu Prasad Yadav, though he was missing from the posters and slogans of the RJD and Mahagathbandhan, but he was very much active in the backdrop. If you had seen the pictures while he was distributing, the symbols to the candidates, that was the turning point of this election, because BJP always brought Lalu Yadav to remind people of the Jungle Raj. So the Mahagathbandhan in the last election very cleverly did not play the Lalu card. Right. They kept him in the backdrop. This time also they kept him in the backdrop, but the BJP, the way they use the katta word, see.
But is Tejasvi powerful enough to replace a Lalu Yadav as charismatic?
He is as charismatic as Lalu Yadav, because people see him in the image of Lalu Yadav. He behaves like him, he talks like him. So that way he.
And Akhilesh sir, he has been able to move from the rustic Lalu Yadav to also have some appeal in the younger generation. See, one thing like Veera was saying, the change. You are right. The leadership in RJD is defined. The next election, 2029. Think of the leaders who will be fighting this election. There will be a Tejasvi Yadav.
Yes.
There will be a Chirag Paswan. The question would be for the Bharatiya Janata Party, who is going to be
their
leader.
The
guy who possibly knows it much better is also there in
Patna. Who's going to be in line for the JDU?
In the last election, Tejasvi
Who
was
after
wearing
Nitish
kurta
Kumar?
pajama. In this election, he was wearing T-shirts. So there was a lot of focus on that, because he wanted to attract that young voters, the youth voters. Whether it has worked or not, we have to see it tomorrow.
But a very funny thing happened. I had gone to this Mahua, and where I thought that at least among the Yadav voters there would be some anger about what happened to Tej Pratap. But it actually solidified Tejasvi's position, where people said, "Ab dekhiye, ab theek hai, bhai bhai to hai, par." अब देखिए ना अनुशासन तो होना होता है. So it actually worked for Tejasvi Yadav to have expelled his brother from the party.
We are being unfair to our friends in Patna.
Quickly. I just wanted to add one more point here, which is as far as the Muslim vote. I was talking to an RJD leader yesterday who said this time AIMIM will not be that big a problem, because we went to the ground and the narrative that was put is who has Z category security, which is Asad Owaisi, and who are the Muslim leaders who have been put into jail. So look, you determine who you are.
That was very brave of Tejasvi Yadav to say that Owaisi is an extremist.
So that's
polarize the elections. Our friends in Patna, Vasudha, you're going to need lots of cups of chai from, I don't know what, 4:30 in the morning tomorrow. We've had a little bit of chai over here. I hope you've got the supply ready. 4:30 a.m. onwards, all of you are going to be on the field.
Absolutely, Shiv. We have the litti and the chokas and of course lots of chai here. But talking about Lalu Prasad Yadav as a polarizing figure, Baba is here with me. Baba, we do agree that, Lalu Prasad Yadav was, he helped in consolidation of OBCs. That breaking of monopoly of upper caste was important at that time. But he's also seen as somebody who, in some ways, emboldened elements who also perpetrated violence. लेकिन ये ऐसा स्टेट है जिसमें भोला पासवान शास्त्री भी बने हैं, कर्पूरी ठाकुर भी बने हैं, तो इन सम वेज बिहार हैज प्रेजेंटेड अ मॉडल ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस. डू यू थिंक 2025 विल आल्सो सेट स्टैंडर्ड्स फॉर दैट?
देखिए, वहाँ पे बहुत लिट्टी चोखा की बात हो रही है स्टूडियो में, और मैं लिट्टी चोखा यहाँ पे खा रहा हूँ, और मैं अपने लिए नहीं खा रहा हूँ, ये वीर राघव के लिए खा रहा हूँ. वीरा, दिस इज फॉर यू. तुमको इतना खिलाया है तो मैंने सोचा कि वहाँ नहीं भेज सकता हूँ, तुम्हारे लिए खा रहा हूँ. जहाँ तक आपने लालू यादव की बात की ना, लालू यादव को आप कितना भी बुरा कर लीजिए, लालू यादव ने जो सोशल चेंज किया ना बिहार में, वो पीढ़ियों तक याद किया जाएगा. इससे डिनाई नहीं है. समझ गए? वो जो चप्पल वाली बात अभी स्टूडियो में हो रही थी ना, वो सच्चाई है. आप किसी भी दलित, लोअर ओबीसी, उससे पूछिए. और आज के दिन भी देखिए, आयरनी क्या है, 20 साल बाद भी, नीतीश जी के शासन के बाद भी आप लालू यादव का डर दिखा करके वोट मांग रहे हैं. इससे बड़ा आयरनी क्या होगा बिहार में? सोच लीजिए.
लेकिन जब औरतें कहती हैं कि 10 रुपए तक हम अपने पास नहीं रख सकते, सर वो एक रियल डर तो है ना लोगों में.
नहीं, अब नहीं है डर. वो अब नहीं है.
Right in saying Lalu Yadav hasn't campaigned in this entire election, but from every dais of NDA, every public platform, लालू यादव was talked about, he was discussed, and as he said, आप लालू यादव का डर दिखा के वोट मांग रहे हैं.
मैं बस एक पॉइंट ऐड करूंगी, जो बात प्रभाकर के यहाँ पर कह रहे हैं. देखिए, जब फर्स्ट फेज की वोटिंग हुई उस समय लालू यादव ने एक्स पर पोस्ट किया कि तवे पर रोटी पलटती रहनी चाहिए. और देखिए, ये वो मैसेजिंग है जो अपने कोर वोटर को, अपने कोर वोट बैंक को तो देते ही है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ बिहार की जनता के लिए भी है. अब लालू यादव की जितनी यहाँ पर चर्चा हुई, तेजस्वी यादव के लिए एक चैलेंज ये था कि जंगल राज वाला जो अटैक उन पर बार बार किया जा रहा है उससे अलग निकलना है. तो उन्होंने बड़ा वेल प्लान डिसीजन लिया कि पोस्टर्स में सीधे इकलौते तेजस्वी दिखाई दिए बिहार के नायक के रूप में, जो उनके लिए मोटे मोटे अक्षरों में लिखा गया. तेज प्रताप यादव से भी उनको खुद को अलग करना पड़ा. क्यों? क्योंकि लाइबिलिटी अपने कंधों पर लेकर नहीं चलना चाहते थे. तो देखिए, बड़े वेल प्लान कठिन फैसले लिए हैं उन्होंने परिवार के लिहाज से. अब सवाल फिर वही है कि तेजस्वी के लिए ये इलेक्शन ना हुआ तो भी लालू नहीं रहेंगे, नीतीश भी नहीं रहेंगे, रामविलास पासवान नहीं है.
तो है ही उसी का.
उनके रेलेवेंस की बात हो रही थी स्टूडियो में वसुधा. ही इज रेलेवेंट इवन फॉर हिज पॉलिटिकल ओपोनेंट्स, लाइक एवरीबॉडी हियर अग्रीज, एंड आल्सो फॉर हिज ओन पार्टी, फॉर हिज ओन सन. लालू हैं तो तेजस्वी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. सो दैट इज द वे फॉर द
नहीं, लालू यादव ने अपना जो बैटन थमा दिया है. हाँ. और पूरी आजादी दी गई तेजस्वी को. हाँ. पूरा
this election
so Tejasvi is also trying to in some ways not really bank on that image. That means that model was not right, isn't it? That RJD model of empowerment could have been right maybe 50%, but 50% it did instill fear in people.
There were flaws in it, no doubt about it. That's the reason why they are out of power for last 20 years. So nobody is saying that model was a perfect model.
ऐसे models बाकी states में तो हुए हैं ना.
इतनी चर्चा हो रही थी स्टूडियो में. I must intervene before you continue with this. Litti Chokha was being discussed in the studio while we have the live counter here and we have people from Bihar who will explain us in detail.
Yeah, what is this thing?
Jayanendra, you have had too many.
बाबा एक्सप्लेन करने में 2 खा चुका है and बाबा
चलिए बताइए, चलिए नेशनल व्यूअर को ये बताइए, टेल अस लिट्टी चोखा कैसे खाया था, हाउ डू वी?
देखिए, ये पहले तो आप समझ लीजिए, ये लिट्टी जो है वो लिट्टी नहीं है, आग वाली लिट्टी नहीं है. हाँ. ये लिट्टी जो है ये फ्राई वाली लिट्टी है, बट इसके अंदर भी सत्तू होता है. तो ये जो कन्वेंशनल लिट्टी जिसकी हम बात करते हैं वो चूल्हे पे, मतलब कोयले पे आग पे सेका जाता है, वो लिट्टी होती है, या गोईठे पे सेका जाता है. उसके अलावा ये देखिए
चोखा नहीं है.
उसके अलावा ये देखिए, इसके साथ जो है, आप उसे रख दीजिए, समझ गया. उसके साथ जो है ये मिर्ची और ये जो है घुगनी, मतलब ये चने की होती है. ये घुगनी आलू के साथ ये सब्जी बनती है. इसके साथ
इसके अंदर जो फिलिंग है वो सत्तू जो हर न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट का
इसके अंदर भी चना है. सुनिए,
लेकिन मेरी एक आपत्ति है, लिट्टी चोखे को इतना प्रमोट किया गया है, बाकी बिहार का जो बाकी फूड है ना वो इसमें नजरअंदाज हो गया है.
इसे खाया कैसे जाता है, इसके लिए हमारे इन हाउस एक्सपर्ट मनोरंजन भारती वो खा के ये थर्ड लिट्टी है इनका.
मास्टर शेफ स्टाइल बाबा ईटिंग लिट्टी चोखा.
In fact, Madhuri Dixit apparently gets lots of packets of
sattu drink, sattu की मिठाई, सत्तू हर जगह है.
इसके अंदर भी चना है और ये सब्जी भी चना की है. चना खाइए, प्रोटीन है. सुबह 1 गिलास सत्तू पीजिए, काम पे चलते बढ़िए.
देखिए बाबा को.
चलिए वसुधा, so that's what all the
to an end to this episode of Chai Stop. I'm here with Mr. Litti, who's also making chai for all of us very kindly. Wonderful steaming hot chai in these early winter days here in the national capital. The action, of course, is where Vasudha and all my amazing NDTV friends on the ground are. But as we fuel up for tomorrow, any last words, guys, before we get back to work? I mean, this is work, even though it doesn't really look like it, I have to say. But what are you going to be looking forward to most tomorrow, Sucheta?
Extremely exciting day. I think we've all been working all this while, looking forward to the election results. Now, I think the people as well, the ones who've been watching us, I think they're looking forward to the results. Let's see, is it going to be a return of Nitish Kumar is what I'm looking at, and after a work of 2 decades, is it going to be actually a pro-incumbency that we've talked about?
One thing is certain in Bihar, it is going to be return of Nitish Kumar. किसके साथ होगा ये guarantee नहीं है.
Nitish सबके हैं.
The one thing that will be very
as I say that बारात किसी की भी हो,
दूल्हा वही है.
I love that calling him Paltu Ram doesn't matter in Bihar. I just love that.
Tejasvi Yadav said no, that NDA का मतलब हो गया है no दूल्हा available. You know, Bihar is amazing when it comes to political slogans. It's the best. But
my advice would be that there should not be any early celebration.
Yeah.
They should wait for the results to come.
So, this is going to be interesting in the sense, one, we discussed that there could be individuals who could lose out, both from the Mahagathbandhan and within the ruling party. Two, there could be some very big faces who could see their political fortunes turning. And it could be, because everyone's talking about Mahagathbandhan में लड़ाई है, NDA के अंदर भी काफी विभीषण बैठे हुए हैं, वो किसका काम लगा रहे हैं, वो भी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होगा. So you could see some big fight. फ्रेंडली फाइट है, बट वो बड़ा अपेरेंट फ्रेंडली फाइट नहीं है, वो बड़ा जो कहते हैं ना मीठी छुरी फ्रेंडली फाइट हो रही है वहाँ.
No, I want to ask all you guys, tomorrow at 2 o'clock, are we going to continue talking about who's going to be the Dula, whether it's going to be this, or you believe that we're going to have a categorical, clear election result?
No, it's a very interesting question, Veera, because this is an open thing. Even if JDU comes and the BJP wins, whether Nitish Kumar will continue or not, it remains to be seen. Because
it's going to be a long
Veera,
day tomorrow.
2 days.
We need to keep having more and more litti chokha.
Whatever the result is, for 2 days you'll keep hearing suddenly Lalu ji ne Nitish ji ko phone kiya, koi kisi se milkar aaya. This will keep boiling.
You'll get headlines like Nitish Kumar sends emissary to greet Lalu Yadav. Was so and so seen getting out of Circular Road and going to Anemarg?
I have one existential question to ask Shiv. DK Shivkumar and Siddharamaiah are going to be here on the 15th. Are we going to be live on Game of Thrones or Game of Thrones in Bihar?
I was hoping for a clear weekend maybe, but it doesn't look like it. But out of the question. And from Bihar to Karnataka, Veeraraghav is going to be jumping between the Games of Thrones. But that's the way we love it. Here on NDTV, we thrive on bringing you the news. The chai and the flavors of Bihar are something it is our pride to bring to you. And Mr. Litti, thank you very much, sir. धन्यवाद. आप भी होंगे हमारे
कवरेज में. सर, आप तो बताइए छपरा से कौन जीत रहा है? ये तो छपरा के रहने वाले मिस्टर लिट्टी.
छपरा से हम लोग का गड़खा विधानसभा क्षेत्र पड़ता है. परसा गड़खा. तभी बहुत क्रिटिकल स्थिति है और एनडीए की वहाँ पे बचत बचाई जा रही है.
देखिए आपने छोटा सा
लिट्टी चोखा स्टॉल वहाँ खोलेंगे. मिस्टर लिट्टी वाला बैंगलोर में खोलेंगे.
Done. And you'll be a partner in that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be the working eating partner. You be the working partner. I'll be the eating partner.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Remember that depending on how things go tomorrow, I think Ankit, Padmaja, Veera, you might all have to head back to Patna also.
I hope you have Litti in the studio tomorrow.
Everything will be there in the studio.
One day I'm back to Baswangudi for Idli Vada Sambar. I can't take this anymore.
6 a.m. tomorrow. And it is my pride. It is a tribute to NDTV's incredible elections coverage legacy that reporters who've come in from the ground, soaking up the flavors and the mood of Bihar, will be fronting our coverage with Rahul Kaval from 6 a.m. tomorrow here on NDTV 24/7. Thanks for being with us here at the Chai Stop. The news, as always, continues on the other side.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon. Stay tuned.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, come on stage.
he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. And now, Aditya Raj Kaul begins a new chapter at NDTV.
Actually, I'm taking off because the stories I cover don't sit still. To bring the world to India and to take India to the world, I need to be where action is.
Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The battle.
Big news coming in of the Enforcement Directorate, the ED, to probe the Al Falah University funding. The top government sources have spoken to NDTV saying that government has ordered the ED to probe into the funding as far as the University of Al Falah is concerned. Financial investigation agencies have swung into action with the government there asking for a forensic audit of the accounts of the Al Falah University. The Economic Offences Wing has also been asked to look into the functioning of the Al Falah University in Faridabad. The NIA has already been probing the Delhi blast. Now it's the ED and also the Economic Offensive Wing that has joined the probe. Anushka joining us. Anushka, of course, after the NIA, now it is the Enforcement Directorate getting involved as well. Take us through the details that you have for us of this breaking news on the issue of the Red Fort.
Now we are seeing that, after the meeting that happened at Home Ministry, the ED is going to take over the probe and is in fact also going to probe the functionality of the university, the funding, all the financial details and financial trials is right now under the scanner. The ED has also joined this investigation now. So we are seeing all the elite investigating agencies have now joined hands and are in fact looking after the trials of, and also functionality of the Al Falah University. Also, one big update has come in that the administrators of Al Falah University have taken down the website of Al Falah University. We had reported that once it was hacked and now it is out of service and the whole website has been taken down. This is the visuals of Al Falah University. Now we are seeing all the elite agencies of our country have now joined hands. In this probe, we have seen NIA who's leading this investigation, after which we have seen also the Economic Offences Wing have also in fact joined hands with the ED, and they will be in fact conducting this whole investigation at the Al Falah University about how the financial trials were, because what we are seeing is that there was Shaheen also, the main suspect here, at which who is in fact right now being investigated by the agency. She has been collecting the funds and financial help with the foreign handlers of them, and they had been in fact buying all those chemicals and all those explosives. We are seeing that now the financial body, probe body has in fact also now joined the probe. We are seeing that the ED will be investigating how the funding was coming in, who all were the people who were funding Al Falah University, because this was established by a trust, Al Falah Trust, and after that we have seen that the university was in fact functioning. We have seen that the NAC has also given a show for
Anushka, we have more breaking news coming in on this very the doctor module of the terror attack that took place in the Red Fort area on Monday, the Delhi terror blast case. The teams of the Haryana police and the Delhi police both have arrived at the Al Falah University headquarters. Do remember that the university is in Faridabad, but the headquarters are here in Delhi's Okhla, the industrial area. So that is where the Haryana cops and the Delhi cops have reached. In order to know more on this, we have my colleague Aditya Raj Kaul joining us. Aditya, take us through the details that you have for us, because of course we do know that the university is in Faridabad, but these are the headquarters of the university. And take us through, of course, the founder and the managing trustee of the Al Falah University in Faridabad, which employed 2 or 3 of these main suspects. We're talking about Dr. Shahina as well as Dr. Shakil.
Well, that's right. That's the big development we are breaking at this hour. A joint team of Delhi Police and Haryana Police has reached the headquarters of the Al Falah University in Okhla area of New Delhi. While the university is in Faridabad, Haryana, the headquarters of the Al Falah group of companies is in Okhla. So the joint team of Delhi Police and Haryana Police has reached there. They are going to investigate further because the entire epicenter of this entire conspiracy of the Jaish-e-Mohammed doctors module, the syndicate that's been busted by the J&K police and later by the Haryana police, Delhi police, and of course the NIA is very crucial. So what the Delhi police and the Haryana police will now go through is the documentation of the Al Falah University, the background of Al Falah University, the details about the founders of the Al Falah University and why they had emphasis on the Kashmir Valley, on a particular group of people who were given a free run. They were using Al Falah University as almost like a base camp for their terror activities. In fact, the building number 14 and room number 13 within the Al Falah University campus was critical to the investigation because that's where the secret meetings were held. There are diaries that have been collected by the Haryana police and the NIA in this where the entire operation details in coded language has been mentioned. There's a lot of ammunition that's been also recovered from the Al Falah University. What has also parallelly happened is that the Enforcement Directorate and several other wings of the government, including the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police, will be taking investigation forward to see the financial trails of the Al Falah University, whether there is any kind of a foreign funding or a dubious funding that is being received by Al Falah. The owner of Al Falah, Siddiqui, will be under scanner as well because there are quite a few elements within the Al Falah University that have been linked to the Delhi bomb blast and also to the overall Jaish conspiracy of this terror attack. So it's a major development coming in even as the investigation into the Delhi bomb attack continues and overall conspiracy is unearthed by multiple agencies including the NIA, Delhi Police, the Haryana Police and the J&K Police.
Right.
Now attention shifting completely to the Al Falah Trust and the Al Falah group of companies which are now under scanner for misleading
the founder,
activities.
the managing trustee as well. Yes, well, of course, thank you, Aditya. And of course, what has been established so far is how it was the hub as far as the lab is concerned, that room number 13 in building number 17 of the Al Falah University where those bombs were being made. We're going to keep tracking that story and getting you more details. Thank you, Aditya, for joining us. With that, we're sipping in a short break. News continues on the other side.
Pulling us
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
we unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, कमाल से।
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have news coming in regard to the Red Fort blast, where the ED is now going to be involved in the probe as far as the Al-Falah University's funding is concerned. We'll get you details of the phase-wise attack that was being planned and how 6th of December was the date that they were planning on attacking not just one location but multiple locations. And the cars that were involved, apparently they were going to use about 32 cars in attacks that were being planned in various parts of Delhi. We're going to get you details first. The headlines. Government sources tell NDTV that the ED is now going to be involved in the probe as far as the Al-Falah University's funding is concerned. The government has asked for forensic audit of the university's accounts. The Economic Offences Wing will also be included. More murky details emerge on the Al-Falah University. Major conspiracy has been hatched in a room. This is room number 13 of the 17. This is the building number 17 of the Al-Falah University. A large quantity of explosives had been purchased with the aim of preparing 32 vehicles for attacks in various parts of the national capital. And in new details emerging of the Jaish-e-Mohammed women, there was a women wing that was being planned in India under the leadership of Dr. Shahina. Sources are saying that Masoor Azhar's nephew's wife, Afra Bibi, was in touch with the accused, who is in the custody of the police. This is Dr. Shahina, who was from the Al-Falah University. NDTV accesses Jaish-e-Mohammed's multi-phase plot to target Delhi. It was a Babri Masjid link that has now emerged as far as the 10/11 conspiracy is concerned. They were planning to attack on the 6th of December, and the demolition of the Babri Masjid was the date that was planned by the attackers. And the opposition that is demanding the resignation of Ajit Pawar over the Pune land deal scam. This after his son was named in the scam. Ajit is now saying that he is using his conscience in order to decide whether he should resign or not. A very good afternoon. Let's start with the breaking news, and this is in regard to the top government sources speaking to NDTV have confirmed that the Enforcement Directorate, the ED, is now going to be involved in probing as far as the funding of the Al-Falah University is concerned. Financial investigation agencies have swung into action. We're talking about the Economic Offences Wing also that has been asked to look into the functioning of the Al-Falah University. Do remember, the NIA is already involved in the investigation, and now the ED and the enforcement. We're talking about the EOW will also now be joining the probe. Spread over 70 acres, the Al-Falah University is a private institution located about less than 30 kilometers from the Delhi-Haryana border. Now, in order to know more on what's going on, we have Aditya Rajkol joining us. Aditya, of course, now the ED getting involved as well. And this is in regard to the funding of this university. We're talking about, many of the suspects in this case are all from that university, whether it's the man who blew himself up in that car, the I-20, to Dr. Shahina, who was trying to, start this women's wing of the racket here of the Jaish-e-Mohammed here in the national capital. Take us through the details you have.
Well, that's right. That's the big development coming at this hour. The investigation is being widened. NDTV breaking first that the Enforcement Directorate has now swung into action. The Enforcement Directorate has been asked to investigate the financial angle of the Al-Falah University. Now, Al-Falah University is in the center of this entire controversy because that's where, Muzammil and several other key characters in this Jaish terror conspiracy case were. In fact, they were here at the Al-Falah University for 2 to 3 years, including Dr. Shahid, who was the girlfriend of Muzammil, including Umar and Adil as well. So clearly, at this particular juncture, the investigation and the financial angle to the investigation will be very key to understand why Al-Falah University was the base for this terror recruitment, for this terror conspiracy, for the Delhi bomb blast, but also the wider link to the Jaish-e-Mohammed conspiracy into the terror attacks that they were planning in New Delhi and elsewhere. We are also learning that it's not limited to the Enforcement Directorate, which will conduct the financial audit of the Al-Falah University. It will also be the Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing that will swing into action, including the financial wing, the Economic Offences Wing of the Haryana Police. So a multi-level probe has been ordered from the Enforcement Directorate to the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police and the Haryana Police looking into Al-Falah University. Already, we have also broken details of a joint team of Delhi Police and Haryana Police that has just reached the headquarters of the Al-Falah group of companies in Okhla area of Delhi, and raids are being conducted there. So multiple level investigation that's underway because, it's a major development that for the first time in 14 years, a massive bomb blast taking place outside the Red Fort. This is the heart of the national capital in many ways. This is the old city, which is usually very crowded with tourists, etc. God forbid, if it was an open day and the Red Fort was not shut, it would have led to mass casualties in this particular stretch of the road, because in that CCTV that NDTV has access of the blast site at Monday evening, you can also access how crowded that area is even on an off day. So as of now, 13 people have been killed and more than 20 injured, but multiple level investigations continue. There are 13 places in Jammu and Kashmir that are being raided also since early morning. Each and every district of the Kashmir Valley where raids are taking shape. Apart from that, there are raids also taking place since yesterday at the Al-Falah University, both by Delhi Police Crime Branch as well as the Haryana Police. The NIA also swinging into action. The missing cars have been recovered, but there are investigations going on because it is being felt that there could be some ammonium nitrate or some chemical traces within that car also that was recovered last evening. But the big development at this hour, Enforcement Directorate and the Economic Offences Wing coming into action. The NIA was already investigating this case. So 3 of the most premier agencies, including NIA, Enforcement Directorate and EOW, will be looking into the Al-Falah University and why it became a base camp for terror recruitment and for terror conspiracy.
Right, absolutely. That car that has, been caught by the police, the red Eco Sport, and another car is a Maruti Brezza that the police is on the lookout for. Thank you so much, Aditya, for getting us details and piecing together as to the investigation and where it really is at. Now, the University of Terror, Al-Falah, is under intense scrutiny. This is where the doctors of terror, Dr. Umar, the alleged suicide bomber, then we also have Dr. Shahina, the recruiter, Dr. Muzammil, who was nabbed after, what was recovered from him was 2,900 kgs worth of explosives. That is what was recovered from that man. Top government sources have told NDTV that the government has ordered the ED, like we have just confirmed with Aditya. They're telling us and getting us details about how, the financial investigation agencies have swung into action in order to piece together as to the funding of this university is concerned. Now, as far as the terror docs are concerned, in the Faridabad terror module, inside details from the grilling that's taken place of Dr. Shaheen. As far as the NIA sources are concerned, they're saying one more doctor's name has come up, and this is during the questioning of Dr. Shahina. We're talking about Dr. Farooq, who is under the lens, and that is the breaking news of another name that is emerging. So one more doctor's name that has come up and cropped up during the grilling that has taken place of Dr. Shahina. The NIA ever since has taken over the investigation of the bomb blast that took place. This is the blast that happened outside the Red Fort area, the terror attack, where it is Dr. Farooq, who is from Hapur, who is now under the lens of the NIA. According to sources, Dr. Farooq he has been detained by the agencies. He also studied at the Al-Falah University. So Al-Falah University, the hub of the terror attack. There were multiple attacks that were being planned by all these people who were, involved at the Al-Falah University in the capacity. Either they were studying there or they were working there. And Akhil, my colleague, joining us to get us the very latest on this. Akhil, take us through this new name that's cropped up during the investigation.
Absolutely. If you see right now, the NIA investigation is in full swing right now, because what we have been seeing that NIA has got some inputs after the interrogation of Dr. Shaheen Shahir. And during the interrogation, she has confessed that she was also in touch with another doctor who hails from Jammu and Kashmir, and if you see that person has been identified as Dr. Farooq. When the team basically identified and asked regarding the location, she basically gave the hint to the investigators regarding that he might be present in Hapur. And since early morning, late at night, around 2 a.m., what we have got to learn that the NIA has raided Hapur from one of the locations that they have basically nabbed this person. And right now, his sustained interrogation is going on. And if you see, not only that, apart from that, what we have been seeing that the links to this very Delhi terror blast case is not just limited to the national capital or into the Delhi NCR range, just Faridabad. What we have been seeing that it has reached to Nuh itself. Right now, we have arrived over here.
Right, Akhil, we have more breaking news coming in. Just hold that thought. I will come back to you in minutes from now. Breaking news coming in of the fourth car that has been located by the agencies. Do remember that there are 4 cars that have been involved in the terror plot as far as the Red Fort bombing is concerned. This is Dr. Shaheen's vehicle that has been located. Do remember that the police since yesterday has been on the lookout for the Brezza car, the Maruti Brezza car that has been registered. It was registered in the name of the terror suspect Shaheen, who is being questioned now by the NIA. So now they have managed to locate that car. That is the visual of the car. Do remember that there have been 4 cars that have been involved. One is a car of Shaheen, in which the arms were found to begin with, followed by the I-20 that blew up outside. Yesterday is when they found that red Eco Sport, and this is the 4th car that has been involved in the terror plot of the Red Fort bombing. Do remember that there were multiple attacks that were being planned by those involved at the Al-Falah University. People who have been taken in for questioning. At least 52 doctors have been, questioned so far. Tejasvi, we have Tejasvi joining us in order to get us the very latest on this. Tejasvi, the police have in fact from finding that Eco Sport car, the red Eco Sport car, just yesterday, and they've been on the lookout since then for this car, and this car has now also been located.
Well, absolutely not just one car, but multiple cars said to be involved in this entire plan that was that was sketched out by these 3 doctors. First was I-10, I-20 that we saw, which was used in the blast. Then it was the another car which was recovered yesterday. Investigation is still underway, and now this is the another car, the Brezza car, which was said to be allegedly used by Dr. Shaheen. She is also one of the main conspirators in this entire case. And now what we are also picking up from our sources is that it was Dr. Shaheen only who used to drive this car. The car belongs to her only, and she never used to allow this car to drive to, she never used anyone else to drive this car apart from else. As of now, what we are picking is this is the another vehicle which is entering at the Al-Falah University. That's the Haryana police. Back to back, the forensic teams, the NIA teams, the Haryana police, all the team, the Delhi police team, they are over here at the Al-Falah University, and now the investigation is underway. And if we talk again about that car, then definitely that car is also being scanned now. That what was the purpose? Was there any explosive kept in the car? Where did that car go? And where was that particular at the point of time where the blast took place? Where was the owner of the car? It said that Dr. Shaheen is the only owner as of now of that particular car. But then again, it's being said that it's not just 1, 2 or 3 cars, but multiple cars, multiple owners, or maybe there must be a larger conspiracy behind it who must be involved in this entire game plan. But again, all these things are matter of investigation. As and when the investigation will unfold, the details will be revealed out. But the car is over here only within the campus of the Al-Falah University. And why this car was used? This car was used by Dr. Shaheen to come to the university from her residence. Also remember that the location from where we are reporting right now, that's Al-Falah Hospital. Just few meters from here is the residence of Dr. Muzammil, who is already under investigation and arrested. Just few meters from away is the residence of Maulana Istiaq, who is already been detained. He is also under scanner. He was the one who owned that house. Just few meters away from here is Al-Falah Mosque, and just few meters away is also that particular red car that was recovered yesterday. So if we join the dots, and definitely just few meters away is also that particular place from where they purchased the chemicals. And again, the room number 13 of the Al-Falah Hospital is under the scanner. So all these things, if we join the dots, they are implying or indicating that there is something bigger that they were planning to do. And why everything was being planned in such an outer area, not within the city, which clearly indicates that they never wanted to stay within the access, because they did not leave any kind of digital footprint. They did not want to leave they did not want any kind of scanning to have happened. That is why the PUC of all the vehicles were clearly done, and they also in fact very right, in fact in a very we should say polished way managed to.
Right, not just these 4 cars. From what we are hearing and what we've picked up so far is 32 cars in all were supposed to be involved in attacks that were being planned on the 6th of December, the day the Babri Masjid incident had taken place. And it all started with that Desire car that was seized on Monday, with that assault rifle and ammunition that was found inside the car, and that is where it started. But now the 4th car has been located. This is a car that has been registered in the name of Dr. Shaheen, who is now being questioned by the NIA. Now, following the explosion of that white Hyundai I-20, which was found destroyed near the blast site, NDTV has been tracking the multiple terror cars, not 1 but 4 cars that were used by terrorists to carry out terror operations. First, like we started by saying, a Swift Desire which was of Dr. Shaheen, which was used by Dr. Muzammil. This car was first seized from where weapons were recovered. Second was the white I-20, which was used in the blast, in which it was Dr. Umar who was parked at the parking lot, the masjid parking lot, for about over 3 hours, 3 hours 10 minutes to be precise, before he left the parking lot. He was seen all over Delhi, especially in Connaught Place and other parts of Delhi. He had visited at least half of Delhi on that very day of the blast. Thirdly, it was a red EcoSport which was found in Faridabad just yesterday. Now, in the latest, the fourth car, the Maruti Brezza that was owned by Shaheen, was originally to be used to carry out the blast. The red EcoSport linked to the bomber, Dr. Omar, was seized by the police. The car was found abandoned at this farmhouse. This was a farmhouse in Haryana's Khandwali village. The NIA managed to track the car with the help of the driver of the terrorist Omar, who blew up that I-20 car near the Red Fort area. According to sources, investigators are suspected that Omar and his team reportedly used the red EcoSport car to transport and to stockpile ammonium nitrate over time. According to investigators, the terror module had conducted multiple recce operations. Sources have added the group was planning multiple serial blasts and was awaiting final orders from its handler when it was busted. And that is what led to Omar to take that car, drive around Delhi. At least half of Delhi was covered. He was parked for 3 hours before he conducted that terror attack that took place in the Chandni Chowk area, the heart of the national capital. Now, the Al-Falah founder is under the scanner. The founder has been booked in the year 2004 fraud. Al-Falah founder was jailed for that cash scam. This is to the tune of 7.5 crore rupees financial scam by the founder of Al-Falah. Now, there were 9 companies that have been registered at least under the trust. This is the Al-Falah Trust. Al-Falah, do remember, is at the center of the terror attack. And at the moment, we do know that we have police not just at the university, but also at the headquarters in Okhla. Tejri joining us in order to get us details of what has really emerged as far as the founder and the trustee of the Al-Falah group is concerned. Take us through the details, Tejri, because this is a person who has been involved in a scam which is to the tune of 7.5 crore rupees. This is a financial scam by the founder, and yet this university was running. Nothing seemed to have been investigated ever since this scam that had emerged years back. And yet this man was going about his business. Take us through now the lens that is basically in regard to the founder, not just people working there or studying there, but also the founder and the trustee as well.
Well, absolutely. Javed Ahmed Siddiqui is the founder, the owner, the trustee of this entire university. And in fact, we are reporting from this same area. And in fact, what we are also getting to know that not just one, but 9 companies were registered under his name. And interestingly, only few companies were active till 2019. But still, the companies are registered. And I would just quickly read out the names on which these companies are registered. That is Al-Falah Developers, Al-Falah Medical Research, Al-Falah Industrial Research, Education Services, MJ's Developers, Al-Falah Investment, Al-Falah Software, Al-Falah Engineers, Tarbiya Education Foundation, and most of these firms were active till 2019, and that is also as per the official records. So that's a big breaking news, big revelation that we are picking up right now, that this entire university is now under scanner, the financial. In fact, transactions will also be probed and scanned so as to where these 9 companies are, how where they are located, and how these are being run by Javed Ahmed Siddiqui, who is the director, who is the founder. And once again, we will be showing you the visuals from where we are reporting right now. This is the same Al-Falah Hospital. Also remember that it was there in the year 2000, when the FIR was filed, and that was also filed in the national capital. And what are the charges in the FIR against these individuals who is the founder? The charges are section 420 about cheating, charges of section 406 and 409, that is regarding criminal breach of trust. It's also about using the forged documents, and also about the criminal conspiracy. So all these things will be scanned, the case filed against him, and also he was in jail for more than 3 years. We have also in fact accessed the details about the order copy which mentions about he was in jail. He had his bail was rejected, his bail plea was rejected by the Delhi High Court. So these all things will be scanned, that what transactions were made, what all these companies are all about, why was he in jail, what was this case regarding, where did he get the fundings from? Back to you.
Well, the man, Javed Ahmed Siddiqui, the founder and the managing trustee of the Al-Falah University in Faridabad, employed 2 or 3 of the main suspects. We're talking about Dr. Shahina and as well as Dr. Shakil. The university is facing a separate enforcement-directed investigation into the funding. The NIA is looking into the matter. Siddiqui's vast corporate network and that old criminal case accusing him and an associate, also called Javed Ahmed, of cheating, criminal breach of trust, using forged documents and criminal conspiracy are among the focal points of this new investigation. Thank you so much, Tejshri, for getting us those details. Let's just also talk about the Al-Falah University in Faridabad. That, of course, as far as the revelation is concerned, we are now seeing a show cause notice has been served to the university for displaying false accreditation on its website. As per the sources, the doctors planned 32 car bombs, a big strike planned for the 6th of December on the anniversary of the Babri Masjid demolition with planned coordination serial blast. The 4th terror car, as we do know, has been found. And all this, of course, in regard to the latest now, that is in regard to the Al-Falah University. Do know that, of course, the police have reached the headquarters in Okhla, but the university in Faridabad also, as far as a show cause notice that has been served, that has been issued to the university for displaying false accreditation, and this was the false accreditation on its website. So, of course, this is really, when we talk about the university, the building number 17, which housed the room number 13, is which really belonged to the terrorist, the terror accused Muzammil. It is a room that the accused doctors met and they hatched the terror plot. As per the sources, the doctors pulled in 26 lakh rupees. This was the cash that was collected and handed over to the man who was driving the I-20. We're talking about the terrorist Umar. Alarming details suggest that planning of attacks in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh, the faculty members allegedly acquired chemicals from the lab at the same university, Al-Falah. They transported that to, of course, other places. And what they really did at the time was they, in fact, had the recruiter Shaheen Shahid, who taught at the Al-Falah University, Dr. Muzammil Sheikh, who's in fact from whom there was that 2,900 kilograms of explosives that were found. Another key name, Dr. Omar, to remember the man who blew up that I-20, and the man connecting these dots, Jamil, the university's recruiter, known to have hired multiple doctors from JNK. In fact, it is Nisar ul Hassan, who was dismissed in 2022 by the JNK administration for posing to be a threat to state security, was reportedly employed by Al-Falah Medical College just last year. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. We will continue our coverage of the Red Fort terror attack that took place on Monday, with multiple layers now being added and multiple agencies being involved in the probe into the investigation, from the NIA to the ED. Get you all the details on the other side. Government sources are telling NDTV that now the Enforcement Directorate has also been including in the probe. Now, this is the probe that the ED is going to be looking into.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The battle for Bihar is over.
There is a big twist in the tale.
Results ka time aa gaya ba.
Two completely different elections were executed on the ground.
NDTV's results countdown begins. November 14th with Rahul Kaval from 6 a.m.
22% gap amongst the women. That's the election right there.
Top team, fastest, first and factual. Blazing fast trends, winners and losers.
There is an exciting counting day that you need to watch. Friday morning, drop what you are doing, sit back, watch NDTV.
there will be a contest.
November 14th, results with NDTV.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment. One administrator who's doing more to lift the profile of Indian golf than anyone has in the recent years.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Whereas now the opportunities are increasing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, coming soon, stay tuned.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine.
Let's get your details coming in of the Jaish-e-Mohammed module that plotted the 10/11 Delhi blast near the Red Fort area use encrypted chat apps. Sources have told NDTV that 3 doctors linked to the Al-Falah University, including the man who blew up the I-20, Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Shaheen, were in constant contact through an encrypted platform called Threema. Now, investigators believe that the trio used the Threema app to plan the coordinated attacks. These are terror attack activities. Now, what makes Threema really different is that it doesn't require a phone number or an email ID even, making users extremely difficult to trace the chat. The app operates through unique user IDs not linked to mobile numbers or SIM cards, and all communication as far as Threema is concerned is end-to-end encrypted, and users can even run it through private servers. Now, sources say that these doctors set up their own private Threema server, which was allegedly used to share very sensitive information, sensitive documents, maps and layouts related to the blast conspiracy in the national capital. Intelligence agency believe that this private Threema network played a crucial role in the planning and also the coordination of the metro blast. Do remember that this was an attack that took place right outside the metro station at the Red Fort area. Investigating teams are now also tracking whether the surface, as far as the service concerned, that they use was hosted in India or was this hosted abroad. Sources have also added that the app was used to transfer restricted material and coded messages among members of this is the white collar module of the terror attack that took place in the Red Fort area. More chilling, these are chilling details that have emerged on the routes taken by the key accused as far as a man who blew up the I-20, Dr. Umar, terrorist Umar, in the Delhi bomb blast case. NDTV has assessed a new CCTV visual showing that it was Umar who was walking towards the mosque near the gate. These visuals were from the same day as that of the blast. The police have accessed CCTV footage from nearly 50 different locations. We're talking about not 1, not 2, but 50 different locations, painting a very disturbing picture of the final moments of the man who finally blew up that I-20 car after remaining parked for 3 hours in the parking lot of the masjid. Now, from Mewat to Firozpur, from Dhabas and onto the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. Meanwhile, sources have also confirmed that it was Dr. Umar, belonging to the Al-Falah University, to be the prime accused, and that has been confirmed through DNA testing. Do remember that his mother and 2 of his brothers' DNA was taken in order to match with the DNA. This included his teeth, his clothes and whatnot. And there has been a 100% DNA match. That match was made with samples from his own family, ending all speculation revolving about the involvement and the identity of the person behind the wheel. Now, details have also emerged as far as the other suspect, Dr. Shaheen, who is being questioned by the NIA. The woman doctor arrested from Kanpur, who was allegedly tasked with setting up the terror outfit for the women's wing in India. As per sources, she was receiving funds from Faiz-e-Ilahi in constant touch also with the chief, Masoor Azhar's sister. Masoor Azhar's sister was in constant touch with this woman. The woman who was arrested, to remember, she has been detained. She was the one who was found with the arms in her car. There is another car which is registered in her name that has now been traced and tracked and located. We're talking about that Maruti Brezza that has been located as well. Now, it is Masoor Azhar. He is one of the key masterminds of the 26/11 attacks. His sister was in